those years as a superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576 UC Shock Department recruits a large number of people. Asgard, the kingdom of the gods. A kingdom of gods suspended in the void of the universe, with mountains, rivers, and all the scenery that humans can understand. But there is no real concept of planets. It should be said that this is the special feature of the kingdom of gods. The huge floating continents are the characteristics of this dimension. Asgard has been very busy recently. The reason for being busy is very simple on the surface, because Loki defeated the coalition of dark elves on the front line. The frost giants, dark elves and servants together have an army of more than 150,000. This is enough to sweep most civilizations in various dimensions. Under the total army of 100,000 led by Loki, the coalition of Asgard and the elves and the dwarf army that was reinforced later, the coalition of dark elves was defeated. In the early stage of the war, Loki only used small forces to riot, but in the middle and late stages of the war, Loki organized two major battles, and each battle happened to hit the soft spot of the coalition of dark elves. They were defeated in one blow before they could really exert their fighting power. Some of them were even completely dispersed by the Asgard army while they were still gathering. This battle was originally just a tentative attack by the dark elves on Asgard. Both sides originally thought that this war would last for a long time, but there would not be much results. However, Loki slapped everyone in the face with his own record. In two major battles, he annihilated nearly 40,000 dark elf troops, of which the main force of the dark elves was nearly 20,000. These spirit warships and dark flying boats were captured innumerable. The results of this battle exceeded everyone's expectations. Although it was not a devastating blow to the dark elves, at least they had to be more obedient in the next 5 to 10 years. When Loki, who had such a great victory, counted the Asgard coalition forces, the number of casualties in the entire coalition was only about 3,000. The loss ratio of 3,000 to 40,000 was an unprecedented victory. So Asgard wanted to hold a grand triumphal ceremony for Loki. For most people, this may be the most glorious moment in Loki's life, leading the army to charge into battle, capture the generals and flags, and win a great victory. But only a few people know that this is not a simple matter. For example, the Phantom Queen Frigga. She is now standing at the door of Odin's treasury and questioning her husband Odin with some displeasure. Odin, I have always respected you. Since we got married, I have never violated your ideas and concepts. Frigga's tone was not very good. Odin, who is looking for something in his treasury, replied, Yes, I am very grateful to you, Frigga. As the most outstanding goddess of magic and phantom in Asgard, although outsiders don't know, I know that if you want, you can achieve the same achievements as me. Frigga was a famous female wizard in the universe before marriage, and she was extremely powerful. What Odin said was not all to please his wife. Frigga said uncomfortably, I'm glad you said that, Odin. But you went too far this time. What? Odin dug out a box that looked a little old from his treasure house. It looked like it hadn't been taken out for thousands of years. Of course, it was possible that it had really been there for thousands of years. Frigga glared at Odin. What? Don't play dumb with me. What's in your hand? Odin frowned. You've seen it. This is the crown and cloak I wore when I was crowned king. The kings of Asgard are passed down from generation to generation. This is our tradition. But tomorrow is the day when Loki returns to the court and the troops triumph. She won't even have such a glorious day in the future. Frigga walked in front of Odin, patted Odin's chest and questioned him. But what do you want to do? Don't think I don't know. You dispatched Valkyrie to the earth at 0 o'clock, and didn't even tell her why she went to pick up Thor. Valkyrie doesn't understand, but it doesn't mean I don't understand. Frigga stared at Odin. Look at the box in your arms, what do you want to do? Faced with Frigga's question, Odin did not answer. He just wanted to bypass Frigga and leave the treasure house. But Frigga was really angry this time. She cast a frost wall and frost ring to trap Odin and prevent him from leaving. Odin looked at Frigga unhappily and said, Enough, Frigga. You know what I'm going to do. Frigga stared at Odin and asked, Does it have to be at this time? Odin said, You know, Asgard can only have one heir to the throne, and that is Thor. He has already raised the thunder hammer, so it's time for me to fulfill my promise. As long as he can lift the hammer, he will be declared the king of Asgard. Frigga asked without relaxing at all, so it has to be on this day. Loki finally has a chance to shine. Are you going to deprive you of this opportunity? Odin said bluntly, the triumphal ceremony will naturally be held, and I will give Loki enough praise, but at the same time, the announcement that Thor is the king of Asgard must also be held. It's just right at the same time, so I don't have to summon my subjects twice. Frigga's face twitched. This is an excuse. Odin looked at Frigga and said, okay, Frigga. You know why I did this. When Thor succeeds to the throne, I can retire. I can have more time to accompany you and Loki. We can go anywhere and play freely. You just want Loki to stay away from Asgard. Frigga directly exposed Odin's words. Odin sighed. Sometimes being too smart is not good, Frigga. Loki is too similar to you. Sometimes being a little stupid can make you live happier. In fact, what's wrong with this? Frigga, we have to prepare for Loki's triumph and Thor's coronation. As Odin spoke, the power of lightning on his body shone lightly, and he broke free from the ice wall and ice ring that had trapped him. Then Odin strode out of the treasure house. Only Frigga, who was left behind, sighed softly after a long time. Loki and Valkyrie, who were far away on the other side of the earth, didn't know all this. They were eating breakfast anxiously and restlessly. Loki has asked Lan to go to Kamardaki to find reinforcements. Only Thor was still eating toast and bacon at the table, not caring about the upcoming meeting with Odin. Loki couldn't help but say, Thor, can't you take the thunder hammer and shape your body back to its original shape? Thor rolled his eyes at Loki and said, that's just a fine-tuning done with divine power, and it hasn't changed in essence. Father, Mother, and even Loki can see through this trick at a glance, so why bother with this effort? Thor refused without even thinking about it. Well, Loki already felt desperate. Now the only hope is that Master Ancient One can arrive in time before he is killed by Odin. Loki glanced at Valkyrie and asked, when will Heimdall's rainbow bridge open? Valkyrie replied, Odin has set a time. Let's go to a deserted place and wait after dinner. Loki felt that this kind of waiting for a slow death was the worst, and it would be better to just kill him with a knife. Just as Loki was speculating, a grand triumphal ceremony was being held in Asgard. The Asgardian soldiers led by Loki returned victoriously. Loki rode on a six-legged Pegasus and received cheers from the crowd. Banners were flying, ribbons were dancing, music and beer, and the aroma of barbecue continued to come from both sides of the street. Asgard has prepared the grandest welcome ceremony. Odin met Loki on the viewing platform of the palace. Loki knelt on one knee, raised a dark elf sword with both hands and handed it to Odin. The conspiracy of the dark elves has been thwarted, glory to Evergard Asgard. Odin took the sword, then raised it high above his head, and roared like thunder with the volume increased by magic, Asgard's war god, invincible. Invincible. The entire kingdom of Asgard was cheering this sentence. After that, there was an important military parade after the triumphal return, which pushed the atmosphere of the entire triumphal ceremony to a climax. Loki stood on the viewing platform and was worshipped by the crowd. Originally, there was only one person who could fight for this position besides Odin. That was her brother Thor. The corners of Loki's mouth curled up slightly, but she saw from the corner of her eyes that Odin whispered a few words to the war gods beside him, and then one of the war gods left here, and another war god stood next to Odin holding an old and simple box. The corner of Loki's eye twitched. When the whole triumphal ceremony reached its climax, Odin pressed the crowd to silence with his virtual hand, because they knew that their king of gods had something to say. Today is not only my second son Loki who has returned victorious, but also another good news. My eldest son Thor finally raised the thunder hammer not long ago. Asgard has a real 9-day thunder god again. Odin's words pushed the atmosphere of the scene to another climax, and only Loki frowned. Odin continued, now it's time for us to let our Thor return to Asgard. Heimdall. Odin shouted the name of the Rainbow Bridge guard through his divine power, signaling him to open the Rainbow Bridge. But Heimdall was stunned for a while after hearing the shout, and finally said in a voice so low that only he could hear it clearly, I hope you don't regret it, my king. After that, the Rainbow Bridge opened, and Loki, who was far away on Earth, felt a strong suction, and the world and the universe began to rotate. I felt a little dizzy, and just when I was a little more awake, I realized that I was no longer on Earth. The palace was built of luxurious terrazzo marble, and large pieces of precious opal were used as basic building materials for wall decoration. The spacious space and gorgeous decoration, this is a palace. Li Ji already knew that he had come to Asgard, and in front of him was a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament but looked a little old. If I guessed correctly, it should be the Phantom Queen Frigga. Frigga smiled and nodded to Li Ji. Welcome, Li Ji. Thank you for taking care of Thor these days. Li Ji looked around and saw that Thor was not here. There was only himself and Valkyrie. Well, the mother has not seen her son yet. If she had seen him, she would definitely not say so. And on the viewing platform of the triumphal ceremony, the light of the Rainbow Bridge flashed. All the Asgardians, even Odin, were waiting to see their new Thor after the light faded. Loki's brows deepened. When the light of the Rainbow Bridge faded, a fat man wearing a gray t-shirt and brown jeans, a baseball cap and flip-flops appeared in the original place. The fat man took a deep breath of the air of Asgard and said, "Asgard, I'm finally back." Then he walked to the side of the viewing platform and waved to all the Asgardians including Odin and said, "Hi, good morning." The whole audience was silent, and the whole Asgard was like a dead city. Only Luoji couldn't help squatting on the ground with her head down, not because of a stomachache, but because she was afraid that if she looked up, someone would see her laughing so hard that tears were streaming down her face. Chapter 577, Earth's Great Crisis and the Purple Skin Cute. Earth, New York. The air was so low that it was hard to breathe. There were lightning and thunder above the clouds, and countless violent lightning snakes were shuttling through the clouds. Spider-Man had just cooperated with the police to capture a group of robbers. They were a group of disguised robbers who robbed Easter gem eggs at Fontini jewelry store. There were some dressed as bunny girls, some dressed as vultures, and so on. These guys were very skilled and could not be dealt with by ordinary police. So after George showed the spider light, Peter stepped forward to help the police catch these guys. Just after handing over this group of mortals to the police, Peter looked at the weather in New York. The electric charges in the air were much more than the laws of nature. Even Peter felt that the biological static electricity in his body was affected. Damn weather. He cursed softly. And New York was just a small part of this thunderstorm. In London, Professor Eric was organizing all the graduate students to go out. Hurry up. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Didn't you have enough food this morning? Hurry up. Professor Eric asked his students to move quickly. His actions and courage did not show that he was an old man in his 60s. Do we really have to go out in this weather? Gwen looked out the window with some concern. She asked her senior sister Daisy, "This weather is not very good. Eric doesn't think this is bad weather." Daisy, who was packing up the equipment, blinked at Gwen. "That's right, girls." Professor Eric was already standing behind the two girls. He had a head full of white hair but a ruddy face and did not show the fatigue of an old man at all. "We have to figure out what happened. This is not a simple thunderstorm cloud. There has never been such a thing since the history of astronomy and human history. The area of this thunderstorm cloud has covered 70% of the Earth. This is unusual. This is unusual," Professor Eric said, shaking his head. "We have to find out what caused this strong thunderstorm, otherwise the Earth will fall into an unprecedented crisis." Eric patted the two girls on the shoulders and signaled them to speed up. Geosynchronous orbit, Xiangguang Space Station. Astronauts from the 5 permanent members of the United Nations, including China, the United States, Russia, the United Kingdom and France, are doing scientific research in this only geosynchronous orbit space station in human history. Now all the astronauts from the 5 countries are crowded in front of the observation window, and no one can make a sound. From the observation window, you can see the scenery of the entire Earth. The blue mother planet is so beautiful, like a sapphire decorated in the universe. But now no one thinks the Earth is beautiful. The heavy dark clouds cover the Earth's atmosphere like a huge quilt. Even looking down from the space station, you can see the lightning flashing from time to time in the clouds. The Russian astronauts were sweating profusely. "It's terrible, it's terrible." The American astronauts were quickly checking all the instruments in the space station. "Damn, I didn't detect any formation process of this huge cyclone. It seemed to have suddenly appeared." The Chinese astronauts were also looking through all the previous weather records. No. It doesn't make sense. There was no sign of this huge weather change. The British and French astronauts said in despair, "The magnetic field interference of the thunderstorm is too strong. We have lost all contact with the Earth. Now the people trapped in the universe are not just them, but also Dr. Richards and the other 4 on the moon. The 4 who have not yet become the Fantastic Four can only pray for the Earth. No one knows what is happening now. And the special departments of all countries on the Earth have begun to investigate. Hill of S.H.I.E.L.D. shouted to his men at the top of his voice, "We need to send people to investigate. The area of the thunderstorm cloud is now incredibly large. We don't know when these things will strike with lightning." In the S.H.I.E.L.D., Zheng Xian was almost crazy. "Have you checked the charge energy of the thunderstorm?" The intelligence officer said with a bitter face, "According to the prediction, the energy explosion is equivalent to the equivalent of 1,000 Big Ivan hydrogen bombs. Big Ivan is 50 million tons of TNT explosion equivalent. If this thunderstorm really explodes, I am afraid that 80% of the Earth's surface will be flattened." Zheng Xian had a bitter look on his face, and finally he gritted his teeth. He turned around and left the command and control room of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Then he went all the way to the deepest and most confidential place of the S.H.I.E.L.D., where only the top leaders of the S.H.I.E.L.D. can enter. Even the top leaders don't know this place. Here are the deepest secrets of the S.H.I.E.L.D., and this is why the Fangshan team is called Fangshan. In an ordinary-looking empty room, a middle-aged man with a calm face was sitting cross-legged on a meditation bed and meditating quietly. His appearance was not very handsome, but could only be described as resolute. What was striking was that his right hand was tied up with chains, which looked like a seal. Next to his meditation bed stood a black iron rod, which looked heavy. Zheng Xian walked quickly into the room, but slowed down his steps when he came in front of the middle-aged man. After that, he bowed solemnly to the middle-aged man and clasped his hands together, saying, "Great sage, this time I really need you to take action." Outside, Zheng Xian was interrupted by the middle-aged man before he finished speaking. "Is the thunderclouds thick as if it were the end of the world?" Zheng Xian, "Yes." The middle-aged man, known as the Great Sage, said indifferently, "Except for the natural power of the universe, there are no more than 5 people who can do this." Zheng Xian, "Which 5?" The middle-aged man smiled, "You don't need to know. I know who it is. If the seal on my right hand is removed, I will still be able to fight him, but if I really clash with him like this, I will probably be chopped into charcoal by him." Zheng Xian didn't expect that his last big backer couldn't stand it. "What should I do?" The Great Sage whispered, "Things here will naturally be resolved by people here, so why are you in such a hurry?" After saying this, he didn't say anything. Kamar Taki, Guyi smiled bitterly. Lan had already told him everything. He already knew the cause and effect of all this. He never thought that the biggest crisis facing the Earth right now was caused by Li Ji, whom he chose as the guardian of the Earth. Li Ji, it's unfair. Thor got fat himself. Odin must be very angry about this, but he has gone too far now. Guyi didn't know that Odin was going to pass on the throne at that time. But when Thor showed up, everything was ruined. Odin can no longer be explained by anger. Guyi nodded to Lan and said, "Okay, I know all this." Odin went too far. This matter can't be blamed entirely on Li Ji. It was mainly caused by Thor himself. He had no reason to kill Li Ji, and even less reason to vent his anger on the Earth. After saying this, Guyi flew directly into the air and flew out of Kamartaki. With a wave of his palms, the magic arrays of the 3 holy temples began to rotate, and the time chain above the Earth began to rotate. The thunderclouds that were originally dense on the Earth, like the end of the world, began to dissipate. There was no reason. The thunderclouds suddenly appeared and disappeared suddenly. The sun spread over the Earth again. Odin's furious voice reached Ancient One's ears. "What do you want to do?" Ancient One frowned. "I should be the one asking you what you want to do. Destroy the Earth or kill me." Odin was speechless for a moment. "Oh, sorry. I just lost my mind because of anger. You don't know what I just went through. This is the first time in my thousands of years of life that I have been so embarrassed. That's why I was so angry that I even forgot that this is the Earth. I just wanted to destroy this place that made Thor become like that." Ancient One continued to use his magic power to say to Odin, "Be rational. You didn't kill Li Ji, did you?" Odin was stunned for a moment. "Who is that?" Then he suddenly remembered, "I almost forgot about him." Hearing his unfriendly tone, Ancient One immediately said, "You'd better open the Rainbow Bridge and let me go to Asgard, so that you don't do anything irrational." Ancient One shook his head and said with some emotion, "Although you are not young anymore, you seem to be as strong as before. It's not much worse than when you beat Thanos Sanus like a dog hundreds of years ago. Odin scratched his head. Who is Sanus? For Odin, it is not necessary to remember the names of unknown people. Ancient One was speechless. You put his gloves in the treasury as trophies. Odin suddenly realized, oh, the purple-skinned cute boy who wanted to steal the Infinity Stones? Or was it the blue-skinned one? P.S. Please listen to the next chapter to find out why Odin was so angry. Another person named Dushin is the Monkey King Sun Wukong. He already exists in Marvel. But Marvel is as lazy as ever in understanding Chinese culture. Both the Monkey King and the descendants of Sun Wukong are bad, very bad. I changed the setting, so just follow the setting in the Return of the Great Sage. This is the sealed Monkey King. As for why he was sealed, the story will explain it in the future. Chapter 578 Life is not only about poetry and distant places, but also about the immediate. So what happened before? At the last moment before the Rainbow Bridge opened, Master Ancient One asked a very puzzled question. What could have made the God King of Asgard so furious and lose his mind? Odin hesitated for a while, and finally sighed and said, it's a long story. When the light of the Rainbow Bridge faded, Thor, who was dressed like an ordinary middle-aged fat man in the American countryside, waved his hand and stood at the edge of the viewing platform. He said to Odin and all the subjects of Asgard, "Hi. Good morning, everyone. Long time no see." Silence, absolute silence. The silence at the scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Thor frowned, then smiled with relief. It seems that I haven't been back for a long time, and everyone has forgot me. But it doesn't matter, I still remember you. Thor talked to himself and said loudly to the Asgardians in the viewing platform and the tens of thousands of soldiers participating in the triumphal ceremony, my Asgardian god of thunder is back. Then Thor walked to Odin and gave Odin, who seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, a big hug. Oh, my dear father. I miss you so much. Let me see that your body is as strong as before. Thor hugged the old version of the devil's flesh man Odin with his big belly. Odin's strong muscles collided with Thor's greasy fat, forming a wave of waves. Thor patted Odin's back with relief, making a thumping sound. Odin felt that he was under an illusion magic. Because the person in front of him was his son? Impossible. Where did the Thor who looked so fierce and frightened the enemy go? Who is this fat guy? But who in this world can cast an illusion magic on oneself without being noticed? Loki? No, it's impossible, she doesn't have such attainments yet. Frigga? No, she has no reason to do so. As for the Ancient One, it's even more impossible. He's not even in Asgard. Just when Odin was still confused, Thor led Loki, who was almost rolling on the ground with laughter. Long time no see, my good brother. Thor also gave her a big hug. Loki lowered her head to prevent others from seeing the tears in her eyes. Yes, I miss you too, Puff, I miss you too, my brother. Loki was very hard to hold back her laughter when she spoke. She always thought she was very good at hiding her emotions, but now it seems that it's not enough. And Thor just smiled at Loki. Odin on the side used his divine power to confirm repeatedly, and finally confirmed that this person was his son. This guy is actually my son? Exclamation mark. Can you believe it? Odin asked Thor in disbelief, what happened to you? Thor shrugged in vain. Father listened to you and went to the human world to learn humility. He didn't think anything was wrong. Odin roared, I want you to learn humility, not to grow fat. Thor pouted and made a face. It's not important, is it? Odin thought to himself, who said it's not important? It's too important. Do you know why I brought you back? I'm passing on the throne, and you are going to be the king of Asgard. How can I crown you in this situation? Even if I force the crown, I'm afraid all the subjects of Asgard will not agree. Odin's heart was broken. At the same time, the people in the audience began to whisper. Who is he? It looks like Thor. Nonsense, Thor doesn't look like that at all. I've seen him, he comes to my shop every day to drink. I also think someone might have made a mistake. Did Heimdall pick up the wrong person? Heimdall, hurry up and pick up Thor. Waves of low voices extended from Asgard's triumphal square to the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall looked at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose. Anyway, he didn't make a mistake. Even if there was a mistake, it was the world that was wrong, not him. And Thor on the viewing platform was still looking at him with a smile that made Odin angry. What did you do to my son? Odin was heartbroken. Where did the brave and resolute Thor go? Why does he look like a fool now? I just got a little fatter, my father. But I think even if I get fatter, I'm still your son, right? Thor said with a smile. Loki, who had finally managed to keep her serious expression, couldn't hold it anymore. She was no longer squatting on the ground. She was too lazy to hide and hammered the floor with her hands. It's so hard to hold back the tears. This was Loki's only thought. Odin glared at Loki, but he didn't have time to teach her about royal dignity. Because his own temples were throbbing. Okay, father. Don't be so stern. Smile. I'm not your free gift for topping up your phone bill. Be cheerful. At least I lifted up the thunder hammer, didn't I? Thor smiled, showing all 8 teeth. Odin looked at Thor with a constipated expression. What do you mean by recharging your phone bill? What nonsense are you talking about? Thor said unconsciously, some slang words from Earth, which I learned from the internet. I liked the Earth internet, as well as those variety shows and reality shows. Seriously, you should watch it, father. I have a job on Earth and have saved some money. I think I can buy you and mother a TV. If I pay in installments, I can buy a 70-inch LCD TV. This kind of TV can be placed in your and mother's bedroom. After dealing with a day's government affairs, lying on the bed, eating fruits from the fairy palace, and watching various variety shows is simply the greatest enjoyment. Thor said these words in a serious manner, and Loki had completely given up treatment and lay on the ground twitching. Because she was trying too hard to hold back her laughter, her abdominal muscles began to cramp, and she needed to lie flat to let the cramps recover. Odin listened to Thor's words and his mouth opened wide enough to fit a goose egg. Oh my god. What happened? What happened to my son? Exclamation mark. And that's not all. Thor's sharp eyes saw the quaint box held by the guard not far away. He quickly ran to the box and took it from the guard. He opened it directly after he took it. Inside was a simple but somewhat mysterious crown and a beautiful golden and red cloak. Thor took out the crown. Is this a gift for me, father? Odin just noticed that Thor had opened the treasure chest of the crown and cloak that had been passed down from generation to generation in Asgard, and it seemed that he wanted to put it on himself. Odin walked quickly to Thor, took the other end of the crown in one hand and said, "This is not for you. Let go." It was supposed to be for Thor, and he even prepared the coronation ceremony. But in the current situation, how can Odin crown Thor? Thor firmly grasped the other side of the crown and said, "So it's for Loki? Look, let me give it to him and help him put it on. I have my own ideas. Let go of me, Thor." Odin pulled the crown towards him. "Don't be so stubborn, father. Since it's already out, why not use it?" Thor also pulled it towards him. The veins on Odin's forehead were about to burst. None of your business. Thor even used his divine power. "Don't be so stingy, father. Since they are not children given away for recharging your phone bill, why should you be so polite?" So the first and second strongest men in Asgard started a tug of war. The people of Asgard in the audience were a little dumbfounded. All the soldiers were also dumbfounded. Wait, today was agreed to be a triumphal ceremony. Now you are haunted on the stage. Anyway, no matter what the audience thought, Odin on the stage was about to be mad at Thor. "Let go." Odin roared in a low voice. "Really?" Thor hesitated. "It's a must," Odin said firmly. So Thor suddenly let go, and Odin, who was still exerting force, took several steps back and almost fell. When he lost his balance, he raised his hands and the crown that had been passed down from generation to generation in Asgard for who knows how many tens of thousands of years flew out of Odin's hand. It flew very far, very far, very far. Asgard has a final protection mechanism, which is the endless abyss outside the entire continent of Asgard. It surrounds Asgard like a moat, and only the Rainbow Bridge can communicate between the inside and the outside. And now the crown of Asgard has fallen into the endless abyss on both sides of the Rainbow Bridge. It is estimated that it cannot be picked up again. I don't know which dimension this crown that symbolizes the honor of Asgard will fall into. Odin looked at Thor with anger in his eyes. Thor spread his hands innocently and said, "You told me to let go just now, father." Odin finally gritted his teeth and said, "Guards, keep an eye on this guy. I'll settle accounts with him when I come back." As he spoke, Odin had already lost his mind due to his anger. What the hell is the Earth? What the Ancient One was, he threw them aside. Now he just wanted to find the place that made his son become like this, and then destroy it. All the people in Asgard at the scene were confused. What on earth was going on today? There was a huge noise at the scene. And Loki, who had been laughing so hard since Thor came back, finally recovered. Thor pulled up Loki, who had just fallen to the ground. He patted the dust off her shoulders. Then he put his arm around her shoulders, and the two siblings stood together intimately. Thor glanced at Loki and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Loki, you should be happy about this." Loki's eyes suddenly widened, and then she looked at Thor in disbelief. Thor said seriously with his fat face, "Look, I am your brother." The noise outside also affected Frigga in the palace. Originally, the Phantom Queen was receiving Liji, which was a very, very high treatment. The Queen of Asgard came out to receive Liji politely, which was a treatment that only powerful people from other dimensions could get. The reason why Frigga welcomed Liji was also very simple. He taught Thor the virtue of humility. This was something Thor would never learn before. For Odin and Frigga, this was nothing less than reshaping Thor. Frigga was willing to treat Liji with courtesy, and she and Odin even discussed that they might go to Odin's treasury to select some treasures as a reward for this earthling. At least a quasi-artifact would not escape. But the noise outside made Frigga frown. What's going on outside? Frigga prepared tea to entertain Liji. She asked Liji to sit aside and Valkyrie stood upright on the side. But Liji was fidgeting. Valkyrie was also uncomfortable standing. Hearing the noise coming from outside, Liji quickly whispered, "Maybe it's some unexpected things, such as Thor or something." He helped Frigga to get vaccinated. Generally speaking, women are more soft-hearted. Maybe Frigga will stop Odin later because she has transformed Thor. Frigga frowned. What's the accident with Thor? Liji gestured with his left hand and then with his right hand. You know, there are all kinds of accidents in the universe. For example, this, for example, that. Frigga frowned. Be more specific, such as what? Valkyrie stood next to Liji, her expression about to cry. She felt that she was probably the most wronged. Will Odin send her to the gallows later? Liji drank the tea carefully. For example, Thor is a little fat. Frigga said indifferently, it doesn't matter if the male Valkyrie is a little fat. Thor is a god of war, not a god of dance. In fact, maybe, probably, possibly, Thor is fatter than you think. Liji gestured with his hands. Frigga looked at Liji in confusion. Be more specific. Do you know wildebeests and hippos? Liji made an analogy carefully. Frigga nodded. Of course I know. They are just two kinds of creatures. Liji took a deep breath. Let me put it this way. Thor was a wildebeest before, and now Thor is a hippopotamus. Do you understand the difference? You can Baidu the picture of wildebeest. Frigga was stunned, and then with a light sound of snap, the teacup in her hand was crushed by her. Liji immediately stood up from his seat and stood side by side with Valkyrie as punishment. People, when it's time to be cowardly, you still have to be cowardly. Not only heroes die standing, but also some fools. Haven't you heard the old saying? Life is not only about poetry and distant places, but also about the immediate present. Chapter 579, Saving the Dog's Life and a Few Things. No matter how Liji pretended to be a coward, some things were bound to happen. Odin was so angry that he almost wanted to destroy the earth, but was stopped by the Ancient One. But after preventing this world-destroying crisis, Odin could no longer vent his anger. However, with the reminder of the Ancient One, Odin thought of the culprit of this matter. Who made his son become like this? That person should be standing in his palace now. He was simply blinded by the dragon oil and was actually planning to reward this guy at the beginning. Bah. The only reward that can be given to this guy called Nightwalker now is 1,000,000 volts. When the Rainbow Bridge opened, the Ancient One and Odin set foot in the Asgard at the same time. Odin shouted, Gungnir. A spear with the power of thunder and lightning cut through the sky and fell into Odin's hands with great power. This is Odin's weapon, the Thunder Spear, which is also called Gungnir, the Spear of Eternity. As the god of thunder and lightning, Odin has a philosophy that there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved by electricity at once. If there is, then increase the voltage. Why does it sound so familiar? For Odin, there is almost no upper limit to voltage, so Odin has always convinced people with physics, reason, and never talks too much about problems that can be solved by physics, reason. Just like what he is doing now, when he strides into his palace holding the Spear of Eternity, he shouts loudly, Nightwalker, get out of here. Liji, who is already trembling because of Frigga's loss of composure, heard the roar of the king of the gods of Asgard, and couldn't help shaking his legs. It's not that I'm not strong, it's just that the enemy is too strong. Loki wailed in his heart. Nguyen was following Odin, so he naturally wouldn't just sit back and watch, but Nguyen now had a playful smile on his face. Anyway, with him around, Loki wouldn't get into trouble or die, and that was enough. Odin had to vent his anger. We can't let Odin send out a thunderstorm that affects the whole world on Earth. While Odin was looking for trouble with Loki, Thor and Loki also returned to the palace. Because of the impact caused by Thor's return, the original triumphal ceremony could not be held. Loki hastily commanded her men to end it. Today, all the subjects of Asgard have been stimulated in an unprecedented way. Anyway, many people will not be able to sleep tonight. When Thor and Loki returned to the palace, they saw such a picture. The eternal spear flashed with the power of purple destruction thunder and was against Loki's neck. Odin looked at Loki with anger. Loki showed a standard smile on his face, which looked neither humble nor arrogant. Maybe it was a flattering smile, but Thor was not sure. Frigga was sitting weakly in a chair on the side, and Valkyrie stood aside and dared not move. The Ancient One stretched out a hand and sent out a magic wave, ready to save the situation at any time, but it seemed that the Supreme Sorcerer was not very anxious. Loki tried to smile at Odin, but in fact, his clothes on the back were soaked with cold sweat. Respected King of the Gods, I am very happy to see you. But Asgard's hospitality is a bit too enthusiastic. Is it necessary to be so enthusiastic that lightning flashes everywhere? Odin stared at Loki. Look at what you have done. He pointed at Thor, who had just walked in from outside. Loki took a step back without leaving a trace, keeping a certain safe distance from Gungnir, who was emitting the power of thunder. Loki glanced at Thor and said, King of the Gods, Thor has raised the hammer of thunder. He has indeed learned humility. I think you should know this very well. Odin was angry, but look at him now. Thor is a god of war, not a god of dance. This does not affect his fighting ability, does it? Loki said, borrowing Frigga's words just now. At this time, Frigga, who had been sitting in the chair motionless, stood up. The Phantom Queen saw her own son return and walked quickly to Thor. Using both hands, he rubbed Thor's fat face vigorously. Oh my god, Thor. What did you eat in the human world? Hey, Mom. Hey, Mom. Thor tried his best to avoid Frigga's ravage. Don't do this. Valkyrie and the Ancient One are still here. You can't rub my face like this. Thor wanted to say something, but because Frigga rubbed his face, his voice was distorted, and no one could hear what he was saying. Loki and Odin both cast their eyes on Frigga, who was rubbing Thor's head. Loki inexplicably felt that this picture was a little familiar. Could it be the legendary, rubbing the dog's head in anger? Look, doesn't Thor look quite kind now? Loki closed his eyes when he said this, because the lightning on Gungnir was too dazzling, not because he couldn't open his eyes when he was lying. Lord Odin, when you asked Thor to come down to earth and entrusted him to me, you didn't say that you would help Thor control his weight. Loki opened his eyes again. Speaking from conscience, isn't it enough that Thor can lift the hammer of thunder now? I have completed the diplomatic affairs between Asgard and Earth. You can't go against your conscience, your reason. Odin, it's not as simple as getting fat. It's Thor, the Thor of Asgard shouldn't be like this. However, Gungnir's lightning was somewhat weakened. Loki used his purple thunder power to cover his fingers and quietly moved the tip of Gungnir away from him. You have just met Thor. He still has many new advantages that you have not seen. There is a saying on Earth, judging a book by its cover, you will lose your son. The Ancient One finally had enough of the show at this time. He stopped Odin and asked him to take back Gungnir. Okay, Odin, at least you need to understand Thor now. Maybe things are not as bad as you think. Odin OS, not as bad as I thought? I'm afraid it's worse than I thought. At this time, Loki also helped Loki. Father, at least prepare a luncheon first. At least Thor is back and has raised the thunder hammer. At least I have won a battle, right? Loki's words finally made Odin temporarily withdraw his thoughts on killing Loki, at least not today. Today is the day when Loki returns to the court with victory. Then the day to kill Loki should be changed to tomorrow. Let him eat his fill today, Odin thought. Send him off with tens of millions of volts tomorrow. However, after taking a look at Thor's body shape and thinking of the word luncheon, Odin's temples began to twitch. This was a very dull luncheon, and Ancient One was also left by Odin to eat. Originally, His eldest son raised the thunder hammer, and his youngest daughter returned victoriously. This was a double happiness, and Odin should be very happy, but he couldn't smile now. He ate a roast duck leg with a stern face, and at the same time drank beer in big gulps, which made the atmosphere on the scene very awkward. Liji sat next to Guyi and ate without tasting anything. He didn't pay any attention to the taste of the food he stuffed into his mouth. Frigga was probably the only one who could still be active at the table, because she was the Phantom Queen and Odin couldn't lose his temper with her. Although she felt uncomfortable seeing Thor with a fat face, she also felt uncomfortable if Thor really didn't eat. So she thought she should ask Thor how he was doing on Earth. Frigga, Thor, what did you do on Earth? Thor frowned as he ate the broccoli that Loki had just handed him. Mom, are you asking about the past or the present? Frigga was a little confused. What's the difference? Thor nodded and said, there's a big difference. Although Odin looked annoyed, he was also listening attentively. Frigga asked, then tell me about the past. Thor spread his hands, probably just drinking some wine and getting drunk every day. Then he became addicted to fried chicken, Coke and variety shows in the human world. Frigga frowned. This was not a good thing. Odin looked furious again. Liji hid behind Ancient One and trembled. Frigga quickly changed the subject, so what happened next? Thor pointed at Liji, he found me a job in a hospital. Frigga, hospital. Thor explained roughly, similar to the work of therapists here. But humans call them doctors, and they use more herbs and herbal extracts or some synthetic drugs, chemicals, for treatment. This looks good, Frigga thought, and she asked again, so you have mastered the healing ability of the human world? Thor shook his head, no, not really. It was a very complicated thing. At that time, I had no divine power and was just a mortal. And ordinary mortals who want to learn to become a doctor need more than 10 years of training and memorize a pile of books and materials. Frigga thought to herself, Thor is probably out of luck. Because her son hates reading and studying, and only fighting is his hobby. It would be better to let him fight a dragon than to let him finish reading a big book seriously. Frigga, so you're not a doctor? Thor waved his hand, no, I'm just a doctor's assistant. But I'm trying hard, Mom. I've been reading books recently. Frigga thought she was hallucinating, so she asked again, what do you say you've been doing recently? Reading books and looking up information. It's not easy to become a doctor. I have to read for 5 to 6 hours every day. I'll seize every opportunity to read in the car and during my free time at work. Although my progress is slow. Thor said as a matter of course. But the atmosphere at the scene became weird. Loki looked at Thor in disbelief. Is this my brother? Can he read? Frigga looked at Thor in disbelief. Is this my son? Can he read? Odin looked at Thor in disbelief. Is this my son? Can he? Because of excessive stimulation, Odin forgot that he was still chewing the duck leg, so his teeth bit his tongue and bit the left side of his tongue. It was really painful. Thor continued, later, I was transferred to an orphanage, where children who lost their parents stayed. I was responsible for taking care of them. I repaired electrical appliances, coaxed them to take naps, and told stories to younger children in the afternoon. Occasionally, I went to the basketball court to play basketball with older children aged 13 or 14. Occasionally, I gave some snacks to children who performed well. I was in charge of taking care of 50 children. Thor said this with some pride. Liji had secretly leaned out from behind Guyi and gave Thor a thumbs up. Because look at the scene now. The spoon in Loki's hand fell. She was just drinking soup, and now she has forgotten everything. She just stared at Thor blankly. Is this my brother? Can he take care of children? Frigga's fork also fell. She was just eating a piece of fruit, and now she has forgotten all this. She also stared at Thor blankly. Is this my son? Can he take care of children? The duck leg in Odin's hand also fell. He was still chewing the duck leg just now, and now he has forgotten what duck leg he was chewing. He just stared at Thor blankly. This is my son? He will take care of him. Odin forgot that he was chewing on the duck leg. He just chewed subconsciously and bit his tongue again. This time it was on the right side. This time the bite was stronger and the pain was more severe. Odin almost couldn't bear it. But Thor found that something was wrong with Odin. He pointed at the corner of Odin's mouth. Father, God, you are bleeding. Healer. Healer. Thor shouted to the healer. Frigga also noticed all this. She immediately came behind Odin and said, Oh my God, Odin, lie down quickly. Do you feel uncomfortable somewhere? Odin, no, I just... Frigga, okay, don't talk. Lie down quickly, you must have an old injury. Oh my god, you never told me that you have such serious internal injuries that you would cough up blood. Odin, I'm not. Frigga didn't even give Odin a chance to speak. She shouted at Loki, hurry up and find me the best healer in Asgard. The scene was in chaos, but Loki breathed a sigh of relief. His life was saved, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580. God lives for 5,000 years. How many years of happiness does he have? The night in Asgard is very beautiful, because Asgard is not a planet, or rather, this dimension in the 9 dimensions itself does not have the concept of a planet. These kingdoms of gods suspended in this special dimension were opened up by countless gods relying on their own divine power over countless years. This semi-enclosed dimension is the most stable and the most bizarre of the 9 dimensions. Standing on the large terrace of the Asgard Palace and looking up at the sky, you can see the starry sky of many other different dimensions. Andromeda and the Crab Nebula are so close that they seem to be within reach. The withered white dwarfs left by the life of the stars after they have burned out are floating quietly in the sky. In the distance, there is a huge red giant star flashing a faint red light in the night sky. Not far away from the red giant star is a green nebula, which may be the product left after a superstar explosion. In this magnificent starry sky, Loki leaned on the railing of the terrace, and Thor and Loki sat diagonally opposite him. Ancient One has returned to Earth, and Odin's anger has subsided. Frigga is still very happy about her son's transformation. Although he is really fat, he can make a guy who only knows how to fight become a person who loves to study and take care of children. This kind of Thor makes Frigga like him even more. Because this means that Thor has grown up, and he is no longer the fool who only knows how to fight and kill, and only knows how to destroy but not build. Learn to be tolerant, forbearing, and humble. But Thor, the god of thunder who has not forgotten pride, honor and fighting, is the son that Frigga wants to see most. So Loki's life was finally saved, and Frigga invited him to live in Asgard for a while. Later, Frigga will give him a gift on behalf of Odin, just as a reward for thanking him for taking care of Thor on Earth. The terrace where the 3 of them sat is the inner courtyard of the palace, and usually only Odin's family can come in. If Thor and Loki hadn't brought Loki with him, Loki would not have had the opportunity to come here to enjoy the night view. He was arranged to live in a bedroom outside the palace. Thor sat opposite Loki. He drank the fairy brew of Asgard and said to Loki, "You should thank me very much this time. Not only did I not let you be electrocuted by the Spear of Eternity, but you also had a chance to get the reward." Loki frowned. "If you could control your appetite a little, none of this would happen." Thor turned over like a salted fish, making himself more comfortable in the chair, and ignored what Loki said. "It doesn't matter. When you come to Asgard, you can try our specialties. The malt wine, meat and fruit wine from the Harvest Festival, plus the roasted Drumesman and Thunderdrumen are all unique." Loki covered his forehead helplessly and said, "Thor, you'd better not talk about food in front of your father. I'm surprised that he didn't beat you today." Thor whistled proudly, and the thunder hammer, which had been standing quietly on the side, flew into his hands obediently. "Look, I have Mjolnir, I completed his test, why should he beat me?" Loki looked so naive. Does Odin need a reason to beat Thor? Thor's smile froze on his face. Loki suddenly felt that what Loki said made sense, and the 2 of them were powerless to refute. Loki took a deep breath and felt that the 2 people in front of her were really naive. She asked, "Why did you do that this morning?" Thor played dumb. "What do you mean by that?" Loki glanced at Thor. "My brother is stupid, arrogant, and an idiot, and sometimes he has brain cramps." Thor's face changed after using this series of adjectives. But Loki stood at an angle where Thor couldn't see and gave Loki a thumbs up. What he said was so right. Loki continued, "But although Thor is so stupid, he has never been stupid enough to snatch the crown from Odin. I think you should already know what Odin is holding in his hand." Loki, who was listening on the side, had already roughly figured out what happened in the viewing platform this morning. Although Thor is indeed not smart enough in many cases, most of the time it is focused on emotional intelligence and his bad temper. But Loki never thought that Thor's IQ was a problem. Maybe not smart, but at least not stupid. Thor looked at Loki and Lee and suddenly pointed at Lee. Loki, did you show this kid your true face? Loki was stunned, frowned, but still nodded, yes. Thor shook his head without comment and said, then take off your disguise, no outsiders will come here. I want to see what my sister looks like now. Loki stared at Thor, then glanced at Lee. She took off her illusion magic, revealing her true face as the second princess of Asgard. As beautiful as ever. A head of smooth black medium hair, sapphire-like eyes flashing with smart light. Tall figure and mature and cold face. Loki looked at Thor and said, speak. Thor straightened up, and Lee thought he was going to start talking about why he did this. But Thor made an unexpected move. He suddenly pressed his hand on Loki's head, and then messed with her carefully groomed hair. It was like rubbing a kitten's head. Before Loki could react, her hair was messed up. The originally beautiful second princess of Asgard instantly turned into a crazy woman with messy hair. Thor smiled with satisfaction at his masterpiece. Lee, who was watching from the side, forced himself not to laugh out loud. Loki, who has always been known for her shrewdness, was also tricked by Thor. The two men seemed to satisfy some kind of bad taste, but Loki didn't think it was fun at all. She hated others touching her hair the most. When she was young, Thor liked to grab her hair and mess up her hairstyle. Then she would make a giggling sound, and then she would be beaten up by Frigga who came over. When Loki grew up to 12 years old and began to gradually master magic, Thor never succeeded in macing up her hair again. I didn't expect it. I was actually tricked again at this time. Luoji's tone contained anger. Thor continued to lie in his chair and act like a salted fish. He didn't care about Luoji's anger at all, and just said calmly, just now you asked me to explain why I did this morning. Did I explain it to you? What? Luoji's mind didn't turn around for a while. And Lee couldn't understand what Thor was talking about. While tidying up Thor's messed up hair, Loki asked, what are you talking about, Thor? Thor crossed his legs and drank the fairy wine. Remember when I was a child, I liked to mess up your hair. Loki didn't like Thor's bad taste, so she said unhappily, yeah, Thor, every time I mess up your hair, I will be beaten by my mother, but I still do it all the time. Loki narrowed his eyes, huh? Do you know why? Because I like to see you cry every time I mess up your hair. Thor talked about his bad taste in childhood very straightforwardly. I think it's very interesting. Even if I get beaten by my mother every time, I still want to do it again. Lee looked like he had seen a ghost. Thor has been such a scumbag since he was a child? Well, that's not right. This is a deep-seated sister control, right? Exclamation mark. Loki looked at Thor and his expression looked like he had eaten something very smelly, with a disgusting look on his face. That's your reason. Thor was very direct. Yes, that's my reason. Everything I did today is also for the same reason. I like it, that's all. As gods, our lives are very long. If nothing unexpected happens, I think I can live for about 5,000 years. Such a long day is really hard to endure. What can we do? Are we going to be like those gods of wine and music in ancient Taekyu, who think about enjoying themselves every day? Thor said this while lying in the chair. Lee felt that Thor seemed to be better at enjoying himself than the god of wine and music. At least the god of ancient Taekyu would not watch variety shows while eating fried chicken. Thor continued, we always have to find something to pass the time during the long days. Asgard is a martial country, and fighting is a compulsory course for us. We will conquer the world and become famous. My lifelong dream was to become the most powerful god in the history of Asgard. Loki said expressionlessly, you are very successful on this path. Thor shook his head, but I am not happy. Lee and Loki turned their heads and stared at Thor. Thor continued, yes, not happy. I have never thought about why I do this. I just fight for honor for the sake of honor, I just fight for the sake of war, and I just kill for the sake of killing. Praise and wine, flowers and applause, worship and, I can't find the right parallel words. Thor spent a lot of time trying to find the equivalent of worship. Anyway, it's all of the above, you should understand. It's because of these reasons that I think I like these things. I think I like those killings, those fights. Yes, I am not against fighting, I like to fight with people. I also like drinking and being admired. But when all this is just for the sake of the purpose, everything becomes very boring. Thor took a deep breath and pointed at Leji. It was this guy called Nightwalker who made me understand some things. He is a little crazy, and he did all kinds of things. Obviously a weakling, but he dared to take the responsibility of protecting the civilization of his own race. Obviously, he did many things that influenced and changed the world, but he was willing to hide behind the scenes. Not for honor, but for something else. Leji said embarrassedly after hearing Thor's words, "Don't say that, although you praise me so much, I don't object. But can you not include the first sentence? I should not be that weak." Thor smiled, haha. Leji clenched his fists. "If I couldn't beat you, I would have rushed up to beat you." Thor continued, "Also, working in the hospital and the welfare home, I understand a lot of things. The life of mortals is very short. Many people do not live to be 60, or even 50. Their life is less than 1/100th of ours. But some people have short lives, but they live happily and fully. Because life is short, they need to do more things. All the joy, sadness, happiness, and pain are concentrated in just a few decades. Teenagers look forward to the rising sun every day, and old couples in their 60s and 70s watch the sunset together on the promenade of the bay." Thor raised his hand and pointed to the sky. "Loki, how many years has it been since our family sat here together and looked up at the magnificent starry sky?" Loki sighed. "It's probably been hundreds of years. This terrace was built after she returned to Asgard from the Summer Palace. Yes, hundreds of years. The time we waste is longer than the life of an ordinary human being." Thor lay in a chair and looked up at the sky. "So why waste time like this? We can live for 5,000 years, but how much smarter are we than humans? Fight for the sake of war, honor for the sake of honor. Is this really what I want?" Leji and Loki looked at Thor, both of them thoughtful. "God lives for 5,000 years, how many years of happiness can he have? I just want to do something I want to do now." "You can do what you want. Compared to power and prestige, I think happiness is always the most important. A long life should be filled with what you expect," Thor said and looked at the sky quietly. Loki leaned back in the chair and remained silent. Leji leaned on the railing and looked up at the magnificent starry sky of Asgard. "Yes, life is short. Gods can live for 5,000 years, but is it really interesting to just squander these 5,000 years? Human life is very short. Even a strong man like Ancient One can only live for hundreds of years. More than 500 years is already his limit. But the length of life is the standard for measuring all this?" Leji shook his head. "My life will not last as long as that of a god, but I want to make my life shine with enough light and heat. Gods live for 5,000 years, and humans live for 100 years. When I am really old, I can stand under this magnificent starry sky and say, I have lived my life without regrets." Chapter 581 Dangerous Asgard. Leji had said hello to the Earth when he came, saying that he might have to go away for a few days. The initial plan was that Odin's anger was terrible, and he might have to hide in Kamartaki. But now Odin's anger has been suppressed by Frigga, although for various reasons, Odin's original plan for Thor to inherit the throne when he returns was aborted. This really upset Odin, and it disrupted all his plans. On the second day, Odin locked himself in his bedroom and sulked. The triumphal ceremony that was interrupted the day before continued on the second day. However, Odin would not host it, and gave the power of this matter to Loki. Loki handled it very well. She let the people of Asgard fall into a triumphal victory banquet, with music, fine wine and fragrant barbecue. The majestic and mighty male gods danced aggressive war dances to the music and cheered for victory. Thor had not participated in such a celebration for a long time, and he wanted to participate very much. He used to be a good war dancer. He was the lead dancer at every triumphal ceremony. But just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Loki. "You are not allowed to go anywhere." Loki blocked Thor's way. "This is a celebration, a triumph. It is a festival for all Asgardians. As the eldest prince of Asgard, I have the right to celebrate with the people." Thor held Loki with one hand, originally planning to take this earthling to see it. Loki pointed at Loki and said, "He can go, but you can't." Thor was angry. "Why? Am I still your brother, or the prince of Asgard?" Loki said slowly, "Odin's will. If you have the ability, make him change his mind." Thor was instantly scared. "Well, in fact, it's not good to trouble father for such a small matter. So, my dear sister, can you tell me why our father doesn't allow me to go out?" "It's very simple. Everything you did yesterday made father lose face. Do you know how angry Odin is? He didn't use the power of thunder to shock you today. I really felt strange. You have wiped out the majesty of Thor that was established in the past. Odin doesn't want to see a thing that looks like a rolling ball thunder beast, a pet of the Asgard. It is very cute in a round shape and many goddesses have it, shaking its big belly on the stage. Odin said that he felt dizzy when he saw this belly dance. Loki repeated Odin's original words. So it is very clear that Thor is not allowed to leave the palace. But Loki could still go out. To be honest, he really wanted to go out and see the customs of Asgard. Then see how this world celebrates. Loki tidied up his wrinkled clothes when Thor dragged him over, and prepared to step out of the palace. He waved his hand and said to Loki, "Do you mind showing me around Asgard?" Since Thor doesn't have time. Loki nodded. "Of course, we can go to the Harvest Festival bar for a drink." Just as Loki was about to follow Loki out, a big hand grabbed his collar, and Thor said, "Jason, as my good friend, I think I need you to accompany me through this lonely confinement time." Thor has now recovered his divine power. Even without using the power of thunder, he can lift hundreds of tons of heavy objects at will by relying on muscle strength. Note, Loki is a mage who can lift 50 tons without using spells. His big hands are extremely powerful, and Loki can't match him by strength alone. So before using the power of purple thunder or using the lethal energy of the 10 commandments, Loki can't break free from Thor. After all, fighting power and strength are not equal. So Thor lifted Loki by the collar, and then carried Loki on his shoulders and ran to his palace. Along the way, Loki could still be heard shouting, "Let me go, you salted fish. Let me go, you Alaska. I want to go out to watch singing and dancing, drink, and see beautiful young ladies. If you are lonely, go find Christine." Loki's voice gradually faded away, until Loki could no longer hear it. Loki shrank her neck and looked strange. What the hell is Thor doing? In Thor's independent palace of the god of thunder, Thor threw Loki, who was carrying him, onto the carpet and said, "Enough. You can't call me salted fish or Alaska every day now. This will undermine the majesty of my god of thunder." Loki, huh? He asked with a puzzled look on his face. "After yesterday, do you still have your majesty?" Thor opened his mouth. XXXX. I was unable to refute, and Thor felt a little powerless in his heart. Loki simply sat cross-legged on the soft carpet and said, "Tell me, what's wrong with you just now?" When I left, I saw that Loki looked at me in a strange way. Thor curled his lips. "Have you forgotten what I said yesterday? Gods can live for 5,000 years, and humans can only live for 100 years. Loki shrugged. "So?" Thor roared in a low voice, "So stay away from my sister. Otherwise, I will break your legs." Loki suddenly realized that it was still his senior sister control attribute that was causing trouble. It seemed that Thor seemed to have misunderstood something, but Loki was too lazy to explain. Loki just said intentionally or unintentionally, "So what about Christine? She can't live for 5,000 years. Thor was speechless for a moment, and finally he could only say rudely, "Don't bother with it. I will find a way. Although it is difficult to find, there will always be some ever-spring spring and immortal water." However, Loki could hear some irritation in Thor's tone. Loki shook his head and let Thor worry about this kind of thing. In the original story, Odin was not without reason to oppose Thor falling in love with an Earth woman. Apart from other things, the inequality of lifespans alone was an insurmountable gap. Now Odin still doesn't know that his son has fallen in love with an Earth woman, and his daughter has fallen in love with an Earth man. Fake. If he knew, the triumphal ceremony would probably turn into Odin's funeral ceremony. As for how Odin died? Of course, he was angry. Loki took out a PS4 and a portable screen as big as the PS4 from his belt space. He snapped his fingers at Thor and said, "Give me some electricity." Thor manipulated a stable lightning ball with precision and said, "You brought this with you to Asgard." After Loki connected all the line sockets, he plugged the wire socket into the lightning ball and turned it on. "I originally thought I would go to Kimardaki to avoid the limelight. I have to find some entertainment when I'm bored." Loki handed a PS4 controller to Thor. "Will you come to play Street Fighter V?" Thor smiled and said, "I've played this on Earth. I'm a master." Loki, haha. An hour later. Thor's eyes were red, his hands were shaking, and his facial muscles were constantly twisted, as if he was being tortured. Along with the sound of KO, perfect on the screen, Thor had lost 50 games in a row. This time, He didn't even have the chance to wipe off Li Ji's blood. This was simply a shame. Li Ji yawned in boredom. Weak. Lan is 10 times stronger than you. You still have the nerve to call yourself a master. Thor was about to get angry. He had already stood up and even wanted to summon Thunderhammer. He wanted to smash the PS4 first, and then smash Li Ji. But just as he was about to do it, Loki came in and said, "Thor, Odin wants to see you." Thor snorted and glared at Li Ji. "Wait for me to come back, we will fight to the death." Li Ji watched Thor walk away and waved to Loki, who was still standing by the door. "Do you want to play games?" Loki smiled. 10 minutes later. Li Ji's back was soaked and his hands were shaking. 10 consecutive losses, 10 consecutive losses. All perfect KOs. This is unscientific. Loki yawned in boredom. What's that sentence? Oh, right, weak. The most important thing about playing games is that your mentality must not collapse. I'm not angry, I'm not angry, Li Ji was comforting himself. It took him a long time to calm down. Li Ji looked at Luo Ji sitting next to him, and there was no outsider nearby. He suddenly had a bold idea. He needed to make certain things clear to Luo Ji. Now was not the time to play games, now was the time to talk about business, really not because he couldn't beat Luo Ji. Li Ji, can we add some small conditions to our agreement? Luo Ji glanced at Li Ji. What are you talking about? Li Ji pondered for a moment. Some small things. Because of some accidents, I lied to Tony Stark. I just wanted you to help. This is a harmless lie, just to give some appropriate explanations to something. Luo Ji won 10 games in a row against Li Ji, and all of them were KO perfect, so she was in a good mood. She didn't think too much, because she was the god of lies. Luo Ji said indifferently, "Okay, pray to the god of lies to help complete the lie. Your choice is correct. Tell me what little lie." Luo Ji smiled. Li Ji was overjoyed. Then it's settled. No regrets. Loki smiled. The god of lies will not regret lies. Li Ji continued to be overjoyed. It's a small matter. I just used a small lie to explain the origin of something. Only a small part of it involves you. Loki curled his lips. Go on, what part? I just said that the second princess of Asgard fell in love with me, that's all. Wait, why did you crush my PS4 controller? How did you cut off my PS4? Wait, what are you holding in your hand? Is it the legendary Sword of Truth? Hey. Wait, you said you would help me. The god of lies cannot regret lies. Loki held the Sword of Truth expressionlessly. When I want to kill someone, it has nothing to do with lies. Asgard is really dangerous at every step. Master Ancient One, I want to go back to Earth. Chapter 582 Odin Special, Big Reward for Nightwalkers. Thor was called away by Odin, naturally because Odin had something to ask Thor. Otherwise, he really didn't want to see this greasy-looking son. Earlier, Frigga and Odin had this conversation. Frigga stood behind Odin and rubbed his swollen temples and said, "Have you thought about what to take from the treasury as a reward for that mortal Li Ji?" Odin's temples swelled more and more. I have already shown him the greatest favor by not giving him a motor of tens of millions volts, and a gift. Frigga patted Odin's cheek gently. That's not what I meant, Odin. Li Ji has helped us a lot anyway. The work he arranged and the people he introduced Thor to have really changed Thor's character. He is not as domineering and self-centered as before. For ordinary war gods, perhaps arrogance and fearlessness are not shortcomings, because they have to charge into the front line in battle. But Thor is still our son. He is a member of the royal family of Asgard. He cannot be like ordinary war gods. He needs to learn more tolerance and forbearance. Just like you, although your lightning spear is powerful, you do not rely on force to rule Asgard, do you? Odin took a deep breath, still a little unhappy, but he made Thor so fat, he ruined Thor's image. Frigga was still very reasonable and said, but that can't be blamed entirely on him, right? He was not with Thor at the time. Thor got fat on his own. Did he ask Thor to lose weight later? It was just unsuccessful. What Frigga said was still reasonable. His Phantom Queen had always been his good wife. Odin was thinking about whether to really reward Li Ji. Frigga continued, as the royal family of Asgard, we need to show our magnanimity, otherwise how can we continue to rule the gods' domain and those kingdoms that obey us? Frigga's words convinced Odin, so Odin called Thor over. Odin and Frigga were going to ask Thor what kind of reward Li Ji needed, or what kind of reward was suitable for Li Ji. In Odin's possession, There were all kinds of treasures from Asgard accumulated for countless thousands of years, and any one of them was enough to become a rare treasure in the secular world of the earth. But that would be too insincere. Frigga and Odin discussed giving Loki a special one. So Thor walked into Odin's bedroom and listened quietly to what his parents said. He frowned. You still want to give this guy a reward? Frigga patted her queen's throne. Thor, pay attention to your image. You are the prince of Asgard. Although Thor was electrocuted by Odin since he was a child, Thor was not so afraid of Odin. On the contrary, he was more afraid of his mother Frigga. So after Frigga spoke, Thor could only mutter, but did not dare to refute. Odin tried his best not to let his eyes stay on his fat son. He tried his best not to have emotions and asked, in terms of the days you spend with Loki, what do you think he needs most? Weapons, armor or treasures? Huh? Give this guy magic weapons and treasures? Thor was unhappy about this for many reasons. First, he dared to flirt with his sister, Loki. This is just a joke. I was almost beaten to death by Loki. Second, he dared to hide himself when he lost his divine power. Third, he dared to abuse himself 50 times in a row in the game just now. New hatred and old hatred added together, how can it be tolerated? But Thor couldn't say that he would not give anything, because Frigga said that this was a question about the attitude of the royal family. So Thor held his chubby cheek with one hand and thought, and the fat fell from the gap between his fingers. After a while, he thought, he is a chef. Odin was a little confused. What? Odin thought he had heard it wrong. Thor said confidently, yes, he is a chef. He said that his greatest wish in life is to not have to manage things one day, and then open a restaurant. Huh? Odin and Frigga fell into long thought. Frigga, should I give him a kitchen knife? Odin, wouldn't it be too stingy? Frigga held her forehead and said, what about a cutting board? Odin suddenly clapped his hands. Oh, I remember. Many years ago, when I was fighting in the endless sea, I went to some other dimensions. In one of the dimensions, chefs were the highest combat power, and the treasure of their world seemed to be kitchen utensils. Later, I brought back the most powerful set of kitchen utensils in their world as a souvenir. Frigga nodded and said, so these kitchen utensils are very powerful. Odin thought for a while, because he didn't remember it very clearly after thousands of years. He finally shook his head and said, it's just like that. It's like the elves and the Vanaheim gods have blessed the eternal magic circle. These kitchen utensils have some characteristics that regular kitchen utensils don't have. For example, the knife can help keep seafood fresh. It's not a great ability. But the people in the world regard them as treasures and call them legendary kitchen utensils. That's all. Odin didn't think much of these things. If it weren't for the specialties brought by tourism, he wouldn't usually bring these things back. As for where he threw this set of souvenirs into the treasury, he almost forgot. He would double it by then. Frigga thought it was a bit stingy to only give a set of kitchen utensils. Isn't it not good for us to give out a set of antique kitchen utensils that are thousands of years old? Should we add something else? Thor suddenly interrupted and said, by the way, he also runs a food truck stall. When he is under a lot of pressure, he will go to open a food truck. He said that this is a way to relieve stress. Odin stroked his beard and whispered, food truck? Stress relief? What a weirdo. Frigga smiled and glanced at her husband. There are so many normal people, but they are just normal, nothing to brag about. Isn't the Ancient One also a weirdo? Most of the people he likes are the same as himself. Odin smiled and waved his hand to let Thor leave. He had already thought of what kind of reward he should give Loki. After Thor left, he looked at his queen and asked, what do you think a dining cart should look like? Frigga stood up and stretched her waist. It should be similar to those fruit stalls in the square. Sometimes people push small wooden carts to sell food such as barbecue and sausages. Thor forgot to explain that there is a difference between the dining carts on Earth and those in Asgard. But did he really forget? Only he knows this question. When Thor returned to his independent Thunder Palace from Odin's palace in a happy mood, he was stunned. Because what the machine saw was devastated. The raging fire burned the originally white walls black, and the fierce wind blew the flowers, plants and trees in the courtyard into a mess. Large patches of frost changed the molecular structure of some areas of the palace. Thor has seen these abilities. These are the abilities of the 10 Commandments. The further he walked in, the more shocking it was. The dragon-head dragon specimen he brought back from the endless sea was burned to ashes. He fought for this trophy for 3 days and 3 nights. The dark claw of Finrigel that he brought back from the evil mire. It took him 2 days and 2 nights to defeat the beast and finally remove its claw. Now the claw has been completely destroyed and its atomic structure has become an ice crystal. There is also the dragon head fire gold, the lightning scales of the thunder bear and the thunder dragon, and, in a word, everything is destroyed. And who is the culprit? It is his sister Loki and Li Ji, who was just unknowingly tricked by him. Their fight in the Thunder God Palace ruined everything. What are you doing? Thor was on the verge of anger. His Thor's hammer was already in place, and he even transformed into combat form, the thinner one. Half of Li Ji's eyebrows were burned by Loki's flames. He only had one eyebrow and said in a funny way, "We are exchanging martial arts." Do you believe it? Loki glanced at Li Ji, then at Thor. Humph. She just walked away. Now Thor focused on Li Ji. Li Ji put away the 10 rings gloves. The previous battle almost drained all the energy in his body. He didn't feel the anger of Thor at all. He walked to the side of Thor and said, "Why are you so serious? Be happy and laugh. You should be happy." Thor was going crazy. "You demolished my palace, and you still want me to smile and be happy." Li Ji said calmly, "Look, it was your sister who started this fight. You can see how cruelly she beat me, and you know how much she hates me. So the thing you are most worried about will not happen. Your sister can't fall in love with me." Thor suddenly paused. Really? Li Ji, really? Thor was thinking about the relationship. When he came to his senses, Li Ji had disappeared, leaving only a mess of Thor's palace. I have only seen Alaska demolishing other people's homes, but when have I ever seen Alaska's home being demolished? This is called the law of karma. Many things in this world have their own cause and effect. You will always have to pay for what you have done to others. In the foundry of Asgard, there are many skilled craftsmen from the dwarf kingdom. Today they received a special task. It was a decree from Odin, the king of the gods. He wanted the dwarves to build a cart with solid metal. Yes, it was exactly the same as the cart selling fruits and sausages in the square outside. Chapter 583 Loki. For various reasons, Loki did not have her own independent palace in Asgard. Frigga only built a luxurious courtyard behind the main palace of Odin and Frigga. But she did not have a separate palace for the god of thunder like Thor. Because opening a palace independently is a signal, just like letting the prince set up an independent palace in the East Palace in traditional Chinese culture. This is to let the future heir cultivate his own connections. For example, Thor has 4 knights headed by Sif, who are the 4 most outstanding martial gods among the younger generation of Asgard. Loki did not have the qualifications to open a palace, and the reasons were very complicated. For example, she was a woman. For example, she was the second child, and so on. But it was not until she went to the Elf Kingdom to participate in this war that she understood the root of everything. Because she has the blood of the frost giants in her body. She is not the biological daughter of Odin and Frigga. In terms of blood, she is only Odin's niece. Because her mother is Odin's sister, she married Laufey in order to appease the riot of the frost giants. At that time, Asgard was in trouble. The old king was seriously ill and the new king had not yet ascended the throne. The eldest brother Jormungandr and the second brother Odin were both eligible to inherit the throne. At that time, the old king entrusted his eldest son Jormungandr, the famous Midgard serpent among the 9 realms, not Odin, the god of lightning and war. There was a secret that made the entire god realm keep it a secret, and no one knew what happened at that time. All records began with the Midgard serpent becoming furious and ruling the 9 realms in a brutal way. In order to stop his brother, Odin went deep into the dark world and searched for the last fountain of wisdom under the world tree in the hope of finding a way to defeat Jormungandr. Then, because of Jormungandr's rule, many weak kingdoms sheltering in Asgard were dissatisfied, and some kingdoms in the 9 worlds that obeyed Asgard also began to be dissatisfied. The spark of an uprising began to break out. Odin, the second prince of Asgard, returned from the dark world and was blind in one eye. But he said he found a way to deal with the Midgard serpent. So Odin began to gather people, and those who were willing to obey his orders gathered together. The war began. But no one expected that the scale of the war would be so huge. More than 3,000 years ago, the war swept across the entire kingdom of the gods. The participants were not just the 2 factions of Asgard. The war was so extensive that almost all the kingdoms of the gods participated in the war. In the end, there was a great turmoil that lasted for 100 years. The entire Asgard or other kingdoms of the gods were involved in a protracted war. The flames of this war spread throughout the 9 realms, and even on Earth there were some branch battlefields. This war has also been recorded in human history. Some are called the War of the Gods, some are recorded as Ragnarok or the War of God Slaughter, or it is called the War of the Gods. In short, this was the most serious blow to the gods after their rapid expansion, and the mythological era that the original Atrium dimension was in was wiped out. Countless gods spent tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, to establish various human kingdoms of gods in the Atrium dimension by donating faith, and all of them were destroyed. The universe was filled with grief, and the mythological era experienced the most important turning point since then. Because of the fall of many gods in this war of gods, the 5 most powerful kingdoms of gods, Daoding, Lingshan, Heaven, Olympus, and Asgard, began to decline. And many small kingdoms of gods were even directly crushed by Jormungandr and his believers. From then on, the turning point of history began to shift from the mythological era to the faithless era. Except for some important nodes controlled by the kingdom of gods and the only remaining kingdom of gods on Earth, many kingdoms of gods gave up the rule of marginal areas, such as the Earth, because of the significant weakening of their strength. The place where the Earth is located is a desolate and remote place in the world of the courtyard, where there are almost no resources worth looking at. And the population is not dense. More than 3,000 years ago, there were not many kingdoms of gods who invested resources here. The gods helped the creatures survive and reproduce in places with harsh conditions, and then the creatures paid their faith. This is a fair transaction, which is the principle of equivalent transaction that cannot be violated in the laws of the universe. But the Earth was too barren at that time, especially after the War of Gods. Everyone gave up this place, but Odin, who was still young at the time, did one thing. He left Jormungandr's weapon, a giant hammer, on Earth. Asgard is the kingdom of God that has the deepest communication with the Earth. After all the kingdoms of God left the Earth, the warriors of Asgard often walked on the Earth until the rise of the great wizard Merlin 1,000 years ago. Of course, Odin seemed to have won this war of the gods. He led Asgard to create a glorious era. Under his rule, the kingdom of Asgard was at least the most powerful among the many kingdoms of God in terms of military force. But this was not without cost. In the weak period just after the end of the War of the Gods, the Frost Giants attacked Asgard. The Frost Giants led by Laufey conquered cities and plundered land all the way, and Asgard was in danger. Finally, Loki's mother Elena stood up. She is a goddess who is proficient in mental magic, and most of Loki's extraordinary attainments in mental magic are inherited from her. Elena cast mental magic, making Laufey fall in love with her, and the Frost Giants withdrew their troops. The condition was that Elena married Laufey. Everything that happened afterwards could be explained. Odin had a mortal feud with the Frost Giants because of his sister and because Asgard was ravaged by the Frost Giants. And after this trip to the Elf Kingdom, Loki met her biological father, Laufey, the leader of the Frost Giants, for the first time. He told Loki everything. That was the last time Loki met Laufey before leaving the Elf Kingdom. Laufey was sitting cross-legged in the crack between the 2 dimensions and relied on his cosmic energy to forcibly stabilize the space. Your mother thought I was under her mental magic? The Frost Giant's mind is more determined than she could imagine. I really fell in love with her. The days with her are very happy. You look a lot like your mother. Laufey looked into Loki's eyes. I can't let you get hurt. You need to grow up and ascend to the highest throne in Asgard. Only in this way can your life be guaranteed. I will pave the way for you with the corpses of Frost Giants and Dark Elves. Even Malekith, leader of the Dark Elves, can't stop me. Loki tried to keep her tone calm. If I don't do anything to make Odin suspicious, I will give up everything and just be his daughter, and he won't do anything to me. He and Frigga love me very much. Laufey shook his head. You don't understand, Loki. The War of the Gods more than 3,000 years ago has never ended. Do you think the giant snake Jormungandr is dead? No. He roared softly. He said, when I return, the last twilight of the gods will begin. Only a few people heard this, and I was one of them. Odin obtained the fountain of wisdom and thought that everything was under control. But is it so easy for the serpent that set off the frenzy of the 9 realms to die? The day he returns will be the end of Asgard. I don't care at all whether Asgard is destroyed or not. It would be best if everyone died. But you alone cannot die. As the second princess of Asgard, the serpent will not let you go. You need to do more, even if it is to save your life. You have to kill him before Jormungandr comes back. Odin defeated Thanos and seized his Infinity Gauntlet. It is impossible to make another Infinity Gauntlet of this kind. Lao Fei quietly narrated various secrets. Only when you have the right to open Odin's treasury and get the Infinity Gauntlet, then find a way to gather the Infinity Gems, because the Infinity Gems cannot be used directly. When you have collected at least 4 or more Infinity Gems, you will be able to destroy the serpent. Lao Fei looked at Loki quietly. I don't believe in Odin. He is old and slow now. He still thinks he is the young man who just drank the fountain of wisdom. I won't allow you to hold your life in his hands. I think you should know what to do. Loki didn't reply to Lao Fei's words. She just sighed softly. Because she was holding the Sword of Truth, she knew that Lao Fei didn't say anything false, otherwise the Sword of Truth would have warned her. And now when Loki stood in her own courtyard, looking at the prosperous Asgard, the sound of music kept coming. That was the triumphal celebration that had not yet ended. The air was filled with a faint aroma of mead and wine. That was the grand banquet prepared by the court for her triumphant return. Loki held the Sword of Truth and looked at the bedroom of Odin and Frigga, then looked at the direction of Thor's Thunder Palace. She shook her head and said, maybe sometimes ignorance is the happiest. I call myself smart, but how much of my intelligence is great? How much of my intelligence is small? Sometimes people make certain choices not because of their own desires, but because of something deeper. Some responsibilities that cannot be avoided. You may not succeed if you work hard, but you can be very relaxed if you don't work hard. But are you willing? Some things always have to be given a try. Chapter 584, The Hero in the Dining Car. Just as Loki was preparing for the future of herself and Asgard, Odin and Thor once again had a conflict. The cause of the conflict was simple. Thor said that he would return to Earth with Loki after the matter was over. Have you forgotten that is your homeland? Odin was really angry this time. When he was really angry, he was not so angry, but questioned Thor in a low voice. I know, Asgard. Father. Thor knelt on one knee in front of Odin. But the Earth is equally important to me. Asgard is where I was born and raised, but Earth is where I understand the meaning of life. Both places are equally important to me. Odin sat on the throne and looked down at Thor below. But are you willing to abandon Asgard for the Earth? Thor immediately said, I have not abandoned Asgard. If my hometown is in danger, I will rush back as soon as possible. But Asgard is so powerful, it has the protection of Odin, the king of gods, and has powerful war gods. Even without me, Thor, Loki can still perform my duties well. Compared to Asgard, the Earth needs me more. Ha! Odin was so angry that he laughed. The Earth needs you? If the Ancient One is happy, he can throw you into the abyss of the universe with one hand, and maybe I won't be able to find you. Thor shook his head firmly. That's different, Father. You left the giant serpent's weapon on the Earth. He didn't really die, right? Remember the fable? Only the god of thunder from Asgard can kill the giant serpent. Now you have relinquished the position of the god of thunder and become the king of gods. I am the god of thunder from Asgard. I am a god, and I have an obligation to shoulder my responsibilities. The 7 billion creatures on Earth should not become food for the giant serpent. Thor looked at Odin and said. Odin snorted, with me and the Ancient One here, how much of a role do you think you can play? Fables are just fables, and even if I step down as the god of thunder, don't forget who is the strongest controller of thunder and lightning in the 9 realms. Even the old pervert on Mount Olympus can't be compared with me, let alone you. Don't worry about those fictitious prophecies, they were not even made by the prophets of Asgard. Would you rather believe an unreliable rumor than believe your father? Everything is under the control of the Ancient One and I. Odin's words did not dispel Thor's concerns. He still said, but the Ancient One is old after all. If he were 100 years younger, the two of you would be invincible together. But Father, time will change a lot of things. For the sake of the Earth and Asgard, please allow me to stay on Earth and become the patron saint of the Earth. There is one thing in Thor's character that is difficult to change no matter what, and that is the stubbornness hidden deep in his heart. If he is determined about something, no one can pull him back. In the past, this kind of stubbornness was considered arrogant when applied to an arrogant person. But when this kind of stubbornness is applied to a person who is more modest and tolerant, it becomes a kind of perseverance. When Odin and Thor were talking, Frigga and Loki were listening quietly in the harem. Frigga shook her head and said to Loki, your brother is too stubborn. Odin has his own plans and intentions. There are some things that cannot be fully revealed. Loki shook her head and did not comment on this. She just said softly, "Sometimes stubbornness is a good thing, and sometimes stubbornness can hurt people. But even if Thor knows he will get hurt, he will sometimes force his way in. The god of thunder is too resolute." Frigga touched Loki's black hair. "Only people with this kind of personality can be the god of thunder." Loki curled her lips and said something in her heart, "But even now, Thor has not been able to master the thunder of destruction." Instead, she saw that kind of purple lightning on a mortal. Loki changed the subject. "I heard that you are going to give Loki a cart and a set of kitchen utensils." Frigga nodded. "Yes, this is the most suitable gift for him, as your brother said." Loki smiled. "Do we need to add something special to this cart to make it look different? At least we can't just give a cart that can be seen everywhere, right? That would be too cheap for the royal family of Asgard." Frigga smiled. "What do you think?" Loki thought for a while. There are indeed some good ideas. In the foundry of Asgard, the master craftsman of the dwarf tribe, Lerniel, was holding the drawings given by Loki with some doubts. This is a dwarf with a beautiful red beard, strong and skilled. After looking at the drawings, he said, "Do we really want to do this? It's just a cart. It's already a waste for Odin to let us make it with Euro metal. I heard that this is just a dining cart for selling food. We are still processing it." In fact, Lerniel's doubts and confusion are not unreasonable. Euro alloy is a specialty metal of Asgard. The output of this metal is not high, but it is extremely strong, with poor plasticity and elasticity. It is not suitable for making sharp weapons. For example, weapons such as long swords are not made of Euro. But it is very suitable for making shields and offensive blunt weapons. For example, hammers and axes, which is why most Asgard warriors use these two weapons. Because the Euro alloy refined by adding a small amount of Euro metal is stronger than ordinary metals. Although it is not sharp, it is strong and durable, and has good enchantment properties. Just like Thor's thunder hammer can accommodate the power of a star, there are naturally various reasons for the blessing of great powers, but the Euro alloy itself is also indispensable for its solidity and easy enchantment. It is already luxurious to use Euro alloy with a purity of 165% to build a cart, but now the Asgard has added additional configurations. A defensive array, combined with the characteristics of Euro metal, can make this dining car a tortoise shell. Loki needs to provide energy himself. A space shuttle array allows this dining cart to have the ability to shuttle through space, also self-supplied energy. The water purification array, wind array, and fire array are easy to understand. This is a dining cart, so you need to cook. But why do you need to cast a constant traceless extension spell inside the dining cart to expand the internal space? To put more ingredients? And why do you need to cast a zooming spell on this dining cart? To make it easier to carry? Aren't carts pushed around? Do you have to put them in your pocket? Especially the thunder seal of Asgard that Loki noted at the end. This seal is basically the same as the thunder seal of Thor. Loki said it was to mark this gift, and the owner of this cart also has the power of thunder. Lerniel thought it was useless. Could it be used to pretend to be Thor? But Loki said he was going to do it. Oh, and there was also a set of kitchen utensils that Odin brought over, which was said to be legendary. Although I couldn't understand the names on those kitchen utensils, the arrays on these things were a bit luxurious for kitchen utensils. A slicing knife that can restore the ingredients that have lost their freshness to their best condition as long as it is cut. A bone knife that can instantly purify the smell and odor of flying beasts. A stew pot that can instantly cook the ingredients put in. A copper utensil that can instantly soak dry goods to the best state. A jar that can instantly cut the ingredients into the shape you want, including shredding, slicing, cutting, etc. A small storage room, about 0.5 x 0.5 x 1 meter in size, that can keep the ingredients fresh for 50 years. Finally, there are two special woks. Any ingredients thrown in can maintain the best heat and get the best wok gas. Such a set of legendary kitchen utensils, coupled with such a magical cart, this is the gift from Asgard to Loki. Although the master craftsman Lerniel prefers to forge weapons or armor, he still made this task very seriously. He still needs to find companions from the Vanir and the elves to help enchant. When this dining car appears in the world, there will be no more dining cars in the world. The Asgard dining car can handle 350 servings of food per minute. Washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, and cooking are all done in a flash, making him a hero among food trucks. P.S. Loki's ultimate food truck will be released soon, and a new galaxy legend is about to begin. So, Where are your tickets? Chapter 585 Why not try driving? Loki's life in Asgard was not very pleasant. To be precise, it was quite boring. Because Thor was guarding against the possibility of his own contact with Loki like a thief, especially going out to Asgard together was impossible. Please, I don't have so many thoughts about your sister, okay? Although the female version of Loki is very beautiful, every time I see her, the first thing I think of is not how beautiful she is, but Tom Hiddleston, the actor of Loki in the previous life. Whenever I see Loki, Loki will think of Tom Hiddleston and the scene where Tom Hiddleston was beaten like a sandbag by Banner Hulk. Please, every time I think of the man with an extremely high hairline, so high that even the crown can't cover it, Loki has lost all interest in Loki, okay? This has nothing to do with how beautiful she is. Loki really wants to say to Thor, look, you don't have to worry about your sister, because I always think of another person when I see her, you can be completely relieved. But Loki can't say that, because if he says that, Thor and Loki will definitely join forces to kill him. Because although Loki is not obvious on the surface, she is a goddess who loves beauty in her heart. If you say that seeing her reminds you of a middle-aged man with a tendency to baldness, please, no matter what you say, you can't save your life. Look at how luxurious Loki's life is. She uses gems as mirrors and golden wool as carpets. She wears no less than 5 artifacts when she goes out. Although she doesn't have a flying goat like Thor, she always rides in a carriage pulled by 4 Pegasus horses. This kind of woman is not easy to deal with at first glance, especially when she has an ambition that is not inferior to any male emperor. Do you want to seduce her? Haha. It is more realistic to wait until the queen ascends the throne one day and starts to recruit concubines and select men from all over the world to fill her harem, and pray that you have the chance to be selected. So for this or that reason, Loki basically has few opportunities to walk out of the palace. Because Thor was confined by Odin, he couldn't ask Loki to be his guide. Asgardians don't speak English or other human languages. Only a few gods who came into contact with Loki learned English. If you go out, you are blind and can't communicate at all. Even Valkyria is avoiding Loki because she thinks he is a scumbag. Thor's incident almost put her at risk of being sent to the gallows. If it is not necessary, it is better to stay away from Loki. So Loki can only be bored and dazed in the palace. Because the PS4 was destroyed by Loki, life became more and more boring. In fact, Loki wanted to leave a long time ago. Anyway, it seemed that there was nothing to do. But Loki still came and said to him, wait a moment, Asgard has a very important gift for you. Loki was counting the fish in the fish pond in the inner courtyard of the palace. When he heard Loki's words, he said without raising his head, why? What is it? Loki explained casually, because you helped Thor lift the Thunderhammer, this is a reward for you. As for what it is, I can only say that it is an item that is very suitable for your status. Loki raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did he feel that he heard something bad from Loki's mouth? Loki shook his head, let's not talk about this. I still want to congratulate you on defeating the Dark Elves. It is said that it is an unprecedented victory, and there are many prisoners. Loki nodded proudly, yes, and thousands of Dark Elf prisoners were captured. No one is more suitable than them to deal with some dark attribute items, and they happen to be the laborers that Asgard urgently needs. Loki nodded to Loki, I hope you haven't forgotten our agreement. Loki shook her head, I don't lie to the sword of truth. When you are ready, I can call up less than 1,000 Dark Elf prisoners at any time, so that you can successfully complete your plan. For Loki's subsequent plans, Loki's trust is also very important. Loki nodded. For him, this is the best news since he came to Asgard. But now is not a good time to introduce Dark Elves. He still needs to wait for a while. At this time, Katie's mutant country has just started its diplomatic offensive in secret. Captain Steve Rogers was only proposed by Iron Man to become the leader of SWORD, but it has not yet taken shape. Latveria suddenly stopped its war, and Wakanda stepped out of Black Africa and onto the UN stage for the first time. The Brotherhood of Mutants and Hydra were fighting each other privately, and their brains were almost coming out. Professor Bruce Banner had just joined the Avengers of SHIELD, and had already met with Daniel Iron Fist. The two had begun to discuss the super high-speed rail plan. The Horizon Fund also began to intervene in this matter. There were other miscellaneous things that were in a preparation stage. Introducing the Dark Elves at this time would only be counterproductive. Because of the sudden appearance of the Mandarin, Li Ji completed a considerable part of the pre-design in a more controllable way, so the Dark Elf introduction plan had been regarded as a backhand. He would not release these things if it was not necessary. Even if they were to be released, they would be used when the time was right and under certain specific conditions. Now, in addition to those things that had to be done step by step, Li Ji felt that he needed to increase his strength. It was good enough to have brushed 5,000 reputation points in the other world before. He decided not to repair the gap so quickly next time, but to go to another world to play as soy sauce, and do some things to show his saintliness in front of others to help himself gain prestige. However, how to attract other people's attention as quickly as possible and gain reputation requires careful consideration. Li Ji thinks that he should get a set of high-end things or equipment to attract attention. So before Loki left, Li Ji finally asked with some curiosity, Asgard's gift should not be stingy, right? Loki smiled and said, of course not, it is guaranteed to be very generous and very dazzling. Li Ji nodded with satisfaction, that's good. Time flies, and the gift for Li Ji is ready. It's time to give it to him. After receiving the gift, Li Ji is ready to return to Earth, and Thor is also ready to go to Earth with him. He finally persuaded Odin to let him go to Earth as the patron saint. I don't know how much effort Frigga and Loki have put into this. The gift handover ceremony was very simple. There was no need for Odin or Frigga to come forward for such a matter. Just hand it over to Thor, because in various senses, Li Ji was the one who changed Thor. It was more meaningful for Thor to hand the gift over to Li Ji in person. Before going to the Rainbow Bridge together, Thor and Loki led Li Ji to the backyard of the palace. A group of things whose specific images were covered by white cloth stood in the yard. Thor was a little excited. This is a gift from Asgard to you. I came up with the idea, and I think it is very suitable for you. Loki nodded. I also came up with some ideas. I think this gift is unique. I am afraid that you will not find the same thing in any dimension of the 9 worlds. Li Ji's spirit was lifted. After all, it was Asgard. The move was extraordinary. Loki had just casually given him a quasi-artifact level thunder sword. This time it was Odin who made the move. How could he be more stingy than his own daughter? Thor patted Li Ji on the back. Go and open it to see your gift. Thor smiled. Li Ji was a little excited. This year's work was not in vain. Although there were dangers everywhere in Asgard, he was almost killed by Odin, then by Loki, and finally by Thor. But if he could get a divine weapon, it would not be in vain. Li Ji excitedly lifted the white cloth on the item, and the gift from Asgard appeared directly in front of him. This is a rectangular block with a length of about 1.5 meters, a width of about 0.7 meters, and a height of about 1 meter. Adhering to the simple and unpretentious characteristics of Asgard, this cube has a gray outer body, which is made of Uru alloy. There are 2 extended handles on one side of the rectangular block, which look easy to hold. Under the rectangular block are 4 12-inch alloy wheels made of Uru alloy. The master craftsman Leonir also used Fire Dragon oil and Thunder Dragon oil for lubrication, ensuring smoothness during pushing, and it can be used for 500 years without changing the lubricant. There are also 2 doors on the front of the rectangular block on one side, which looks like it can be used to store things. And there are 6 grooves dug out on the top of the rectangular block. Although there are complicated magic circles engraved in the grooves, it is obvious from the size of the grooves that they are used to store pots or similar things. Li Ji touched his chin and thought for a long time. He seemed to have seen something similar to this extremely ugly thing. If I remember correctly, I saw it at the entrance of a school in China in my previous life. Although the materials are different, they should have a common name, hand-push snack carts? Thor walked up to Li Ji and patted him on the shoulder. Look, are you satisfied with this gift? I think it suits your ideal very well. What are you still standing here for? Why don't you try driving it? Li Ji turned around and looked at Thor with a murderous look. Your cart is described by the word, driving. Show me how you drive it. The dynamic name for this kind of thing is, pushing a cart. You gave this thing to me, so that I can push this cart everywhere to sell snacks in the future. Loki said indifferently, isn't it good? Maybe there will be a legend about you in the 9 realms because of this. It seems that Loki and her Thors are very eager to see Li Ji pushing a cart. Chapter 586. Although it is embarrassing, I like it. This is a push cart, but it is not a simple push cart. First of all, No one in this world would be so extravagant as to use Uru alloy to build a push cart. Because it is made of Uru alloy, the weight of this food cart is close to more than 900 kilograms. It is almost as heavy as a mini family car, van. Ordinary people can't push this kind of food cart at all. But Lee Ji's pure physical strength is close to 3 tons. Although he can compete with Peter Parker or Luke Cage in strength, he still has internal energy. It's okay to push this small food cart. In addition, have you seen any food cart that doesn't connect to water or stoves, and relies entirely on magic arrays to cook? In addition, there are defensive arrays, and the defensive characteristics of Uru alloy allow this food cart to withstand fierce attacks. There is also a Thor's seal that can provide electricity for the food cart and can also be used as a means of attack when necessary. In addition to the space formation for shuttle, there is also a set of legendary kitchen utensils. This is not just a small pushcart, it is the Rolls-Royce of dining cars. Loki helped Lee Ji explain the special features of this dining car. Loki, there is also a traceless stretching spell inside the car body, which makes the storage space inside the car larger than what you can actually see. Do you see this small pull ring outside the car? Loki pulled it, and just like a transformer, various metal parts popped out from both sides of the car body, and 4 iron pillars stretched out from the 4 corners of the dining car. Finally, those popped out parts and 4 supporting corners form the rainproof roof of this dining car, as well as a sign without a name yet. Loki clapped her hands, and I also took into account the rain shelter and signboard for you. The rain shelter is also made of Uru alloy. Even if it rains lava from the sky, it cannot penetrate the rain shelter. The signboard can use its own energy to write the name at will, and it can be wiped. The signboard is embedded with a color-changing and dazzling array, with 1080 colors to choose from. With a dazzling array, you can make a unique signboard. Lee Ji looked constipated. You made this thing so high-end that I thought Optimus Prime was coming out. In the end, after all this time, you only made a rain shelter and a signboard? Not to mention the rain shelter, at least it sounds powerful, but this signboard? 1080 colors plus dazzling light, are you sure it's not a marquee sign at the door of a late-night crayfish restaurant? I can find a sign-making shop to make this thing for a few hundred yuan. Why do you need such a high-end thing as a magic array? Lee Ji was really speechless. He felt that his brain circuit was not enough and his thinking was not jumping enough. He found that he couldn't keep up with these Asgardians at all. So after explaining to Lee Ji, Thor patted Lee Ji on the shoulder again. So, why don't you try to drive it? This cart looks like a cart, but because it has various magic arrays, it can be driven to a certain extent. But this way of driving is too shameful. Under Loki's instruction, Lee Ji held his hands on the handlebars of the 2 carts. He asked with some shame, do you have to use such a shameful way to activate the magic array in this cart? Loki nodded, at least the spaceflight magic array must be like this. As for how to activate this magic array, it is the same as when you activate the thunder knife, using your own energy as the primer. The magic array will be transformed. It is easier to activate flight, but it is more difficult to activate space shuttle. It takes a certain amount of training, but as long as you succeed once or twice, I believe you should be able to remember it. So under Loki's simple instruction, Lee Ji started to drive the cart. To be honest, he felt that flying with a thunder blade was already ugly, and now flying with the cart was even uglier. But to be honest, you asked Lee Ji if he wanted to learn to control this cart? Of course he did. Although it seems a bit weird from various angles, this food cart is actually very practical. Super strong turtle defense, the flight speed is close to Mach 10, long distances can be directly teleported, and the teleportation distance is determined by the user's energy. Lee Ji has always wanted to learn the magic of space shuttle, but Guyi commented, you want to learn? Give up, it's impossible, you don't have the talent, it's better not to waste time. I see that your thunder power and the masculine power of Buddhist cultivation are well cultivated. Or continue on this path. The extremely yang and strong Buddhist cultivation is very suitable for you, come on. Magic is not suitable for you. At that time, Lee Ji looked at Guyi's appearance and smiled on the surface, but in his heart can I curse? For Lee Ji, now there is a prop that can shuttle through space at will, how can he not use it? How can he bear not to use it? So today in Asgard, there was such a strange scene. Above the palace, there was an earthling pushing a rectangular trolley flying around. The flying speed was very fast, and he was doing all kinds of difficult turning movements in the air. and from time to time, lightning power was emitted from the car. After getting familiar with flying, Li Ji began to experiment with Space Shuttle. With the help of the array, Space Shuttle was no longer a dream for Li Ji. First, start with short-distance shuttle, and the initial distance was set at 100 meters. When Li Ji gradually became familiar with it, he expanded the distance to several kilometers. It would be bad to enlarge it, because Asgard itself was not familiar with it. Who knows if it would take some legendary royal family to obtain the Forbidden Land. If you accidentally shuttle to Odin's treasure house, then you will make money, then you will be in big trouble. So it's better not to experiment in Asgard. There are plenty of opportunities to experiment on Earth and other worlds. According to Li Ji's own calculation, if he uses the space array to shuttle, it will consume about 1/10 of his energy once it is opened in units of 100,000 kilometers. If I use up my energy, I can teleport over 1,000,000 kilometers. This will eliminate the problem of my short range. At least I can easily go back and forth from the Earth to the Moon, and I still have some space. The distance between the Earth and the Moon is 384,000 kilometers. To be honest, although it is really embarrassing to push a cart, Li Ji is very addicted to it and feels very happy. After Li Ji had enough fun, he opened the space inside the cart. The interior space of the cart body with a constant traceless extension spell is very large, much larger than it looks on the outside. It looks like a small cart on the outside, but the internal space is equivalent to a bus that can accommodate 60 people. The legendary kitchen utensils given by Odin were placed in a corner. Although he did not explain to Li Ji what these things are and what they are used for. But Li Ji immediately knew the extraordinariness of these things after he got them. When he held the kitchen knife and the legendary kitchen utensils, he noticed that there were 3 small characters written in traditional Chinese small seal script on it, Yongling knife. Because of learning the knowledge of Kamarteki, Li Ji was forced to learn traditional official script, small seal script, Old English and ancient Sanskrit. This was mentioned when Lan first handed over various learning materials to Li Ji. Li Ji suddenly felt that this name was very familiar, just like the familiar name of a chef named Liu from Kunlun mentioned by Captain Rogers last time. Is it really the same as what he guessed? Li Ji felt that he would go to Kunlun to find out if he had the chance, and if he had the chance, he would compete with a certain chef named Liu. Compared with boxing and kicking skills, Li Ji cares more about the cooking skills. Li Ji took out a full set of legendary kitchen utensils, and then sighed to the sky, although this singer card is shameful and ugly. At the same time, some functions are fancy and redundant. Hehe. Thor was a little dissatisfied with Li Ji's belittling of this car. This was made by the most outstanding craftsmen in Asgard, and it was completed by the magic circle masters of the Vanahuman elves. Although it is not good looking, it is something that took a lot of effort to make. Li Ji continued to sigh, although this thing is ugly, it's hard to look at, and you have to push it by hand, which is so tacky. But I like it. Well, I really can't suppress my liking for it. Li Ji said to Thor, hurry up and let Heimdall open the Rainbow Bridge, and we will return to Earth. Thor, is it necessary to be so anxious? Li Ji's hands holding the 2 kitchen knives began to tremble. My kitchen knives are thirsty. When Li Ji and Thor returned to Earth again, Li Ji took out his mobile phone and sent messages to his friends. Are you ready for a feast? The Li family's special feast has been upgraded again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587, The Problem of Replenishing Blood and Mana. For a chef, sometimes a set of handy tools is the best gift. Especially when this set of tools is unique and has a special use. Although Odin gave Li Ji this set of carts and legendary kitchen utensils, it was a bit embarrassing, but in another way it was very much in line with Li Ji's own heart. Especially the legendary kitchen utensils. This reminded him of a cartoon he had watched before, which seemed to have this set of legendary kitchen utensils. It was said that the dishes made by the 8 sets of kitchen utensils could make people immortal. However, after Li Ji returned to Earth, he first went home to try to use the legendary kitchen utensils to cook a meal for his family. The Yongling knife was used to cook seafood, and the holy demon copperware was used to soak dried goods. The Zhuanglong pot instantly cooked the Buddha jumps over the wall, which originally needed to be stewed for 7,749 hours to really taste good. I don't know who stipulated it. Anyway, the Buddha jumps over the wall dish is either 3 days and 3 nights, or 7,749 hours, 2 jade dragon pots, one for cooking and the other for frying. The birds and animals processed by Luoluo knife have no peculiar smell, and the freshness and sweetness of the ingredients themselves are brought to the extreme. For this family dinner, Li Ji chose his own rented small villa and called his family, Peter's family, Harry and Mary all over. Of course, there are also 2 residents who have been living in Li Ji's villa, Lan and Thor. Because of the rotating dragon pot, many dishes that need to be stewed for a long time can be completed in an instant. So the bright red braised lamb chops need to spend a lot of time soaking dry goods, and then the seafood Buddha jumps over the wall that needs to be simmered for 7,749 hours. And braised beef tongue? These dishes can be prepared and made calmly. In addition, the dry fried lobster is improved from the Sichuan dry fried shrimp balls. In order to meet the taste habits of North America, this dish removes the spicy and pixin bean paste, and changes to heavy and sweet and sour taste. There is also the lamb spine made from fresh black goats bought from XLGL in Inner Mongolia. Li Ji can now push the dining car through space, and can directly shuttle from the United States to Inner Mongolia. Fresh yak beef bought from the plateau is made into boiled yak. In addition, fighting cocks bought from Japan raises edible fighting cocks, are made into boiled chicken. In addition, some mushrooms bought from northeast China and Yunnan, and some vegetables bought from organic farms. Boiled chicken, boiled beef, braised lamb chops, braised beef tongue, Buddha jumps over the wall, dry fried lobster, braised lamb spine, and braised 3 shreds. Fried spring rolls, fried bean curd skin, and fried squid. In addition, there is a separate pot of chicken bone soup, as well as fried hazel mushrooms, stewed wild delicacies, soup baby cabbage, and blanched kale. Finally, there are 3 desserts to end: coconut rolls, water chestnut cakes, and red bean paste. The last staple food is dumplings. In this way, Li Ji prepared 20 dishes in one go for this large family banquet. Normally, it is difficult for him to prepare so many hard dishes by himself, and even if he is now skilled in cooking and has the physique of a superhero, he cannot finish it in one day. But with the legendary kitchen utensils, which can be called cheating props, excluding the time of buying vegetables, he only took less than an hour to cook all 20 dishes. To be precise, he finished all 20 dishes in 40 minutes. It was so fast that even he couldn't believe it. So when several families came to Li Ji's villa, they almost couldn't believe it. Li Ji's family of 4, Peter's family of 3, Harry's family of 2, plus Lan and Thor, a total of 11 people suddenly felt that they had no idea where to start when facing 20 dishes. Ben Parker looked at Li Ji with some doubts. "Jason, how long does it take you to prepare these dishes? I'm afraid you'll be busy all afternoon." Aunt May is a complicated cook at home. She knows how troublesome it is to prepare such a big banquet. "I'm afraid it will take a whole day." Li Ji's grandfather Li Rong runs a restaurant. He knows that some of the hard dishes need to be prepared 1 or 2 days in advance, so Li Rong asked, "Did you get stimulated? I'm afraid you have to prepare the ingredients for these dishes 3 days in advance." Li Ji shook his head and said, "It's just that I'm itching for a while." And the fact is that he was just itching for a while. Li Ji's father, Lian, was talking to his mother, Jia Li, and they glanced at Lan, who was sitting next to Li Ji. Lian showed a relieved smile on his face. However, Jia Li reminded him not to make his expression too obvious, which would be bad for his son. Peter, Harry and Mary had already started eating, but the 3 young people didn't have so many ideas. It was just that the 3 of them were completely stunned when they just took a bite of the dish. "Oh my God! What am I eating? Is this lamb?" Mary said in disbelief after taking a bite of the braised lamb chops. "Why is it so delicious?" After being roasted in the rotating dragon pot, the texture of the lamb chops is still there, and there is a slight sense of meat fiber in the mouth. However, as long as it is in contact with saliva for a long time, it will begin to decompose. Just sip your lips lightly, and the whole piece of lamb will instantly melt in your mouth. The sweet and milky lamb flavor fills the whole mouth. Peter and Harry ate dry fried lobster. After Peter finished eating, his eyes were wide open, as if he would burst at any time. Harry, on the other hand, had nothing else to say except giving Li Ji a thumbs up, because the 2 of them couldn't stop eating. The dry fried lobster cooked in the yulong pot was always in the most perfect state of heat and temperature, and the seafood processed by the Yongling knife could increase the freshness and sweetness of the seafood. It made ordinary ingredients even better, and with Li Ji's skilled knife skills and his extraordinary cooking skills, the two young people couldn't stop eating this dish. Seeing the reactions of the three people, others were also a little curious about whether Li Ji's dishes were so delicious. Although everyone knew that his cooking skills were very good, everyone couldn't stop eating once they started. Even the older Ben Parker and Li Rong, whose digestive abilities were not as good as those of young people, now seemed to have the same appetite as young people. Li Ji looked at the two older people eating like this, and was really worried that they would eat their stomachs badly. But the two didn't care at all. Thor was chewing a chicken leg. He suddenly regretted that Odin gave this set of kitchenware to Li Ji, because he knew that although these dishes had Li Ji's cooking skills, at least 50% of them were made by the legendary kitchenware. Lan had always been elegant and ladylike when eating, but now she seemed to have thrown away her idle burden and was also desperately moving her chopsticks. The legendary kitchenware was really good and powerful. Li Ji could only sigh silently. What he wanted to know most was whether the human body would be improved after eating the dishes made with the legendary kitchenware. Our mortality seemed a bit exaggerated, but it would be great if there was a certain improvement. Because when using the legendary kitchenware, Li Ji clearly felt that these kitchenware were absorbing the energy overflowing from his body, and then integrating this energy into the ingredients. Perhaps this is the biggest secret of the legendary kitchenware. They transform the invisible cosmic energy into ingredients so that ordinary people can absorb it. After all, not everyone can practice martial arts or magic, and not everyone can successfully mutate. But the setting that eating can make you stronger is a bit too much. But this can also explain why the legendary kitchen utensils are so important. Li Ji vaguely remembered that the world of Chinese master Ichiban, where the legendary kitchen utensils were located, was a world of medium-level martial arts close to high-level martial arts. You know, the group of chefs in that world were already extremely powerful. For example, relying on their own martial arts to forcibly ignite the entire Yangtze River and then make a grilled fish. Anyway, Paul, who has the fire talent, can never do this level. Any chef who makes beef noodles can carry the weight of 2 cows, nearly 2 tons, and can also throw them dozens of meters into the sky, and then fly up. Dismember the beef before the cow hits the ground. If this person is thrown into the world of the legend of the 2 dragons of the Tang dynasty, he is probably also a first-class swordsman. That is a world where people use internal strength and supernatural powers to cook. Speaking of which, Li Ji used to yearn for it. After everyone finished eating, Aunt May complained to Ben Parker, "Ben, you seem to have eaten too much just now. You will not be able to sleep again when you go home tonight," saying that your stomach is full and uncomfortable. Ben Parker has a chronic stomach problem, and his stomach will be uncomfortable if he eats too much. But this time, Ben patted his stomach in surprise. "It's really strange, May. I don't feel uncomfortable in my stomach at all. On the contrary, I feel warm and my stomach is more comfortable than ever before. It seems that my stomach problem has been cured." Li Ji's grandfather Li Rong was also a little surprised, because he was old and his blood circulation was not smooth. If he ate too much food in one meal, the blood would be concentrated in the stomach to help digestion, then Li Rong would quickly feel sleepy and want to sleep. So Li Rong usually eats very little at night, because if he goes to bed after eating, he will wake up in the middle of the night, which is too uncomfortable. But this time, after eating, he was surprised to find that he didn't feel sleepy at all, but felt a little energetic. The acid reflux phenomenon that is easy to occur after eating did not occur. Just like Ben, he felt warm and comfortable in his stomach. In fact, everyone can feel that the body feels very comfortable after eating this meal. There is no burden on the body after eating too much food. Instead, it feels a lot more relaxed. Of course, the weaker the physique, the more it feels. For example, Ben and Li Rong. People with strong physiques basically don't feel anything, just like Harry. He didn't feel anything, just thought it was delicious. But Harry's fiancée Mary felt very good, because she happened to be feeling unwell in the past few days. After eating Li Ji's meal, she felt that all the uncomfortable symptoms disappeared. This is simply amazing. Li Ji has no doubts about whether the legendary kitchen utensils can help people improve their physique. Just relying on the energy that escapes unconsciously can help ordinary people so much. If you increase the output of energy, will it push the food to another level? Even become a tonic? Li Ji still remembers that some online games he played have similar settings, such as eating a roast chicken to continuously restore blood for 30 seconds, 20 health points per second, etc. It seems that I am also very talented in this area. Not only can I be a damage outputter of lightning, but I can also make some blood and mana replenishing food and put it in the spirit storage when necessary. When I have no blood and mana, I can eat a supplement. In this way, I can store energy as food at ordinary times, and eat it back when I need energy replenishment. In this way, I can solve the energy endurance problem that has always been a headache for me. Li Ji gave himself a thumbs up. After all, I am as smart as me. When Li Ji was proudly accepting everyone's praise for his cooking skills, he suddenly glanced at the ball diagonally opposite. No. There is an important bug here. People's appetite is limited, and it is impossible to eat all the time. Especially if you eat too much, wouldn't you become the second generation of ball? Li Ji suddenly felt a deep malice from the world. Chapter 588 Parker Factor. After Li Ji's family dinner, Harry, Peter and Li Ji's 3 friends gathered together and chatted in low voices. I know you are a good cook, but today's dishes cannot be explained by good cooking skills. After eating, although it is so weak that it is difficult to describe, I do feel that there is some special energy in today's food. Peter said this. Because of the spider sense, he is more sensitive to some subtle feelings. Although those energies are so weak that they can be ignored for him. And everyone seems to be much better after eating. Even Uncle Ben's stomach disease has not recurred. Peter was a little curious. Harry also said, yes, Mary has her period these 2 days and has no appetite at all. She just told me that she feels much better now. Let me ask you if you added any herbs to the dishes, or made medicinal food or something like that. Li Ji waved his hand and whispered, no, I just used some special kitchen utensils. Then he talked about the legendary kitchen utensils he had obtained. I have a suspicion that this set of kitchenware can actually be used for a great purpose. Converting energy into food ingredients, and then being absorbed by ordinary people. The energy conversion involved here is probably not that simple. Li Ji said, touching his chin. What do you think, if I put all my energy into making dishes at once, and then let people eat them, will they get the same strong energy as me? Li Ji did have this guess. Harry thought for a while and said, it shouldn't be possible. The conversion of energy requires a carrier. You didn't use much energy this time, so you can put in these ordinary ingredients. But if you put in a lot of energy, how much energy can these ordinary ingredients absorb? Is there an upper limit? Li Ji nodded. What Harry said made sense. Peter also followed Harry's thoughts and continued, there are some problems here, that is, the problem of absorption and digestion. We know that the human body cannot absorb 100% of the energy contained in the food we eat, and a considerable part of it is excreted by us. So if you want to use this method to become as strong as you, it may not work. And even if you eat the special ingredients you made, I think it will improve your physical fitness. If there is more energy, it may accumulate in the body and form energy storage. But this should be an external intervention, not something you have. Once it is consumed, it should be gone. Unless you keep supplying this special energy food to someone, otherwise people who have not practiced your skills will only have one-time energy, even if they have it. Li Ji had thought about what Peter said before, but he was going to find someone to verify it, or do some experiments. But he didn't plan to do it on this Earth, because it was already very chaotic here. This kind of experiment should be put in another alien world, if there is a place similar to the Earth civilization in the alien world. Li Ji thought to himself that maybe he could become someone else's golden finger or grandfather or something. Imagine a genius who was kicked out of the family and became a vagrant on the street. He walked to a food truck because he was too hungry. The owner of the food truck handed him a meat bun and said, young man, I see that you have amazing bones. After you eat this bun, the task of protecting world peace will be handed over to you. So the genius ate the big meat bun under hunger. The incredible power contained in the meat bun helped the genius to change his muscles and cleanse his marrow. It turned out that this genius was a good candidate for cultivation because of his amazing bones, but he was born with blocked meridians in his body, so he could not cultivate. After eating this special meat bun, his meridians were instantly opened by powerful energy, and then his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. In 3 months, he achieved a small success that shocked those who originally looked down on him. Although he had entered the hall in half a year, he was able to fight on equal terms with the disciples of the Big Sex in a martial arts meeting. After a year, he was already a powerful figure in one side, and within 3 years, he became a hegemon. And the origin of all this was a bun. So the statue of a hawker with a card was quietly erected in the Genius Martial Arts Academy. Because of the gratitude of the supreme being of a world, the owner of a certain dining cart also gained a huge amount of reputation. Well, Li Ji was thinking deeply, and he felt that this was feasible. He might really go to another world to try to do this. While Li Ji was thinking about these things, Harry suddenly mentioned another thing that was of concern. Dr. Strange has temporarily resigned. He has given up both the work in the hospital and the consulting work of the Osborn Group. Harry looked a little confused when he said this. Li Ji asked, has he found a better job? He didn't have a good impression of Strange. Harry shook his head. This is the most surprising thing. He didn't do it for job hopping or high salary. In fact, doctors at his level have already reached the top. Unless he wins the Nobel Prize in Medicine, there is not much honor or special position that can attract him. In fact, he joined the Osborn Group as a consultant, probably to take further honors with limb regeneration technology. But this time he didn't do it for these. He joined Doctors Without Borders. He decided to work for Doctors Without Borders for 2 years and then come back to New York. Harry was still a little confused when he said this. Li Ji opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Why did Strange want to work for Doctors Without Borders? There is no salary, and they are all volunteers in some countries with backward medical care. His change is a bit abrupt. But the complexity of human nature makes it impossible for Li Ji to evaluate whether Strange's behavior is good or bad. He can only say that maybe something has changed him. Li Ji suddenly thought of something, and he glanced at Thor. At the banquet tonight, Peter seemed more silent than usual. Li Ji looked at Peter curiously. Are you unhappy today? Are you still upset about Gwen and Brian? Peter smiled. Maybe. I did think a lot after talking to you that day. I am not tall, handsome or strong. Even if it weren't for the help of you two, I would still be a poor guy and even bullied at school. Gwen was able to like me at that time. I really think she is an angel given to me by God, but I made the angel sad and let her leave me. Peter shook his head. I'm just thinking, I need to do something. Harry and Li Ji looked at Peter and suddenly felt that he seemed to be a little mature. The Horizon Foundation, a scientific investment foundation established by Tony Stark, or the Illuminati. The original purpose was to study cosmic sociology and cosmic politics, so as to pave the way for the future of the Illuminati. But the Horizon Foundation also invests in various useful scientific research, or novel concepts with certain feasibility. Peter Parker is 18 years old this year. For the first time in 18 years, he dressed up in a suit and tie, and spent a few days preparing for today. Because just as he said, he was going to do something. For example, apply for a large amount of research funding to complete his own research. Peter sat in the reception room, his hands and feet a little stiff. He secretly encouraged himself, you can do it, Peter Parker. You can't always rely on Jason and Harry, you have to rely on yourself. Do you remember your research plan? You have called it, Parker Factor, you can do it. P.S. I didn't want to write it all because of the heat, I wanted to go to sleep, but I ended up writing the second update. Forget it, ask for a vote. My leave was in vain. Chapter 589 Iron Man and Spider-Man. Scientific research is a very expensive thing. The most expensive types of research definitely include basic scientific research and cutting-edge scientific research. There is no doubt that the investment-return ratio of these two types of research is quite disproportionate. There is no need to say much about basic science. Almost all of them are national-level strategic projects. Few private entrepreneurs are willing to spend a lot of money on this aspect because basic science is slow to show results and long-term investment may not bring much return. And cutting-edge conceptual science is another hole that burns money. Because this kind of scientific investment can easily become a trap of drawing cakes. Maybe you can gain fame and fortune after a successful investment, and become an advanced technology that changes the world. But more likely, after investing tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars, the result is nothing. Scientists have not found anything valuable, and the investors' funds have been wasted, and not even a wave can be seen. What Peter Parker is studying now has more or less advantages in this aspect. Parker Factor, this is a discovery named after Peter Parker himself. The discovery here is a bit tortuous, and it has to start with Norman Osborn's inhumane experiment. Because of the genetic disease of the Osborn family, Norman made a deal with the devil and extended his life. He had to make a suitable gene antidote within a limited time. So hundreds or even thousands of lives were pushed into an endless abyss by him. Peter still remembered the inhumane test scenes of the Osborn group that he and Lee G saw. Those innocent people who were tortured by the drug and were no longer human, originally came to the Osborn group to seek help. In the end, they became Norman's test subjects. See the previous article for details. In these experiments, because of stealing some information from the Osborn group, Lee G and Peter knew one thing. That is, Norman was very concerned about the key Mr. P, and Peter knew very well that Mr. P, as Norman called him, was referring to himself. In the end, Norman died because of various things, but the gene drug was also made through countless human life experiments. Harry was cured and his physique was improved. From the perspective of physical fitness alone, he has reached the peak of human beings, similar to the existence of Captain America. But this was accumulated by countless people with their lives. Lee G and Peter agreed that this matter must be kept secret and no one would mention it to Harry. If he knew that his life was exchanged for the lives of hundreds or thousands of people, could this sunny boy accept it? It's too hard to say. But Peter has been keeping a watchful eye ever since, mainly because he is somewhat curious about why Norman thinks he is the key Mr. P. Is there something special about his body? After becoming Spider-Man, Peter has been looking for similar answers. He is not a mutant, so why can he mutate so easily? And what do his parents do? The notes his father left him were the main basis for him to help Dr. Connor improve the genetic medicine. So what secrets are hidden in his body? Is there anything that his parents have not told him? Peter Parker has many doubts, but he cannot simply confide in others. Because this also involves the secrets of another friend, and even the secrets of his own life experience, which is a very private matter, even Lee G and his uncle's family cannot tell. So the little spider began to secretly experiment privately, hoping to find out what is different in his body. One by one, the calculation formulas and the calculation manuscripts filled the basement of his home. He has obtained the right to use the entire basement from Uncle Ben, and he needs a place to do some experiments. As for Spider-Man's royalties, apart from the part donated to the foundation to help others, he only kept his college expenses and a small amount of pocket money. Most of the rest was invested in purchasing various equipment. Peter told Uncle Ben that these equipment or old equipment discarded by the Osborn group and were given to him for free. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars is a lot of money for an average family life, but it is a drop in the bucket for scientific research. Even the equipment purchased is not very good. This made Peter's research slow to make much progress. Apart from having a better understanding of the special spider gene, he did not get much useful things. Until an accident in the Night Watch base. Remember the symbiote that Lee G peeled off from the Green Goblin mask left by Norman Osborn? It was locked up by Lee G in the laboratory of the Night Watch base, and studied by Barbara the Mockingbird. She was originally a trusted agent planted by Nick the Cyclops, and is currently under the jurisdiction of Frank the Punisher. The black symbiote was named Venom by Lee G. From its flowing form like water and its occasional threatening movements, it deserves the name of Venom. This symbiote is an alternative life form, and it also needs to eat to survive. And its food is quite special. It can absorb some radiation energy and store it as food. So in order to facilitate its feeding and research, Frank found some radioactive minerals. Every once in a while, feed Venom some radioactive minerals to ensure that it will not die, but it can't be too strong. That time, Peter Parker was on duty in the base, and he fed Venom a small piece of radioactive ore. But an accident happened. Venom, which was lying in the culture dish like mud, suddenly became full of energy when it met Peter. The black Venom flew to Peter, and it wanted to possess Peter. Damn it! Peter cursed, and then quickly began to peel off the symbiote venom that was stuck to his body like asphalt. Buzz! A high-frequency noise sounded, and Mike, a former SWAT member, appeared behind Peter with a special audio player. Hearing this special sound wave, Venom was like meeting a natural enemy. The black body turned into a painful face, and finally retreated from Peter's body like a tide. This is the biggest weakness of Venom that has been discovered after studying it for so long. It is particularly resistant to sound waves of a certain frequency band. Mike pulled Peter, who was almost possessed, up and asked, "Are you okay?" Peter checked his body and said, "It should be fine." Originally, there was no other problem with this incident, and Peter and Mike did not tell anyone about it. But after Peter returned home, he found a black mark on his uniform. It was the tissue left by Venom, which seemed to have lost its activity. And it was this tissue that made Peter's research, which had been suspended, have a new development. In the genetic experiment, he tried to merge his own genes with the genes of venom, and a superactive factor was born. This factor has a very high ability to imitate and learn, and is very active. What does a gene factor with learning ability represent? Human learning ability is a very complex process, from babbling to learning to use utensils to eat, to recognizing words, and then to learning basic culture. A person's life is a long learning process. We are constantly learning about the environment around us to enrich ourselves. This kind of learning is partly conscious, but more often unconscious. For example, when we first learned our mother tongue, although some of it came from our parents' teachings, it was more of a kind of osmosis. Another example is unscrewing the cap of a mineral water bottle. There is no need for anyone to teach you. Many people may know how to open the cap when they get a mineral water bottle for the first time. This is because everyone has seen countless people do this. This is a subconscious learning. Even the seemingly unconscious sitting and standing postures. All of this comes from subconscious learning. However, the knowledge in this world is vast and boundless. Many people can hardly be outstanding in a certain field even if they spend their entire lives. There are only so many geniuses in the world. But what if the genes in the body are born with an advantage in learning? If you can remember 1/10 or 1/12 of the contents of a book when you unconsciously flip through it, how much can you learn in your life? This is one of the special features of this Parker factor, and the other is the superactivity of the Parker factor. What kind of changes will this activity bring to human genes? Super physical fitness? Super strength? Or super recovery? Peter didn't know, because the areas involved above were beyond his reach. Because the objective conditions of his research equipment were here, the laboratory converted from the basement could no longer satisfy him. In the reception room, Peter Parker used the front camera of his mobile phone to check his appearance. He felt that his 3-7 hairstyle with hairspray seemed a little messy, and he wanted to fix it. By the way, he also had to tidy up his collar. Because the collar of the newly bought shirt and suit was a little uncomfortable on his neck, he just moved his head when the door of the reception room was pushed open. A beautiful woman with golden hair sat at the door. Next, Peter Parker. Peter immediately packed up all the things he had just taken out, and he followed the woman. The beautiful woman led the way and said without turning her head, "You only have 3 minutes, Mr. Parker. If you can't express your ideas within the time, you have to make an appointment for the next time." Peter was a little confused. What? Not 20 minutes? I checked the review standards of the Horizon Foundation before, and the first preliminary interview review is 20 minutes. The blonde woman turned around and smiled at him, because the person who will be reviewing today is Tony Stark. As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed open the door of the office in front of her. Although Peter Parker has met Iron Man Tony Stark in various places, this time is completely different. Before, Spider-Man met Iron Man, or Iron Man met Spider-Man, Tony is not Iron Man now, and Peter is not Spider-Man. The man with a beautiful beard opposite will be a difficult challenge for him this time. When Peter just walked into this room, Tony had already pressed the countdown timer in front of him. "You have 3 minutes to present your ideas, young man," Tony said seriously. "My time is very valuable. If you don't have an invention or idea that can change the world, you'd better quit now." Peter was confused by what Tony said. Tony may seem unskillful at times, but when he's serious, he shows the aura of a world-class billionaire and scientist. Peter was almost speechless. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, 39 seconds, 38 seconds. Tony was counting down to Peter, 20 seconds. "If you have nothing to say, you can leave now, kid." Peter just came to his senses. "Wait a minute, I have a discovery, a peculiar factor. I named it the Parker factor. It has the ability to imitate and learn and is highly active. I can only cultivate a small amount of this factor in the laboratory at present, but I want to know whether this factor is universal in the world and whether it can open another window for mankind." Tony looked at the timer. 1 minute and 15 seconds, 14 seconds, 13 seconds. Peter began to speed up. "I know there is a view among mutants, that is, mutants are the future of human evolution. Because of the X gene, because of various special abilities. But mutant genes have all kinds of uncertainties and are very unstable. We all know that some mutants are strong, some are weak, and some mutants' abilities can even be described as cruel lifelong diseases. Coupled with the uncontrollable outbreak factors during the period of awakening of superpowers, All of this is of no benefit to our world. At this point, Peter suddenly became louder and more excited. He no longer cared about his image. As a science geek, Peter had already fallen into his own world. What if this new factor is more stable, and can even merge with the X gene? Parker factor is extremely inclusive, so can we get inspiration for a new evolutionary direction? Peter Parker had already thrown himself into it. A friend of mine, Lee, said that our world will enter the cosmic age, and this time will not go back too far. The Horizon Foundation is studying cosmic sociology and cosmic politics, but why haven't you considered studying cosmic human biology? This is a great era. The times are changing, life is changing. Why don't we change together? I need money, a lot of money, Mr. Tony. I need a new laboratory, I need enough experimental equipment. I need a lot, maybe tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. When he said this, Peter Parker's cheeks were already red, not because of shyness, but because of the excitement. He is a young man, an 18-year-old young man, an 18-year-old young man with a head full of all kinds of tricks to change the world. He stared at Tony and said, "You just asked if there is an invention that can change the world? Does mine count?" Tony glanced at the countdown timer in front of him, and said indifferently, "You are 3 minutes over time, kid." Oh. Peter was choked by Tony's words and couldn't speak. "Then I'm sorry, Mr. Stark." He thought his speech didn't impress Tony. When Peter was about to go out, Tony called him from behind. "Wait, kid, do you have time to have lunch with me?" Peter heard that this was a good opportunity. Tony continued, "If you are free, come with me. It just so happens that another friend of mine recently got a set of amazing kitchen utensils and is showing off his cooking skills everywhere. I think you will like his cooking." Huh? Peter felt that why did he know the person Tony was talking about? Lee, who was picking ingredients all over the world with Lan and preparing to start his first trip to sell food in another world, pretending to be cool, sneezed. He rubbed his nose. "Is someone talking about my handsomeness behind my back again?" Peter has never met or communicated with Tony with his real identity. This is the first time the two have communicated in their normal identities. Chapter 590? Another New York in the 1960s. Chapter 26? Another New York in the 1960s. In the black and white world, a figure was running in a panic. He was panting heavily, and the vertical striped suit on his body looked very retro and the kind of clothing in old American movies in the 1950s and 1960s. The running man was also wearing a bowler hat, which is relatively rare in the 21st century. Or at least, except for the elderly or those who participated in activities such as Retro Fashion Week, few people would choose such an old-fashioned hat. The person who ran away was called Wade, an ordinary white man in his 40s, with no outstanding features in his appearance. He was an ordinary person who could not be found in any outstanding way, even if thrown into the crowd. Wade was just being chased by a man who is crazy, a weirdo, wearing a strange iron mask. He looked like a news robber on TV, and Wade was scared and turned around and ran away. When he was about to take a shortcut to avoid the masked weirdo, he suddenly stepped into this black and white world. This place is so strange. Is this New York? Why is there no color in the world? Why are there so many strange cars running on the road? Wade wanted to find a passerby on the street to ask about his doubts. Sir, hello. Wade asked the passerby, but no one in the crowd paid any attention to him. He felt that he needed to grab a person's shoulder and ask, but his hand went straight through the person's body. This? Wade was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what happened. Did he die? What was left now was his soul, otherwise how could he explain what was happening now? Just as Wade was in a daze, a strong and powerful hand grabbed Wade's shoulder, and a strange male voice came from behind. "You should go back, this is not the place you should come to." Wade felt a heavy blow to his neck, and then fainted. The one who knocked Wade unconscious was naturally Lee. He was patrolling in the half-dimensional space as usual. When he just found a gap in the space dimension, he was thinking about whether he should go to another small dimension to have a look. The man in a striped suit rushed out from the other side of the dimension, and Lee did not stop him immediately. Instead, he made a moderate observation of him. From various characteristics, Lee could be sure that this was a human. Whether it was physiological characteristics or various reactions, as well as the fact that he spoke, Lee confirmed that the other dimension should be a world close to the civilization of the Earth. Carrying weight on his shoulders, Li Ji decided to go to another dimension to see if there was a chance to brush up his prestige. After setting the coordinates with a guardian pendant, Li Ji put weight on a busy roadside and input a stream of energy into him. It was estimated that he would wake up in half a minute. After suffering a heavy blow from Li Ji just now, this person would probably have a short-term amnesia. And the gap of the dimensional fragment will move with time, not fixed in the same place, so Li Ji is not worried that Wade will be able to find the gap of the dimension again after waking up. Of course, the movement of this gap is also the main reason why Li Ji uses the pendant for positioning. And now Li Ji has the opportunity to look at this world. It looks like a big city on Earth, but it has another temperament. Dim street lights stand on both sides of the road, and the orange-yellow light has a warm taste. But in the places without lights, the doorways of those buildings are like the huge mouths of monsters that are ready to devour people. A towering building stands tall, dominating the sky above the city. There are no lights of the tall buildings that Li Ji is familiar with, neither landscape lights nor warning lights. Their image in the night sky makes people unconsciously think of the legendary medieval wizard tower. Li Ji walked on the road, wearing a gray sweater. He was not conspicuous on the street, but his clothes were obviously different from this world. Passers-by on the street at night were in a hurry, and they all looked anxious to go home. Most of them were wearing suits and top hats that Li Ji had only seen in old movies. These people paid some attention to Li Ji in a sweater, but no one stayed on Li Ji for a long time. At most they glanced at him and hurried away. And occasionally a few cars passed by on the street, all of which were old models that could not be older. Some of them were classic models launched by Cadillac in the 1960s that Li Ji recognized. Could this small dimension actually be the Earth on another timeline? Li Ji roughly had his own guess. He passed by a bar that was still open. In this dark night and dimly lit city, this was the only place with some color. Because there was a neon sign at the door of the bar. The color of the city made people feel inexplicably depressed, which made Li Ji feel very uncomfortable. He noticed a poster on the dirty wall of the bar. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe it as a wanted poster. Li Ji had not seen a real wanted poster in real life. He had only seen this kind of thing in movies and animations. Like all movies and TV shows, there was a large portrait of a person in the center of the wanted poster. The entire wanted poster was about 25 x 25 centimeters in size. Wanted poster, New York's most wanted criminal, Nick Fury. Crimes, robbery, first-degree murder, assassination of city government officials. Reward, $20,000. Wanted poster signed, New York City Mayor Wilson Grant Pfister. Note, issued on October 15, 1965. Li Ji was sure that he was not dazzled. The name that appeared in front of him was indeed Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD in his own world, although he was in prison now, but in this world he was a wanted criminal? However, looking at the photo on the wanted poster, Li Ji could not tell that this was Nick Fury at all, because the wanted criminal on the wanted poster was also a one-eyed man, but he was a white man. And Li Ji could be sure that this was indeed New York on Earth in another timeline, another dimension. Just as Li Ji was looking at the wanted poster, a circle of about a dozen people had already surrounded him, with long hair and denim short sleeves. There were various tattoos on their sturdy arms, plus specially grown beards, tight leather pants and pointed leather shoes. The way these people dressed did not look easy to mess with. Boy, this is the territory of our Fiharo gang, and people like you are not welcome here. A person pulled Li Ji's shoulder roughly, wanting to pull him over and teach this guy a lesson. This is an era of serious racial discrimination, even a very dark era. The shirt of the man who pulled Li Ji had the words white supremacy printed on it. Seeing this slogan, we can already know that this group of people has a relationship with certain political parties. The guy who pulled Li Ji was a bearded man, but he didn't pull Li Ji at all. Li Ji looked back at this guy coldly. This was not the dimension he was in, and he didn't mind fighting in this dimension. Just when Li Ji was about to teach the group of people in front of him a lesson, something that looked like an iron tube flew over from a distance and made a rumbling noise. The flying iron barrel was painted a gaudy golden red. Li Ji had good eyesight and could see clearly that this thing was not an iron barrel, but a robot even from a long distance. However, Li Ji, who was used to seeing robots in his previous life, was not used to this robot that suddenly appeared, because this robot had a round body, cylindrical arms and thighs, and an equally round big head. This kind of robot looks very much like the protagonist of the robot cartoons produced in Japan in the 1960s and 1970s, such as Iron Man 28. Give up. This is Iron Man, the defender of justice in New York. Give up. The chubby robot said this in an unpleasant electronic synthesized voice. Leiji, who was just about to teach these guys a lesson, was a little dumbfounded. Wait, what did this spherical machine just say? Iron Man? Is this the Iron Man in this world? If Tony Stark in his own world saw it, would he think it was Solo? Just when Leiji was stunned, the group of gang members who seemed to be not easy to mess with him immediately moved. The big man who had grabbed Leiji's shoulder snorted, "Are you looking for death again? Doesn't this Iron Man know his own weight? Everyone pick up your weapons and kill this guy." The big man waved his hand, and more than a dozen brothers rushed into the bar and then rushed out quickly, holding various weapons in their hands, including assault rifles, shotguns, and Leiji even saw that some assault rifles were hung with grenade launchers. Has this world become so chaotic? Although New York in another world was also chaotic in the 1960s and 1970s, it was not so chaotic that the city center had to use grenade launchers to fight. Leiji did not leave at this time, but stood aside to watch the show. This is Iron Man. Even if it is a different world, it is still Iron Man. Although this iron armor is ugly. But it should be no problem to deal with a group of gangsters with assault rifles. In Leiji's expectant eyes, amid the gunfire of the gangsters, Iron Man lived up to everyone's expectations, and was blown up. Wait, Iron Man was blown up? Exclamation mark. Leiji rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not dazzled. The round iron armor was blown up and turned into a ball of fireworks in the night sky. The gang members who did all this did not think they had done anything great. Most of them just snorted or spit on the ground to express their disdain. The gang leader turned around and saw Leiji, who had not left yet. He chuckled and said, "Are you too scared to walk? I'll send you off in a moment." He pointed the muzzle of his assault rifle at Leiji's head. At this moment, a voice came from a distance, "Stop." And a gunshot followed the words. P.S. Wilson Grant Pfister, the mayor of New York City, has a nickname in the main world called Kingpin. Chapter 591. Anthony Edward Stark. My name is Anthony Edward Stark. A rich man, an inventor, and an amateur part-time hero. At least I think I am a hero, although my old butler Peter Parker never thinks so. But today I am still patrolling the city with the Iron Warrior I invented. This city, this world has too many evils. And I have the obligation to eliminate these evils because of something. Stark Group is a weapons production group. We mainly help the US government to produce various weapons and equipment. My father has made countless contributions to the US government. But he was assassinated in the winter of 1955. I still remember how he was killed. It was a gray and snowy day, the night before Christmas. At that time, I was 12 years old, and my parents were going to buy Christmas gifts for me. As usual, my father got into the car first to warm up the car, and turned on the heater, asking me and my mother to wait until the car was warm before getting in. But the car did not start as usual, but burst into a dazzling orange light, and the noise almost broke my eardrum. The doctor treated me for half a year before I recovered my hearing. When I realized that this was a premeditated explosion, my father was already dead. My mother protected me and I didn't die on the spot. Although I received 6 months of treatment, I survived. But my mother also died in the explosion. But I survived, although I was living like a zombie at that time. Until my new butler Peter Parker came. That was the beginning of all the stories. In the summer of 1956, at Stark Manor in Los Angeles, Anthony sat at the window and looked at the weedy courtyard quietly. His mind didn't know where to fly. When his parents were still there, the garden in the courtyard was always well maintained, but now everything has changed. Anthony is a beautiful boy with brown to black hair, matching big brown eyes and a handsome nose and mouth. The happy boy always went to swim in the swimming pool in the courtyard in the summer, but now the swimming pool is full of moss. Anthony's father Howard Stark has a big company and a legacy that is enough to make all jackhawks excited. This explosion case made many people think that this might be an opportunity to swallow up Howard's legacy. Especially Howard's partner Abate. But Howard left a damn backup plan. He had made a will a long time ago. If he died and his son was too young, his estate would be entrusted to his secretaries for a period of time. At the same time, another estate would take effect. He found a suitable trustee for his son and the estate. Damn it. Abate cursed why Anthony was not also killed on the spot, which made his affairs a little tricky. Stark Manor had been unattended for nearly half a year, but Anthony insisted on returning here after being discharged from the hospital. Abate rubbed his face, trying to make his expression look kind. He put on a smile like an uncle and walked to Anthony and said, "Tony, Anthony's nickname, I think you are more suitable to live with me. I can be your guardian. I have known you for 12 years. I think it is more suitable for you to live in my villa." Stark Manor is no longer habitable. Abate was tall and strong. His huge body of nearly 2 meters made him have to squat down to talk to Anthony, which made him a little uncomfortable. Anthony said without standard, "But my father has chosen a suitable guardian for me." Abate waved his hand, "But it took half a year to find him, Peter Parker? What kind of person did he jump out of? Have you seen him? Have I seen him? I suspect this is a lie made up by your father and the secretarial group. They want to swallow up your father's inheritance." Anthony continued to say expressionlessly, "Don't you want to?" His cold expression did not look like a 12-year-old child at all. Abate was stunned for a moment. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your uncle." Anthony continued, "Did you have someone plant a bomb in my father's car?" Abate was very angry. "Howard is my best friend. You are my nephew, how could I do such a thing?" Anthony turned his HUD from the scenery outside the window and looked at Abate and said, "But that explosion was different, with a special orange light, a smokeless explosion, and a high temperature that could completely melt the frame. This is the new explosive developed by Stark Group, Orange Light." Anthony determined exactly what kind of explosion his father died in. Abate's mouth corners slightly raised. He didn't believe that a 12-year-old child could understand the difference between these explosions. Maybe he saw some documents in Howard's office and put this matter on it. Abate waved his hands impatiently and said, "Tony, you are only 12 years old. Anthony, I developed the orange light." Abate originally wanted to send Anthony away casually, but was shocked by the child's words. "What?" Anthony continued, "Orange light. It was a byproduct of my research on high-energy chemistry in the laboratory when I was 10 years old. I hoped that my father would take our family to travel to Europe that summer, so I made it." Abate looked at Anthony in disbelief. "Do you know what you are talking about?" Anthony did not answer but stared at Abate with his eyes. "So, did you kill my father?" Abate was annoyed by Anthony's stare. He waved his hands impatiently. "What on earth do you want to do, kid? Don't forget your current situation. I am your only reliable guardian now. If you still want to live your previous life well, you'd better be obedient to me." After Abate finished speaking, he wanted to pull Anthony. Just a child, he was almost losing all his patience. If the other party was not a child, maybe he would have chosen to use force, instead of trying to use persuasion. After all, Obadiah and Howard still have some feelings for each other over the years, and he also has some feelings for Anthony, whom he has watched grow up. If Anthony is obedient, Obadiah can make him a rich second generation. But Howard's inheritance is determined. Obadiah is ready to take Anthony away by force and take him back to his villa. He has many ways to educate a disobedient little troublemaker. But Anthony seemed to have determined something. He kept his left hand hidden. Just when both of them were moving, a serious male voice appeared in the room. "I advise you to stop your actions, Mr. Obadiah. Otherwise, I am not sure whether I will use some violent means to make you stop." A man with a height of 1.7 meters and a thin physique walked in. With brown hair, ordinary appearance, standing very straight and dressed very decently, Anthony could not see what this 40-year-old middle-aged man had to challenge Obadiah. After all, it looked like Obadiah could strangle him to death with just one hand. Chapter 592 Anthony Edward Stark. Abate looked at the man who suddenly appeared in the room and seemed very unhappy. At the same time, he was secretly on guard against him. His bodyguards were just for nothing? How could he let this man in casually? "Who are you?" Abate faced the new man head-on, and at the same time, one hand reached behind his back. There was a cold pistol in the area behind his waist, which was hidden by the hem of his clothes. The thin middle-aged man stood up straight and said in a calm tone, "If I were you, I would never choose to fight with someone like me in a room like this." Abate's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this guy saw through his intention to pull out a gun. The middle-aged man pushed his hat and continued, "My name is Peter Parker, and I am the guardian entrusted by Mr. Howard's will. From today on, I will fulfill my guardianship obligations, take care of Anthony's life, and help him supervise Howard's legacy. The thin middle-aged man named Peter Parker took out a legal document and placed it in front of Betty and Anthony. Whether it was quarreling, scolding, or various threats, Obadiah could not make this middle-aged man named Peter Parker bow his head to him. Even the fierce left hook he suddenly threw was easily blocked by this thin man. In the end, Obadiah left here unwillingly. On his way back, he asked all the bodyguards, but no one saw this man named Peter Parker walk into the villa. After Obadiah left, Peter Parker looked at Anthony with a cold face and said seriously, "Hand over the thing in your left hand." Anthony still said with a cold face, "I don't have anything in my left hand." Orange light bomb. I know. Peter Parker did not give Anthony room to defend himself. He directly exposed what Anthony was holding in his hand. I heard Howard mention it. It was an invention made by his amazing son. An invention that makes more people die faster, but he died under his son's invention. What a irony. If Anthony was not mistaken, Peter just had a dissatisfied expression. But Anthony still said firmly, "There's nothing in my left hand." Peter Parker ignored his sophistry. "I know what you want to do. You just wanted to kill a bad. Are you really only 12 years old? Do you know that if you detonate this bomb, you will die?" After saying this, Peter Parker flipped his right hand, and a white spider silk suddenly shot out from a slightly open small hole in his wrist. In the wrist, not relying on the spider silk launcher, the speed of the white spider silk was so fast that before Anthony could react, the thing he had been holding in his hand was taken away by Peter with spider silk. Tisk, it's actually a simple bomb. You used the chemicals in the hospital to prepare it. Peter looked at the simple bomb in his hand and marveled at the hands-on ability of this 12-year-old child. Anthony's simple bomb was taken away, and he protested a little uncomfortably, "You have no right to do this. This is my thing." The child's decibel was particularly high, which made Peter Parker feel a little impatient. He flipped his hand and another spider silk sprayed out, just sealing Anthony's mouth, making him unable to make a sound. "I have the right to do this, kid. From today on, I am your guardian and your housekeeper. If you like to make a fuss, I have 100 ways to shut you up. And this right is given to me by your father." Peter Parker showed a strong attitude towards Anthony Edward Stark. "Under my guardianship, don't expect to have endless candy every day, and don't expect to go out and play whenever you want. Of course, don't expect me to give you much pocket money, and I won't hold your head at night like your mother, calling you Tony Stark affectionately to coax you to go to bed." Anthony felt that the guardian his father chose for him was not a good candidate. Peter didn't care what Anthony thought, he just said to himself, "I'm just doing a favor for an old friend. I'm just here to train you. Train you how to study, how to live, how to dress properly to sleep, how to exercise and some basic fighting skills." Peter regarded Anthony as a little idiot who knew nothing, which made Anthony feel a little trampled on his self-esteem. Anthony finally tore off the spider silk that sealed his mouth after a long effort. Fortunately, Peter did not seal it very thickly, otherwise Anthony would not have had the strength to tear the spider silk apart. After tearing off the spider silk, Anthony gasped heavily, and then stared at Peter Parker with a sharp gaze. "Then can you help my father avenge?" He hummed, and it was not clear what kind of tone this was. Then he said, "I just want to ensure that you can live in this sinful world." "Revenge? We don't even know who killed Howard. What do you think I have been doing in the past 6 months? So you'd better live well, kid." Peter lifted Anthony Stark from the chair and said in a tone that could not be refused, "Go wash your face. In the future, you must respectfully address me as Mr. Parker, otherwise you will be punished. I am not a doting mother. My wife and daughter will be here later. She will take care of your daily life in the future. You'd better respect Mrs. Mary Parker, otherwise. Will I be punished?" "Yes, judging from your behavior, someone needs to teach you what respect means." Peter nodded. In front of Tony Stark, he acted very majestic, like a parent. So that night, Tony Edward Stark, or the rebellious teenager called Tony Stark, met his new family, Mrs. Mary Parker with beautiful red hair, and May Parker, who was the same age as him and also had beautiful red hair. It was the first time that May had seen such a large manor. Although it had not been maintained for the past 6 months, it was still very beautiful. She was holding a plush doll, wearing a floral dress and a bow on her head. The little girl ran to Peter Parker and Peter picked her up. May leaned on Peter's shoulder and asked, "Are we going to live here in the future?" Peter nodded, "Yes, at least 10 years. I promised to do a favor for my friend. May nodded, not quite understanding, and then she saw Anthony Stark, who had just been taught a lesson by Peter. She smiled and asked, "Do we just have to take care of him? He looks the same age as me." "Hello, my name is May Parker, what's your name?" The first half of May's sentence was addressed to Peter, and the second half was to Anthony Stark. Anthony suddenly hesitated, and the courage he had just wanted to die with the enemy who killed his father seemed to have suddenly run out. Finally, he stammered, Anthony Stark. Edward is a middle name, which can usually be omitted." May tilted her head, and her beautiful red hair reflected a hint of dreaminess. "Your name is Tony Stark. P.S. Mary Parker is Mary Jane." May Parker's name originated from Peter's memory of his late Aunt May. Chapter 593, The Weak Iron Man. Whether he is called Anthony Edward Stark or Tony Stark, this young man is not a law-abiding person. This can be seen from the fact that he used the chemicals in the hospital to configure a simple chemical bomb and was ready to die with the enemy who killed his father. This young man has ideas, action, rebellion, and a little paranoid. Peter Parker has been Anthony Stark's guardian since 1956, and has been involved in the daily operations of the Stark Group, becoming the largest shareholder, replacing Howard Stark. Although it is only a temporary contract and the guardianship rights expire in 1966, it still makes many people dissatisfied. However, Peter Parker made it clear, "Don't play if you are unhappy. I am now a major shareholder, agent." This world is very chaotic, as can be seen from Howard's attack. It's not that no one has thought of using some illegal means to deal with Peter Parker. But whether it is looking for gangs or professional killers, these people didn't get things done in the end, but those who did things would die in various accidents soon after. Although no one said it, Peter Parker's name was gradually feared by these people. Peter Parker served as the Guardian for 9 years. During these 9 years, he was like a minister of state who managed the government on behalf of the young monarch. He firmly guarded the legacy left by Howard, but it was not yet time to hand it over to Anthony. Because as mentioned earlier, Anthony was a genius but stubborn young man. Peter Parker saw his rebelliousness and unruliness. Although he tried his best to teach this child, some people's character is naturally difficult to change. Just like the Iron Man he made in his newly bought villa in New York. Peter Parker never thought highly of this kind of thing. The front is made of 300mm average steel plate, and some parts are made of 100mm or 10mm average steel plate. Wear-resistant parts are made of red copper and red copper. The interior uses a micro-internal combustion engine developed by Anthony himself, using Anthony's own oil-hydrogen mixed fuel. The maximum output power is 550 horsepower, which is about the same as a light tank or armored vehicle. It is equipped with a rocket aircraft backpack and two 7.62mm caliber machine guns and a 25mm caliber cannon mounted on the external device. If Lee Ji knew that this was the so-called Iron Man, he would definitely laugh. The iron armor developed by Tony Stark in his own world can probably fight against 1,000 such robots. And because the internal space is filled with homemade internal combustion engines, it is impossible for people to wear and operate this kind of robot. Instead, a remote control handle is used. Through the special signal antenna, Anthony can operate this robot from a few kilometers away. He said that this thing can change the future war situation, and soldiers will not be needed to fight on the battlefield in the future. Just control this Iron Man robot like a remote control car from a few kilometers away. And Anthony swore that this new weapon is particularly suitable for security patrols, especially for security patrols in New York. New York is very chaotic now. All the police go off work at 7 o'clock in the evening. Don't expect them to patrol the streets. Because after 8 o'clock in the evening, if you are still driving a police car and wearing a police uniform, you are likely to be killed directly by a black gun fired from somewhere unknown. This is the New York of this world. In this New York of 1965, the police can only manage the city from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and the rest of the time is handed over to the underground organization. Anthony wants to reverse this situation, but relying on the cowardly police is not enough. But what if the police don't need to go out on patrol at risk, and they only need to remotely control Iron Man in the police station? Would the situation be better? This is Anthony's idea of studying Iron Man. His father died under this lawless atmosphere. He wants to give this city and the gangs of this world a little deterrence. So he painted the first Iron Man in golden red, hoping that this bright color will become a mark in the future, and even make those criminals afraid. and the final result Li Ji saw was that the remote-controlled Iron Man was killed by a dozen gang members with assault rifles and grenade launchers on assault rifles. It didn't even play any role and turned into a ball of fireworks. Because it takes too long for the pure mechanical tradition to fire the weapon, the reaction speed of this Iron Man is too slow. Even though Tony, who was hiding in the distance, had pressed the switch of the remote control, he still didn't react as quickly as humans. It failed to complete the command to fire until it turned into fireworks. Peter Parker's comment was right. With the money to buy such a large steel toy, the New York police would rather buy a few armored vehicles. At least if there is a sturdy armored vehicle or tank, there will still be police willing to patrol. Anthony, who had been hiding in the car, found that the Mk4 Iron Man he had tested had failed again. Yes, he had already studied 3 models before, and this was an improved version of the 4th generation. The young man surrounded outside the bar looked like he was going to die. Anthony cursed inwardly. Is this idiot new to New York? I don't know if people without backgrounds should not go near bars and nightclubs at night, which are all controlled by gangs. Those who can go there are either corrupt officials and police, or people in the gangs and those who are related to the gangs. If he still has a chance to survive, I will educate him well. This is probably because Anthony has been educated by Peter for nearly 10 years, which has caused resentment. Although Anthony cursed inwardly, he still took out a bulletproof vest and helmet from the back seat of his 65 V8 Mustang and put them on himself. He also took out an AK-47 rifle that he modified himself and equipped it with a 100-round drum. Anthony just got out of the car and shouted, "Stop!" But the bearded man who was pointing the gun at Li Ji would not care about an inexplicable voice, especially this shout came from a street accident, hundreds of meters away. Even if Anthony shouted at the top of his lungs, and New York was unusually quiet at night, it became light and fluttering when it reached the ears of the bearded man. Without any hesitation, the bearded man pressed the trigger. The trigger pulled the spring and then drove the firing pin. The firing pin hit the primer of the bullet in the barrel, and the primer exploded instantly. The bullet was pushed along the barrel by the huge energy. If everything went well, it would blow up the young man's head in front of it the moment it left the barrel. But will it be so smooth? The answer is no. Li Ji calmly looked at the bearded man pointing a gun at him. If it was more than a year ago, Li Ji would have been scared in such a situation. But now he found it a little funny. When the bearded man pulled the trigger, Li Ji's hand moved faster than his. Before the bullet came out of the gun, Li Ji had already grasped the barrel and easily changed the direction of the muzzle with a twist. The bullet flew out and hit a gang member on the right side of Li Ji. And the hit part was the chest. Even if it didn't hit the heart, it hit the lung lobe. The blood instantly dyed his shirt red. Li Ji didn't care about killing a person. He killed a lot of people when dealing with various gangs, but later his means of handling incidents became more and more sophisticated, and he didn't need to use such a simple and crude way to solve problems many times. But considering that this group of gang members dared to shoot in New York City and wanted to kill him, Li Ji didn't mind killing here. Anyway, this is not the dimension where he lives, and this world looks extremely chaotic. When the gang member who was shot was kneeling on the ground helplessly holding his chest, the others reacted. The members of the Fihiro gang had already pointed their guns at Li Ji. Used knives or weapons? Anyway, Li Ji didn't need to use them. They were just a group of gang members. Just use fists. Li Ji clenched his fists. He was not going to show mercy. When Anthony heard the gunshot, he quickened his pace. He couldn't tolerate an innocent person dying tragically in front of him. He wanted to rescue him, but when he got closer and closer to the bar, a scene appeared that he would never forget. In the darkness, a person who had been secretly following and protecting Anthony Stark in the darkness also opened his mouth in surprise, because no one had ever seen such a cruel person, or it was not a person, but a beast on Earth. P.S. I was working on the drawings yesterday and today, and there is only one update today. I will finish the drawings today, and there will be 3 updates tomorrow. Please forgive me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594 Tension. Facing the gang members of this dark age, Li Ji would not be polite at all. They dared to use guns on the street blatantly, and they did not look afraid at all. Li Ji had only seen it in movies and TV shows before, similar to The Godfather or The Bund, but those stories usually took place in the 1920s and 1930s, when the situation in the world was very chaotic. By 1965, although the United States had not eliminated the gangs, no gang dared to casually hold the Chicago typewriter and fight on the street like in the 1920s and 1930s. Even in the Marvel universe where I live in this life, there has never been such a scene. Although there are many supervillains in the Marvel world, there are also a considerable number of superheroes. In various aspects, this is a check and balance, allowing the whole world to tend to a state of balance. But it is obvious that the New York of this world is not a good place. In 1965, the public security is still so chaotic and bad. Li Ji suddenly thought of a warm and hospitable Gotham City with simple folk customs. Presumably, the people there are similar to those in New York City, but it's a pity that there is no big black bat flying in the sky, or driving on the road, in the middle of the night. Of course, Li Ji has no interest in acting as the Shadow Knight of New York City in this strange timeline and strange dimension world. Things in the main world have already upset him, because it is the world he lives in after all, and it is inevitable to be timid in doing many things. But here he doesn't have so many scruples, and there is no face for Sheriff George Stacy to take care of. Killing a few gang members, who cares? Anyway, who cares? Who cares? Li Ji himself doesn't care. So the group of Fiharo gang members surrounding Li Ji were in big trouble. For the first time, they understood what humanoid weapons were. Without any weapons, Li Ji's fists tasted the pleasure of beating flesh for the first time. The first unlucky one was the bearded man opposite Li Ji. His shooting just now did not achieve the desired result, but killed one of his own people, which made him very annoyed. Li Ji grabbed the barrel of the bearded man's gun. The bearded man wanted to take it back, but how could Li Ji let him do so? Li Ji's upper limb strength was now enough to bench press a 3-ton weight. For ordinary people, if Li Ji held on to something, it would be like a hydraulic ramming machine, and it would be impossible to take it back with human power. Li Ji pulled the barrel of the gun towards himself, and the bearded man was pulled towards him. Before the bearded man could react, he saw a fist hit his chest straight. Without any tricks or using any energy, Li Ji's physical strength was enough to crush this group of gang members. Even the strength of his muscles was controlled by Li Ji, and he didn't use it to the maximum, because he was afraid that he would accidentally punch a person's chest like the protagonist in the movie, The King of Power. It looked cool in the movie, but Li Ji didn't want to try it at all. What a lunatic, punching a person's chest with one punch, and then having blood and sticky internal organs all over his hands. He is not a pervert. Therefore, Li Ji didn't even use the basic power-generating methods such as waist-horse integration, let alone the power to get up from the ground and then hide a beautiful whip effect. With Li Ji's current strength, 3 tons of upper limb bench press power, if he uses the lever whip effect to send out a solid backhand punch, then the person hit by the punch is no different from being hit head-on by a small truck with a speed of 45 km per hour and a weight of about 5 tons. In this kind of unprotected collision, 99.99% of the people hit will die. Even if Li Ji did not make any adjustments, did not use any power-generating techniques, and just swung his fist once. This still made the bearded man understand what it means to convince people with physics. Li Ji's fist hit the bearded man's chest firmly, and he was like being hit by a large iron hammer weighing dozens of kilograms. The fierce impact instantly shattered his sternum that protected his chest organs. The broken sternum lost its protective function and became an accomplice in destroying itself. Under the strong force, the bone spurs were like sharp little daggers piercing into the lungs and heart, and a considerable part of them were pierced into the stomach and intestines. Cough. The bearded man was hit by Li Ji's punch, and then he coughed loudly, and large mouthfuls of blood and broken internal organs gushed out like free pig waffle. The bearded man covered his mouth, trying to stop it, but it was in vain. His sternum was broken into dozens of pieces by Li Ji just now, and his lungs, stomach, and heart were completely damaged. Even if he was sent to the hospital, it would be too late to rescue him. Li Ji didn't care about the bearded man who was put aside, because other members of the Fiharo gang had already started shooting, but they were too close to Li Ji, and the farthest one was only a dozen meters away. At the place where Li Ji was now, the threat of guns to him was really pitiful. Unless a few kilometers away, thousands of Gauss electromagnetic guns were concentrated to suppress Li Ji with covering firepower, in which case Li Ji would probably draw out his knife and use sky rotation as a defense. But fighting Lee Ji with a gun at this distance is no different from seeking death. At the other end of the street, Anthony, who was wearing a bulletproof vest, a helmet and a rifle, sped up after hearing the gunshot. After Peter Parker's training, his physique was stronger than that of ordinary soldiers. When his eyesight could see everything happening in front of the bar, Anthony was completely stunned. What was the young man in the gray sweater doing? Anthony saw that the gray-clothed man dodged the rain of bullets fired at him with a few flashes, and at the same time approached several members of the Flying Fire gang. He only needed to move his fist slightly, and the other party would fall down and spit out blood. Some people reacted quickly and blocked their rifles in front of their chests, thinking of defending themselves. But the consequence of doing so is often that the wooden and iron rifles are also completely smashed, and then they will continue to be hit by heavy punches in the chest. In front of this person, more than a dozen members of the Flying Fire gang were as fragile as newborn babies, and they were still powerless to fight back even with advanced rifles. At first, Anthony was moving forward quickly, but later his speed became slower and slower, and then he simply stopped. Now Anthony was considering whether to escape, because the 18 members of the Fihiro gang had been easily knocked down by Lee Ji. Anthony could clearly see the miserable state of those guys from 20 or 30 meters away. Although they didn't seem to have any external injuries, they were all spitting blood in large mouthfuls, which was caused by a lot of internal bleeding. The most unlucky guy among them was a guy with a shotgun. He wanted to run over, but was grabbed by the collar by the gray-clothed man, and then fell to the ground like a frozen chicken. With a terrible sound, Anthony suspected that there was not a single bone in this guy's body that was intact. And it took the gray-clothed man in front of him less than 15 seconds to complete all this. Anthony now felt a little scared inexplicably. Although he still had some special equipment on him, he didn't know if it would work. Maybe he shouldn't have rescued this person at all? He regretted his impulse. After Lee Ji threw the last gang member to the ground, he was too lazy to look at the scene. One punch per person was enough. He now focused his attention on a young man who was nearly 30 meters away from him. He was wearing a bulletproof vest and a helmet, and carrying an assault rifle. If Lee Ji was not wrong, this person should be the one who just shouted stop. Looking at the way he was dressed, could he come to help him? Lee Ji had some basic good feelings for this person, and the weak Iron Man robot that just appeared also made him think, could this person be the Iron Man of this world? Although Lee Ji didn't know that he was operating the Iron Man robot by remote control, when the Iron Man exploded just now, Lee Ji clearly saw that there was no occupant inside, which did not rule out the possibility that someone was remotely controlling it. Lee Ji was a little curious whether this person was Tony Stark, so he began to walk towards the man in the bulletproof vest. But Lee Ji's move undoubtedly stimulated Anthony, and he immediately raised his gun and shouted at Lee Ji, You don't come over. Don't move." His voice was a little trembling. P.S. One chapter will be updated in the afternoon, and another chapter will be updated in the evening. There are currently 95 salted fish pits in this salted fish group. Welcome to come and dry your salted fish for 180 days to become high-quality dried salted fish. Contact for salted fish pits. 539,763,655. Chapter 595 Spider-Woman and Preparing to Brush Up Reputation. Anthony was more nervous than ever before, and his hand holding the gun was shaking. Although he always claimed to be a very courageous person, he had never seen anyone who could deal with more than a dozen gang members with automatic weapons so easily. Even his old butler Peter Parker, who he always thought was the strongest, would be a bit troublesome. Although he didn't like his strict discipline, Anthony always thought that Peter was the most powerful person in the world. But the man in front of him obviously overturned his impression of personal force. More than a dozen members of the Fihiro gang who were experienced in using guns were completely knocked down in just 10 seconds. And it seemed that there was almost no possibility of survival. How could Anthony not be nervous? Lee Ji was now walking towards him step by step. It was impossible for Anthony to not be nervous. His hand holding the AK-47 was shaking a little, because this steel-killing weapon could not bring him any sense of security at all. He could only threaten Lee Ji with a gun, "Don't move. Otherwise I will shoot." Lee Ji frowned, as if he had eaten something bad. He pointed at the Fihiro gang members on the ground and said to Anthony, "Do you think the thing in your hand is useful?" Anthony couldn't answer this question. Even the Iron Man Mk4 robot he invented couldn't beat the man in front of him. In fact, Your MK4 can't even beat a gangster, okay? Lee Ji ignored Anthony's constipated expression and continued to walk towards Anthony. I just want to ask a question. Did you make that thing that just called itself Iron Man? Lee Ji wanted to confirm whether this guy was the Iron Man of this world. What do you want to do? Anthony suddenly became nervous and fired a shot at Lee Ji's feet to intimidate him. He was indeed scared by Lee Ji. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and a hole was hid on the asphalt roadside. Several pieces of gravel flew out and almost hit Lee Ji. Anthony stepped back step by step with a gun in hand, trying to keep a safe distance from Lee Ji. Lee Ji was not annoyed, because he could see that Anthony originally wanted to help, but Lee Ji's performance was beyond his expectations. Now Anthony looked a little scared. Lee Ji had to raise his hand and stopped moving forward to show that he had no ill will towards Anthony. Look, I don't have any weapons, and I don't have any ill will towards you. Anthony was still retreating. No weapons? Your fists are enough. Lee Ji, your words seem to make sense. Just when the confrontation between the two seemed a little stiff, Lee Ji suddenly felt a sound of breaking wind behind him, and something flew behind him. Without thinking, Lee Ji dodged the hidden weapon flying from behind. Of course, it is not accurate to describe it as a hidden weapon. Because when Lee Ji dodged, he also saw clearly what the thing that suddenly flew from behind him was: a white spider silk. He often saw this thing, because there was a guy with a high IQ but low EQ next to him who played the swim game in New York City every day with spider silk. Just as Lee Ji was dodging the spider silk, a black figure fell from the sky, swinging on the spider silk at a very fast speed. At the moment Lee Ji dodged, he had already swung to Anthony's side, and then directly blocked his waist, and then relied on inertia and spider silk to escape from here in an instant. Lee Ji did not chase the figure, because there was no need. He was basically sure that this young man was probably the Iron Man of this world, and the one swinging on the spider silk must be Spider-Man. Although he didn't know how the two knew each other, it was certain that there should be superheroes in this world, right? However, Lee Ji still had a question. The black figure that just flashed by, if he was not mistaken, seemed to be a female figure? Could it be that the Spider-Man in this world is a woman? The cold wind at night blew on Anthony's face. Anthony, who was still a little frightened before, now calmed down. He breathed a sigh of relief, and finally he didn't have to deal with that scary guy. But then he felt angry again, because he knew who saved him. The two of them had known each other for nearly 10 years. In various ways, Anthony didn't want her to see him making a fool of himself, and now it was obvious that his performance just now was very embarrassing. Another Iron Man robot was destroyed by someone, and his performance just now must have been very lame or even cowardly. This was not what he wanted to show. Put me down, May. Anthony patted Spider-Man, who was holding his waist and flying in the air with him, or more accurately, Spider-Man, May Parker. This is the child born from Peter Parker's marriage to Mary Jane, and he inherited his father's spider gene, with the same ability to secrete spider silk, spider sense, and super strength and agility. May Parker's dress is different from Spider-Man in the main world. In the dimension of the atrium, Spider-Man Peter Parker wears a bright red and blue uniform. Even in the dark, such a dress is dazzling. But May Parker's dress is very, very low-key, brown and black leather, without any Spider-Man logo, including spider web decorations and spider marks, and the same tight mask. Such a dress can best hide herself in the dark without being discovered. This world is not so peaceful. It was her father, Peter Parker, who suggested that May secretly protect Anthony's safety. May was quite concerned about this friend who grew up with her. Although May and her father Peter were not optimistic about the Iron Man plan, May rarely said anything against or ridiculed like Peter did. Most of the time, she just made sure that this young man who didn't know how to do anything would not kill himself during the experiment. For example, this time, May was already scared to death when she saw Lee Ji's fighting style. She could deal with ordinary gang members, but she would never be so easy and violent. So this time, she didn't listen to Anthony and put him down, but took Anthony all the way to the building of Stark Industries, and didn't put him down until she reached the office on the top floor. In the office, a middle-aged man in his 50s was sitting in an office chair waiting for Anthony's return. Failed again, huh? Peter Parker asked Anthony without raising his head. Anthony, who had just recovered from the previous shock, didn't look very good. He said stubbornly, "It's just that some places need to be improved." "How much does it cost?" Peter Parker interrupted him. "Really?" Anthony looked at Peter Parker. Peter said again, I mean, how much money is needed? Your allowance for this month has already been overspent. And we have already advanced you 2 months' salary. Your current position is only the chief scientist of Stark Group, but this does not mean that you can spend money endlessly. Anthony looked at Peter with a stiff neck. He wanted to argue something. But May Parker, who came back with Anthony, had taken off her headgear, revealing her beautiful red hair and a pretty face that looked 80% like Mary Jane. She stood between the two people who might have a dispute and diverted the topic. I think if you want to quarrel, you can wait a while. Tonight, an unusual person came to New York City, Father. I don't know if he is dangerous to us, or even to deal with you. Many people in the company are already dissatisfied with you. Anthony also remembered the horrible scene he had just seen. Li was too strong. What if he really dealt with Peter? This scene Anthony couldn't imagine. Although he often quarreled with Peter Parker, it was more like a rebellious child who disobeyed his parents' discipline and thus rebelled. But from the heart, after 10 years, Peter Parker has become his family and elder. No matter whether it is Peter or May, he will not feel at ease if there is any problem. So Anthony also forgot the unhappiness just now and immediately said, yes, a very powerful person. Should we prepare, Uncle Parker? The two of them talked about everything they saw at night, and Peter Parker leaned back in silence. Li ignored Anthony and May who were going away, but walked to another quiet neighborhood and opened his guardian pendant. The interior of the pendant is engraved with complicated magic circles, which makes people feel dizzy at a glance. There are also various tiny gear parts, which run as accurately as the most sophisticated mechanical watches. The two most critical readings are space dimension and time latitude. In a sense, space is time. The larger the space, the longer the time. When space tends to be infinite, time also tends to be infinite. Vice versa. The dimension of the main world of the atrium is the broadest dimension, and its universe space is close to infinity, and time is also close to infinity. However, these small dimensions that were torn apart when intersecting with the main dimension are different. Some dimensional universes are very small, and the smaller the universe, the less time. The concept of time itself was invented by humans, and it is not a certain characteristic inherent in the universe. Therefore, the time concept of the main world and the small dimensional world is different, and the speed of time passing is also different. The Guardian Pendant can record the time and space of the main world separately, and can also record the time and space of the three small dimensions at the same time. Take this world that Li has named Earth Number 1 as an example. Through the swing of atomic frequency, it can be calculated that there is a 12-fold time difference between this world and the atrium. For every 24 Earth hours in the atrium dimension, it takes 288 Earth hours on Earth Number 1. Even if Li stays here for 36 days, it will only take 3 days on Earth. Li touched his chin. In this case, he can spend some time in this world to brush up his reputation. Maybe this world can help him, and he can also help this world. As for the fact that his time passes faster than Earth time, thus accelerating aging, Li doesn't care. Because of the help of the Guardian Pendant, he only needs to pay a certain amount of energy every day to make the pendant's magic circle work, so as to cover himself and let the biological atomic clock in his body run according to the progress of the main world, rather than the time of this universe dimension. In the final analysis, Li from the atrium dimension and the humans on Earth Number 1, although they look exactly the same, are actually two different species. At least, here, Li can live 12 times longer than people in this world. Li made up his mind and smiled slightly. Well, I guess I have to disguise myself, and maybe my universe food truck should be opened. Li estimated, so the next day. Outside the Stark Group, a new food truck appeared on the street. Chapter 596, Tomb Sweeping. May Parker, the daughter of Peter Parker. Inheriting her father's spider gene, she can be said to be the second generation of Spider-Man. She showed her talent when she was very young. Peter Parker was happy about this, but also a little worried. What made him happy was that in this dangerous world, May Parker had an extra ability to protect herself. And the worry also came from this. The stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility, which Peter believed in. This was a manifestation of responsibility, but he didn't want to pass this responsibility on to his daughter, because he knew how painful it was. Peter Parker of Earth 1 was born in 1915. It was the eve of the outbreak of World War I, and the world situation was chaotic. He grew up in the 1920s and 1930s. When he was working as a young man, he happened to encounter the Great Depression in the United States. It was not uncommon for crimes to rise because of the economic depression. Everyone was so poor that they had no food to eat, so don't expect hungry people to be law-abiding. It's better to think of ways by yourself than to rely on the charity of the free food points opened by the government. Peter Parker in this world had a hard life and lived in poverty for many years. He encountered many setbacks and many separations. Starting from the death of his uncle and aunt, and in the 1930s, he personally solved the big boss of the New York underground organization, Norman Osborn. And in the following days, he completely disintegrated the Osborn Group. Time came to the end of the 1930s when World War II broke out. At this time, Peter Parker met Howard Stark, who worked for the military underground front. He was persuaded by Howard's lobbying, and finally joined the Special Front anonymously. The Dark Spider was active behind enemy lines. From the fall of France to the Third Reich of Germany, he was there. Bombing railways, burning warehouses, destroying arsenals, and robbing bank vaults. There are also stealing intelligence and assassinating senior officials. These things have been done by the Dark Spider Peter Parker. Placing a bomb on a railway bridge can kill all the soldiers on a train. Peter Parker helped the progress of the war, but it also made his hands stained with blood. No one can stay out of this war, no one can. The Spider-Man in this world is not a simple good man. From his style of doing things, we can see that Peter Parker is more mature and stable, and his spider bites are full of poison. Most people who are targeted by Peter will die. So he is the Dark Spider, not Spider-Man, and not many people have even heard of his name. He only works in the dark, and is as silent as a spider catching insects. But sometimes he still has weak moments, such as in December every year, on Christmas Eve, he always has to do one thing: go to the cemetery to pay homage to his deceased relatives and friends. This moment is his weakest moment. Generally, Mary accompanies him, but this December is too cold. Just the night before, New York suddenly started to rain, and the temperature dropped by 7 or 8 degrees. Mary's body is not as good as Peter's. She will get sick if she stays in the cemetery in the suburbs for 2 or 3 hours in this weather. So the only one who can accompany Peter is May, and Anthony is confined by Peter. At present, he was not allowed to go anywhere except the company and home, because the mysterious man who suddenly appeared in New York was not sure where he came from. If he was really here to deal with Anthony, it would be difficult for him to escape if he met him alone outside. The car drove all the way to the cemetery in the suburbs. Peter, who was driving the Cadillac, was silent all the way, and May could see that her father was in a heavy mood, so she didn't know what to say. Peter was like this every day of the year. There were cedars planted in the cemetery, which were evergreen all year round. The white snow fell on the green pines, and the white and green became interesting, but no one appreciated it here. The creaking footsteps were made by stepping on the snow on the road. The first place Peter took May to was the grave of Uncle Ben and Aunt May. A bunch of lilies was a memorial for the tomb sweeping. Peter stood in front of the grave with a silent expression, and the eyes of this 50-year-old man revealed a trace of nostalgia. Uncle Ben and Aunt May are both good people. They were still willing to help others during the Great Depression. They advocated democratic life and political ideas, but they were not accepted by the mainstream in that era. Peter said to May while looking at the tombstones of his relatives, "Uncle Ben taught me to be strong, and Aunt May taught me what to be strong for." May had never seen her grandfather's relatives, but this did not prevent Peter and Mary from often mentioning them to her. May said, "They are all good people. Without them, there would be no father like you." Peter smiled, touched May's pretty face, and then walked to the next tombstone. The name on the tombstone was Harry Osborn, born in 1915 and died in 1937. Peter presented a bunch of yellow chrysanthemums. May had never heard of this name on the tombstone, and she was a little curious. As if sensing May's curiosity, Peter spoke, "Harry Osborn, my best friend. I don't think I will have such a good friend in my life." May looked at her father somewhat sad eyes and asked, "So young? Is it because of illness?" Peter shook his head. "No, the reasons are complicated. If you want to get it down to it, I killed him." This answer was beyond May's expectations. She opened her mouth wide and didn't say anything. Then the next tombstone, another name she had never heard of, Phyllis E. Hardy. The name sounded like a lady. Born in 1910, died in 1940. Peter presented a bouquet of red roses. Peter said to his daughter again, just like introducing all the friends he knew today, "Here's a beautiful lady Barrett. Your mother and I had quarreled many times for this lady." A 50-year-old man smiled as he spoke, but May couldn't laugh. "She helped me a lot when I was young, but I didn't know how to cherish it at that time. When I wanted to do something, it was too late," Peter said with some sighs. The next tombstone buried a family, who seemed to be a father and daughter. George Stacy, born in 1895, died in 1947. Gwen Stacy, born in 1915, died in 1935. Peter presented the bird of paradise and white roses to them respectively. George Stacy, he was probably the bravest sheriff in the history of New York City. He dedicated his whole life to fighting crime, until a gunshot in the dark night ended his life. His death was not glorious at all. A gangster shot him in the face to steal his briefcase. There was no money in George's bag. In fact, he was penniless. Peter said in a low voice, and May could hear that even after so many years, her father was still angry. May didn't want to ask what the gangster's final fate was, and Peter didn't want to talk about what he did back then. He calmed down and said to his daughter, "Gwen was my first girlfriend, of course. That was before I met your mother. At that time, we had happy things and unpleasant things. Even though so many things happened, I never thought she would die so early. The chaos in New York in the 1930s was beyond your imagination." Peter took a deep breath, and May saw a deep sense of powerlessness in him. This was something she had never seen before. The last two tombstones came from Peter's two comrades in arms, his comrades who participated in World War II. Bucky Barnes, born in 1920, died in 1944. Steve Rogers, born in 1922, died in 1944. Peter presented the two with Cosmos flowers. Two brave warriors. This is Peter's evaluation of the two, but they didn't last until the final victory of the war. Especially Steve. When I was writing articles for the Daily Bugle as a reporter, Steve was a cartoonist for the newspaper. Peter sighed. Bucky is very strong, and Steve is very thin. Originally Steve should not have joined the army, but he tried every possible way, and finally he squeezed into the ranks of war correspondents with his experience in the Daily Bugle. He and I used to be colleagues. He was a talented young man. If he concentrated on learning painting, he might have become a famous painter one day, instead of being beaten into pieces by a cloth ripper, MG-42 general-purpose machine gun, and finally even the body couldn't be pieced together. Peter sighed after saying this. The tomb of the Starks is not here, but in the manor in Los Angeles. So Peter and May could not pay tribute to the two here. For Peter Parker, Howard might be his only remaining friend, but he also passed away in 1955. Dark Spider hides in the dark, not wanting to be discovered, and also not wanting to be involved with other people. To protect himself, but also to protect his family. If it weren't for Howard's accidental death, leaving behind his young son Anthony who needed care, maybe Peter would never set foot in New York City again. There are too many memories of him here, good and bad. Dark Spider is very lonely, and perhaps he will be lonely forever. The only reason that still supports Peter to live in this world is not much, probably only his wife and daughter. The atmosphere on the way back was even more depressing than when he went to the cemetery, and May was almost out of breath. She proposed to walk with her father and finally walked back to the company. This place is only one street away from Stark Group, and Peter did not refuse his daughter's request. The two walked on the streets of New York in winter. The temperature was a bit cold, but May felt a little better, at least much better than staying in a dull car. Although the cold wind made her feel a little cold and goosebumps appeared on her face. It would be nice to have a cup of hot drink. May stamped her feet and thought. There are no chain beverage stores like Starbucks that offer coffee and hot chocolate in the world now. If you want to drink something hot, you have to go to a coffee shop. May had no choice but to hold Peter's hand and walk towards the Stark Group, but a steaming stall on the side of the road attracted her attention. It was an ordinary pushcart stall, but it was not like the ordinary pushcarts that sold fast food such as hot dogs. Instead, it had hot soup, hot drinks, and Odin written on its sign. May knew about hot soup and hot drinks, but Odin? She had never heard of this name, but she didn't care what Odin was. If this stall could provide a cup of hot coffee or hot milk, she wouldn't mind buying 2 cups. Peter could see that his daughter felt that the weather was a bit cold, and after 2 or 3 hours of cold wind in the cemetery, both of them needed a cup of hot drink. So May brought Peter to this strange little stall, but the stall owner didn't seem to notice their arrival. He was flipping through a pair of newspapers. There were more than a dozen newspapers and many magazines messily placed on the side. The more he looked at the stall owner, the deeper his frown became, as if he had seen a lot of bad news. May had to pat the iron railing next to the food cart to make a little noise. "Is there any hot coffee here?" Hearing the voice, the stall owner looked up at May and Peter standing in front of the stall, and his eyes suddenly widened. P.S. Asking for votes. Chapter 597, Stark Group is in shortage of chefs. The day after arriving on Earth number 1, Lee Ji pushed his cart out to set up a stall. Street management in the United States in 1965 was not so strict. There were few police or other government agencies to manage street stalls. Especially in the world of Earth number 1, in this world, the real trouble faced by street vendors is not the police, but the gang members on the street. They will come to collect various protection fees. Of course, most of the gangsters who collect protection fees from street vendors are not presentable. Even if the big gang members want to collect protection fees, they will go to various shops or companies with storefronts. If they don't pay, they will make people restless. When Lee Ji's stall was just set up, a group of such people came, which was different from the main world. In New York on Earth number 1 in 1965, the main composition of the gangs was white. People of other skin colors were basically in a stage of being exploited, especially black people who huddled in their own communities and dared not go out at all. Because there are gangs that specifically cause trouble for black people. The KKK of this world is very arrogant. For example, the reason why Lee Ji was troubled by the Flying Fire gang in the bar was largely because of this, because he was obviously not white. Lee Ji disguised himself a little, and it was very dark that night. In fact, May and Anthony didn't see Lee Ji's appearance clearly. Although Lee Ji disguised himself a little, his appearance was still a bit troublesome in this world. The physical characteristics of a mixed-race person were still very conspicuous. When he was setting up the stall just now, two gangsters came to collect protection fees, but Lee Ji didn't show any courtesy and beat them away directly. The lower class of New York in 1965 was really a world where fists were used to make sense. The law was not very useful. The police could ignore things if they could. Anyway, it's better to have less trouble than more. After Lee Ji set up the stall, he bought a lot of newspapers and magazines from the newsstand next door. The source of the money was the money from the Flying Fire gang members he got rid of yesterday, which was probably a few $100s. He flipped through all the newspapers. The news that he had killed more than a dozen gang members last night was not reported in the newspapers at all, or the newspapers did not take it seriously. They just wrote that a fight had occurred on a certain street and more than a dozen gang members had died. Then they just brushed it off. This also made Lee Ji fully realize the dark nature of this world. More than a dozen lives lost in New York City were not taken seriously. After that, he checked various news and information to get a general understanding of this world. After all, in a world without the internet, newspapers, magazines and books are the only channels to understand these things. There is no Captain America in this world, no Steve Rogers. Howard died a long time ago, and now the heir of Stark Group is the young Anthony. But he has not yet taken office. In fact, the person in charge of Stark Group is Peter Parker. One by one, various different things invaded Lee Ji's head. This world is indeed completely different from the atrium. Just when Lee Ji felt a little headache, he heard the sound of May hitting the iron railings and the sentence, "Do you have hot coffee?" Only then did Lee Ji turn his eyes away from the newspaper and look at the father and daughter in front of his stall. His eyes widened. Wait? Am I dazzled? Why does this girl in front of me look so much like Mary Jane? At least 70% similar. And who is standing next to her? Although he is not sure, Lee Ji inexplicably feels that the face of the 50-year-old man looks a bit like a combination of Peter Parker and Ben Parker. Oh, right, the magazine he just read. Lee Ji quickly glanced at a New York weekly, and the man on the back cover is the man in front of him. His name is Peter Parker. Lee Ji grinned a little. He just opened his stall in front of the Stark Group. Although he had the idea of contacting the Iron Man of this world, or Spider-Man, he didn't expect to meet the person he wanted to meet at the beginning. May looked at the stall owner of the cart in front of her with some curiosity. It was the first time she saw someone so slow to respond to business and staring at the customers. This was not good. So May asked again, "Do you have hot coffee?" Only then did Lee Ji come to his senses and said, I'm sorry that we don't have hot coffee, but do you need any other hot drinks? Now Luigi has come to his senses and is thinking about how to connect with the heroes of this world, just like Anthony he saw yesterday. He has confirmed that it is Iron Man. Although this Iron Man is weak and a little timid. But at least in that environment, he is willing to wear a bulletproof vest and carry a gun to save himself. Just based on such courage and responsibility, Luigi thinks he should help him. At the very least, the name of Iron Man should not be so bad. Can an Iron Man who can't even handle a dozen thugs still be called Iron Man? Luigi smiled and said to May that he did not provide hot coffee here. It was too troublesome to make hot coffee. A coffee machine was needed. He really didn't want to sell instant coffee because not many people bought instant coffee. May was not disappointed to hear that there was no hot coffee. It was originally a small stall, and she didn't expect to sell it. So she asked again, so what hot drinks are there? Or hot soup? After 3 hours of cold wind in the cemetery, May's body was cold from the inside out. She urgently needed a cup of steaming hot drink or soup to refresh herself, whether it was hot cocoa or hot tomato soup. Luigi smiled at May and Peter, then opened the lid of the square pot originally placed on the cart, and said, hot drinks include hot milk tea and hot lemon tea. As for soup, there is only Odin soup. Yes, this is Odin. The lid of the pot on the cart was opened, and white steam rose up. What is the most attractive thing in the cold winter? Steaming hot pot is one, spicy hot pot is one, and Odin is naturally one. Odin is similar to hot pot or pot in many places. Various hard-boiled ingredients are selected and thrown into the broth boiled with kelp, and bonito or bonito, and cooked slowly. While making the ingredients taste good, the taste of the soup also penetrates into the ingredients. The square pot on Luigi's stall contained 6 different kinds of Odin, including radish, kelp, egg, beef tendon, fish cake and bamboo shoot. When the lid was opened, a strong aroma came out along with the steam. The sweet smell from the ingredients instantly opened May and Peter's sense of smell, which was originally not sharp due to the cold winter. May's throat moved. She originally just wanted to drink a cup of coffee, but she suddenly felt hungry when she smelled this smell. After all, she left for the cemetery in the morning and came back now. The round trip plus the time spent in the cemetery, it is actually 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is time for lunch. May glanced at Peter and said, Dad, how about we eat something? Peter sniffed the smell and looked at Luigi. His spider sense did not warn him of danger, so he nodded and said, okay, if you want to eat. Peter was not so particular. After all, he lived in poverty when he was young, and when he was really poor, he couldn't even afford to eat at roadside stalls. Luigi's small food cart was very clean, and the kitchen utensils on the side looked very professional. After all, they were legendary kitchen utensils. And the smell really whets one's appetite. A bowl of hot stew in winter is quite good. Anyway, Peter thought that Odin and stew were not much different. In fact, there was no difference. The father and daughter, who originally wanted to drink coffee, changed to eating stew. Basically, they ordered 1 portion of each ingredient, and Peter asked for 2 portions of beef tendon. Luigi took out 2 disposable tableware from the dining car and placed them in front of Peter and his daughter, and took out enough Odin for them. Then he quietly poured some liquid from the rotating dragon pot under the dining car and mixed it into the Odin soup. It was some soup made by Luigi secretly. It was not the common Odin sold on the counter, but a special soup made with legendary kitchen utensils. When making the soup, Luigi deliberately controlled a considerable amount of energy to flow into the soup, so that the soup not only tasted better, but also had special effects. Just like the situation of Parker and his daughter now, when May drank the first mouthful of soup, her eyes suddenly widened, and Peter looked even more surprised, and he hardly concealed his expression. After taking the first sip, he closed his eyes for a while, and then immediately took the second sip. He glanced at May, who gave him an incredulous look in return. Because both of them clearly felt that this soup contained some strange energy, which made the whole body warm the moment it entered the stomach, and the whole body felt as comfortable as if it was penetrated by hot air. This feeling was not the stimulation of sweating after eating spicy food, but a more neutral and peaceful feeling. After drinking a bowl of soup, the whole body felt like taking a hot water bath. Peter said without thinking too much, "Hello sir, can I ask you how to make this soup?" Luigi looked at old Peter with a look of "Are you kidding me?" He felt that the emotional intelligence of this old Peter was the same as that of young Peter. Peter soon realized that he seemed to be asking the wrong question. "I'm sorry, I'm abrupt. I just want to know why this soup makes me feel warm and energetic, just like I'm holding a large piece of American ginseng. Li Ji smiled. This is a dietary therapy. It's especially good in winter, especially useful for weak qi and blood, and also good for cold. I used some healthy herbs. Peter fell into deep thought after listening to Li Ji's words, and May felt much more relaxed after eating her oden. She invited Li Ji as if she had thought of something. Sir, are you interested in working at Stark Group? Huh? Li Ji was stunned for a moment. What? May said as a matter of course, as a chef. Our company can provide good treatment, at least better than setting up a street stall. Of course, you need to provide the most basic health qualification inspection before you can enter. Peter did not stop May from speaking. He seemed to have thought of something, and he just smiled. Li Ji touched his chin. It seemed that Stark Group was really short of chefs. Tony had invited him in the world of the atrium. When he arrived at the world of Earth number 1, Peter's daughter also came to invite him. Chapter 598 The Beginning of Prudence. Stark Villa in New York. This is Li Ji's new workplace. May recruited Li Ji that day and offered a monthly salary of $2,000, which was quite high in 1965. Li Ji pretended to think about it and agreed to it, and then there was a simple health check and passport to confirm that Li Ji was not an illegal resident. This Li Ji spent some time, first returning to the atrium to get a fake passport, and then went to the New York City Police Department to secretly get a fake file. In 1965, the anti-counterfeiting technology of passports was basically no secret in the main world, and for an archive database that was not yet connected to the national network, the archives in various places were managed separately. It was almost no difficulty for Li Ji to secretly file a copy of his own fake information in the New York City Police Department in the middle of the night. This took Li Ji 2 days on Earth number 1, but in fact it was not difficult. So the Stark family's New York villa on Long Island welcomed a new chef, because the Stark family's business was basically concentrated in New York, although the old manor was in Los Angeles. But it is difficult to go back a few times a year, especially since the Howards have passed away. Except for the annual anniversary of their death, Peter will take his family and Anthony to visit the graves, and basically will not go back to Stark Manor in Los Angeles. Jason, what have you prepared tonight? After May Parker returned to the villa from get off work, she stretched and walked into the kitchen. It smells so good. Is it stew? Li Ji, who was cooking in the spacious Center Island kitchen, was cutting celery. Yes, onion soup. I have been cooking for almost an afternoon. Mrs. Parker doesn't look very well. She needs to drink more hot soup in winter. What Li Ji said was exactly the main reason why May invited him, because after drinking Li Ji soup on the roadside that day, May and Peter felt much better, and May thought of her mother Mary. Mary, who is 51 years old this year, is not in good health. Although she is still healthy, she is extremely afraid of cold in winter, so the heating in the villa must be turned on very high to satisfy her. After all, Mary Jane is just an ordinary person and has not been bitten by a mutant spider. The diet therapy method mentioned by Li Ji is very suitable for Mary. May made an invitation and Peter did not refuse it because of this. Li Ji has been working at Stark Villa for almost a week, and he is very familiar with old Peter, May and Mary. Looking at Peter and Mary, Li Ji always feels as if he is in another world, because in the world of the atrium, his best friend is Peter Parker, and Mary Jane is one of his best female friends. Seeing that his familiar yet unfamiliar friend has now become old and even afraid of the cold, Li Ji can hardly describe the complexity of his mood. So he carefully prepared the meals for Peter's family, especially Mary Jane, and asked her to drink special soup every night in the past week to improve her physical condition. Li Ji didn't want to be too obvious, but the legendary kitchen utensils are really powerful. The stew that only had a slight effect on Peter and May had a significant effect on Mary Jane. The most obvious point is that after only a week of conditioning, she is no longer so afraid of the cold. Even though this winter is unusually cold, she still accompanied her daughter to build a small snowman in the garden behind the villa to welcome Christmas. Peter and his family were very glad that they had hired a very good chef. Li Ji did add some medicinal herbs to Mary's stew to cover it up. Peter and May also believed in their spider sense very much. Since the spider sense did not alarm, they believed that Li Ji had no ill will towards their family. This allowed Li Ji to establish a good relationship with Peter and his family in just 1 week. Especially with May, although Li Ji had a good relationship with Peter in the atrium, Peter on Earth number 1 was a middle-aged man with more dignity. He was also the temporary helmsman of the Stark group. He could not be so close to a chef in his own family. May, however, did not care too much. Her current job was Peter's secretary, and she also served as Anthony's personal assistant. She was of the same age as Lee Ji and was more relaxed when talking. Lee Ji was also willing to joke with his niece. Yes, Lee Ji regarded May as a niece, and get close to her. Under such circumstances, the relationship between the two improved a lot. Especially after Lee Ji came from another dimension for decades, he had many new things to share with May. There were many seasonal jokes to tell May, and since he was also good-looking, May didn't dislike occasional communication with Lee Ji. However, May didn't dislike communicating with Lee Ji, but that didn't mean other people did the same. In particular, someone particularly disliked seeing May and a good-looking young man talking and laughing, and even cooking together in the kitchen. Yes, that person was Anthony Edward Stark. May and Anthony went home at the same time after get off work, because they lived together and it was convenient, and also to protect Anthony's safety. When Anthony went to the garage to park and took some personal belongings out of the car and put them away, Lee Ji had already started teaching May how to cook in the kitchen. May planned to learn some dishes to cook for her mother. Lee Ji was instructing her on how to better use the oven to cook some simple but delicious dishes. For example, use the oven to cook steak at low temperature and slow cook, and use food bags to seal the steak in spices and marinade, and then cook it at low temperature and slow cook. The temperature is controlled at 50 degrees and heated for 2 hours. This way, you can get a very evenly cooked medium rare steak, and fry it in oil to get the aroma after it is done. This is the most suitable way to cook steak for lazy people or beginners who are not good at controlling the heat of steak. Yes, we can put the steak in the oven after softening it. Lee Ji instructed May from the side. Because the kitchen space is so small, the two of them are close to each other. However, neither of them felt anything. Anthony, who was standing at the door of the kitchen, was very happy. He snorted heavily, HMPH. Lee Ji turned around and saw him, and waved his hand, Mr. Stark, what do you want to eat tonight? He already knew that this was Tony Stark. However, the Tony Stark in this world is not the Iron Man Tony Stark who has gone through hardships and gradually matured into a superhero. This Anthony is just a naive young man, like the current situation. He is very unhappy that May and Lee Ji are very close, although May is just learning to cook and Lee Ji is just teaching. But he is very unhappy, as if his beloved toy has been taken away by someone. He has such a childish side. In this respect, he is in the same vein as Tony Stark in the Atrium. The middle-aged version of Stark is also a childish ghost. It's just that he is older and better at hiding, and he won't let people see his childishness easily. Anthony wanted to find an opportunity to fire Lee Ji directly, but now his words are not counted. Whether it's the company or the villa, it's Peter who has the words. Mary's health has improved a lot under Lee Ji's diet therapy, and Anthony can see it. So although he is very unhappy, he can't say anything for the time being. He can only use a very childish way to express his dissatisfaction to May. I won't eat dinner. I still have research to do. Please tell Uncle Peter for me. After saying this, Anthony left here angrily, cursing in his heart as he walked. Is it great to be able to cook? Is it great to be tall? I can also do scientific research and inventions. After wearing height-enhancing underwear, I can also be 1.75 meters tall. Okay. Anthony is a complete childish ghost in love. Because Peter is in charge of him, Anthony has no chance to be a playboy. He has been in love twice but it didn't work out. Because he fell in love with May very early, but May's father is Peter Parker. This man left a deep shadow on Anthony. He didn't know if Peter Parker would hang himself upside down under the Brooklyn Bridge if he wanted to seduce his daughter. After walking into his underground laboratory and getting angry for no reason, Anthony took a deep breath and prepared to do some scientific research. Because the previous MK4 has been proven to be a failure, but Tony does not intend to give up the Iron Man plan. He thinks this plan must have development potential, but he just didn't find the right direction. He needs to improve and improve, but improvement requires money, and Anthony now has no extra money to buy materials. Because Peter Parker locked all his pocket money this month. MK4 cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and finally turned into a handful of fireworks, which was useless. Peter Parker did not stop Anthony from continuing his research, and it was good enough to just cut off his money this month. Without money, many things can't be done, But this doesn't mean that Anthony has nothing to do. I need to study the further purification of oil hydrogen fuel. The oil hydrogen fuel developed now can provide 350% of the energy of traditional petrochemical fuel. But it's still not enough. The internal combustion engine that drives Iron Man has only 550 horsepower, and the reaction speed is also very slow. I also need to improve the transmission mechanism. Anthony thought about it and found that he still had a lot to do. So he plunged into the sea of questions for improvement and research, and he forgot about May and Lee Ji. Anthony Stark in this world has become a pure science and engineering man, and I don't know whether it is fortunate or unfortunate. Anthony plunged into academic research and forgot the time. When he came to his senses, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. He didn't feel it when he was doing things, but he felt hungry as soon as he stopped. But at this time, no one in the kitchen cooked for him, and everyone went to bed. In addition to the bodyguards who were guarding the outside of the villa, even the servants in the villa went back to the servants' room to rest. Anthony kicked the wall of the laboratory like a child sulking. Except for the pain in his toes and jumping with one foot in his arms, he got nothing. Rubbing his painful left foot, Anthony sat on the ground feeling a little aggrieved, and said sullenly, "You didn't even come to me for dinner, and you didn't even bring me food." Although there was no subject, everyone knew that Anthony was talking about May. Childish people are childish people. If they continue like this, they will probably be alone forever. Anthony didn't know that everything he was doing in the laboratory was being watched by another pair of eyes. Lee Ji had been here for more than half an hour using the cloaking device. He looked at the samples of waste number 1 to waste number 4, MK1 MK4, that Anthony had researched before. And the oil hydrogen fuel he made, is this the new energy in this world? Well, it's much better than gasoline, but it's really far worse than the arc reactor on his side. Iron Man like this might not have the chance to make a name for himself. I'm afraid even Spider-Girl is much better than him. Lee Ji was right. Anthony was protected by May since he was a child, even though he was a man. But he can only be a soft princess in the fairy tale world, and the role of riding a white horse and wielding a long sword to kill the dragon and rescue the princess is usually played by May. This made Anthony angry for 10 years. He wanted to prove that he was also capable of protecting May. Because at least he had the ability to protect May, he dared to confess to May and persuade Peter. But now the Iron Man robots he made are garbage from beginning to end. None of them have real practical significance. Except for being used to verify some scientific experiments, they are just live targets on the battlefield. He wants to protect May, but it seems that he has not done enough. Hey, when will it end? Anthony sat on the ground and suddenly sighed. He was really a little discouraged. His parents' enemies have not been found yet, and the girl he wants to pursue seems to be far away. The steel robot he made has no practical use. Anthony feels that he has no use except for money. Oh, wrong, he doesn't even have money. Because his property is still under the control of Peter Parker. He now feels that life is boring. He wants to fight criminals, but he has no capital to fight criminals, and he doesn't even have the capital to protect the girl he likes. Lee Ji looked at Anthony, who was sitting on the ground and sulking with himself. Lee Ji's face was very full of expressions. Such a pure and sullen science and engineering man Tony Stark was something Lee Ji had never thought of. The Tony Stark he knew was a playboy and a flirtatious guy. Looking at the aggrieved look of the young Anthony in front of him, Lee Ji suddenly felt a little bit reluctant. This child is essentially good, at least better than Tony in another world. But this child is a bit unlucky. Lee Ji didn't plan to take action so early. He wanted to observe for a while. But now he thinks that he might as well do something now. Lee Ji did it as soon as he thought of it. He directly removed the cloaking device and suddenly appeared in Anthony's laboratory. Anthony, who was still sulking with himself, didn't notice Lee Ji behind him until a strange voice appeared in the basement. Anthony Edward Stark, hello. This sudden voice startled Anthony. He turned around and a man in a medieval hooded robe suddenly appeared behind him. According to Peter's teachings over the years, Anthony immediately became alert. He wanted to take out his pistol from his waist for self-defense. But when he touched his waist, it was empty. The hooded man raised his pistol with one hand and said, "Are you looking for this?" Anthony's heart trembled. The other party's movements were so fast. He tried hard to see the other party's appearance, but the face under the hood seemed to have magic, making it impossible to see clearly. He wanted to escape from here, but the door of the laboratory could not be opened no matter what. He shouted loudly to wake up others, but the outside world seemed to be unable to hear his shouts. This was the trick of the hooded man. The man in the hooded robe did not seem to be afraid of asking for help. He just sat on the chair in the laboratory and watched him knock on doors and windows everywhere and yell. He ignored him at all, just like watching a play. Anthony kicked the door until he was exhausted but failed to attract the attention of other people in the villa. He leaned against the wall, panting and sweating, but his heart was cold. This hooded man was so strange. Anthony didn't know how he did it, but he knew that this man could do it. He was no longer worried about his own safety, but began to worry about Peter's family, especially May. While he was panting and thinking of other ways, the hooded man spoke. "I think you are tired now? If you are tired, we can sit down and have a good talk." Anthony forced himself to calm down and asked, "What to talk about?" "Some small things, about your father. Howard Stark. He was once a member of our great organization, but unfortunately he died. I only learned about this news recently. After hurriedly going to his grave to pay homage, I came here to find you. Because in the organization, your father Howard also left a legacy for you." The hooded man spoke calmly and without a trace of emotion. Anthony didn't dare to believe him. Now Anthony was just stalling for time and trying to remind Uncle Peter, so he asked, "What organization?" The hooded man shook his head and said, "You are not qualified to know now, but I think there is a piece of information that you will be interested in." As he said that, the hooded man put a strange black glass that was twice as big as a slab on the table and supported it. As Anthony's curious eyes moved, he saw the hooded man pressed a few times on the strange black glass, and the originally black glass suddenly lit up. LCD screen. Anthony couldn't help but exclaimed. In this era, the concept of liquid crystal was just a paper in an academic journal, and even the first stage was not completed. As a scientist, Anthony had the habit of browsing various scientific journals. He knew that someone had proposed the concept of liquid crystal, but it would take at least 20 years for the finished liquid crystal in the laboratory to appear, and it might take more than 30 years for the factory to mass produce it. The hooded man casually took out a technological product that spanned an era, and it was not just an LCD screen. Anthony noticed that the hooded man did not connect the power cord and video signal cable to this LCD screen. But the LCD screen already had a picture, which proved that this LCD screen had a built-in power supply and built-in images. How is this possible? The LCD screen was only the size of 2 palms and no more than 9 millimeters thick. How could it have a built-in power supply with such a volume? How could it have a large chip to provide images? Exclamation mark. The hooded man took a look at Anthony's reaction and laughed twice. Don't be surprised, you will be surprised by more things later. Anthony had now forgotten about being nervous, fearful, and even who this stranger was. He was now staring at the LCD screen in front of him. This cross-era product completely overturned his thoughts. He just wanted to know what the hooded man was going to show him. The hooded man continued to touch the LCD screen with his finger, and then it seemed to be done. The LCD screen darkened, then lit up again, and a bright red figure appeared on the screen. P.S. 5,500 words long chapter, please vote. Chapter 599. Are you willing to become a real Iron Man? Under the operation of the hooded man, a color image appeared on the LCD screen. This was really amazing. In the world of 1965, although color television and color film had already appeared. However, the color reproduction of color images of this era was seriously distorted, either yellowish or blue. In addition, the display devices of this era were relatively backward, and transistor CRT monitors were already high-end products. But how much color gamut could the CRT in 1965 provide? The LCD video that the hooded man took out was unprecedented in terms of picture clarity and color gamut display range. Anthony almost felt that it was the color clarity that could be recorded by the real human eye. This was enough to surprise Anthony. After all, it seemed that 2 palm-sized video display devices could already show science and technology that was decades ahead of this era. And this was just the beginning of Anthony's surprise. When he shifted his attention from the LCD display device to the video playback itself, his mouth opened wide and couldn't close it. A bright red figure appeared on the screen, and this figure was flying at a very fast speed. Powerful tail flames were ejected from the bottom of its feet and the palm of its hand. Anthony could tell what it was at a glance: a robot. A golden red robot. Unlike the Iron Man robot he was researching, Most of the MK series robots he was researching were bloated. They had a body like a bucket, and their hands and feet were also made very round like buckets. They could fly, but they had to rely on an external flight backpack. If they relied on their own power, they could not fly, and their movement speed was not very fast. And what did he see in the video? A robot that looked almost the same as a human, with a streamlined appearance and beautiful metal arcs. When flying with its own power, the armor on its body adaptively adjusted the spoilers everywhere to make the flight smooth. This flight performance lasted about 30 seconds, and it made all kinds of complex movements in the sky, just as flexible as a Swift. No. Even Swifts are not as flexible as this robot. After the flight performance, it was time for the robot to show its flexibility and firepower. The golden red robot did not use any external weapons. In the video, its performance relying on palm cannons and chest cannons was enough to shock people. As soon as he opened his hand, a blue impact beam was shot out, and an armored vehicle hundreds of meters away instantly turned into a pile of burning scrap metal. The chest gun is even more powerful. 20 main battle tanks lined up in a row can be penetrated by the chest gun at once. There are also various other micro-weapons stored inside the robot's body, including micro-missiles and tracking machine gun bullets. This robot left a very deep impression on Anthony. First of all, the 5 fingers that can be opened and moved flexibly are unimaginable for Anthony. Because the flexibility of human fingers is too high. What does it mean to have 5 fingers that are almost as flexible as humans? Even if there are supercomputer-assisted programming in later generations, a flexible manipulator is not an easy thing to make, not to mention that in 1965, computers of this era still used cardboard as a recording and storage medium. Although Anthony made a hand for his Iron Man robot, it was just a decoration. Although the milling is very beautiful, it is actually a lump of iron, which does not make much sense and can only be opened and merged simply. In actual use, it is more like a clamp. Of course, if necessary, these arms can also be used as weapons. A small thruster is installed inside the MK4's arm. It allows the MK4 to use moves similar to the super robot, such as Rocket Fist. Of course, it cannot be recovered. And then there's the ability to fly freely, which is more flexible and faster than any fighter Anthony has ever seen. If it is matched with the terrible firepower of the robot, Anthony believes that the entire US Air Force combined may not be the opponent of this mecha. What impressed Anthony the most was the head of this robot. An eternally angry steel face and eyes flashing with blue light. Just a glance at Anthony's heartbeat accelerated. He can be sure that he is in love again. He fell in love with this machine, and he loves it more than ever. Even when watching the video, his breathing became heavy. The hooded man seemed very satisfied with the effect, and he put away the LCD screen after all the videos were played and the screen went dark. He said to Anthony in a low voice, "What do you think?" Anthony, who had been immersed in the heroic figure of the Iron Man armor, just came back to his senses. He stared at the hooded man for a long time, and finally said slowly, "The movie you shot is very good." Although Anthony emotionally hoped that there would be such a robot in the world, from a scientific and rational analysis, it is impossible for the world to make such a thing. Then the only explanation is that the hooded man in front of him used some special methods to shoot a strange movie. Although the first Hollywood science fiction film Star Wars will not be released until 1977, the filming techniques that are realistic enough will sweep the world. But Anthony already knows that there are some excellent prop masters and photographers in Hollywood who can use cameras to shoot various realistic illusions to deceive the audience. After all, Anthony was born in Los Angeles. So Anthony is more convinced that the hooded man in front of him is a liar. Anthony, although you used various shooting techniques and they are real enough, fake is fake. In today's world, in the field of robots, I dare say that I am the most outstanding expert. What I can't develop, no one else can develop. Tisk, the hooded man smacked his lips, seeming to be a little disdainful. He glanced at some samples piled up in Anthony's laboratory and said, "Are you talking about these garbage?" The hooded man looked down on Anthony's research and did not hide it. Anthony was instantly furious, but considering the current situation and the fact that he didn't even have a pistol on him, he forced himself to calm down and said, "These are not garbage, and what is your purpose in coming to me?" The hooded man shrugged. "I said, I am friends with your father. He was once an outstanding member of our organization. As for what you questioned, here, take it. Since you can see that this is an LCD display, you should understand that there is no factory in this world that can produce such things, and there is not even a laboratory. As the hooded man spoke, he threw the LCD display directly to Anthony, and Anthony was in a hurry to catch it. He was a little curious about this thing. He had just felt that the hooded man was playing a trick on him. There must be something fishy about this LCD monitor. Now he was ready to study it carefully. The back panel was made of all metal, and he didn't know what metal it was made of. There was around 3.5mm jack, but he didn't know what it was used for. Note: 3.5mm headphone jacks were not available in 1965. There was also a rectangular jack at the bottom, but he didn't know what it was used for. There was no USB concept in 1965. The entire LCD monitor was super thin, only about 9mm thick, and the size was estimated to be about 10 to 11 inches. There were some small buttons on both sides, and Anthony still didn't know what they were used for. This made Anthony very confused. He got this thing and saw that the manufacturing process of this LCD monitor was extraordinary, but he couldn't understand how to use it at all. He couldn't even find the power cord socket. However, he still found the power switch button by groping. It was a small button on the left. He turned on the LCD monitor, and the angry steel mask image he had just seen appeared directly on the screen. The hooded man said to Anthony as he was fiddling with it, "This is a touch screen. Use your finger to slide up to unlock it. This is a small gift for you. You can call this a tablet." Anthony: "What?" "This is a computer." Anthony unlocked the screensaver and saw the screen desktop, a bunch of strange computer software. Of course, there is no concept of computer operating system in this world now, and there is no software supporting the operating system. Computers now use specific hardware algorithms. The Stark Group also has computers. In fact, there is one in Anthony's laboratory, which is as big as 3 bookcases. It is difficult for Anthony to associate this thin and light thing weighing less than 350 grams with a computer. The hooded man didn't care about Anthony's thoughts. He just said to himself, "This tablet is new. Except for some special software and the video I showed you, it is still empty. I advise you to authenticate and open the fingerprint recognition lock and iris recognition lock, so that no one except you can use this tablet." The hooded man Lee G naturally would not tell Anthony that this tablet was actually put together by Tony Stark from another world. It is many times better than the tablets sold on the market. The computing power of this tablet computer is stronger than the computing power of all the computers in the world in 1965, so it is better to lock it for safety. Anthony was a little surprised when he heard this. This device actually has a biometric lock. The hooded man Lee G nodded, and then threw a book to him. "This is the basic method of using this tablet computer. This set of things is one of the legacies left to you by your father. It is a basic tool given to members by our organization. When your father died, his was taken back. But he chose to leave you a new one, so you should use it well." Anthony took the tablet computer manual thrown by Lee G, but did not intend to read it eagerly. Instead, he raised the question again, "What kind of organization are you?" A tablet computer is enough to prove the extraordinariness of the hooded man in front of him, although Anthony did not want to admit it. But he had to admit that the hooded man was not performing magic now, but really took out a cross-era technological product, which was at least 50 years or even 100 years ahead of the world. This made him curious about the existence of the robot recorded in the tablet computer, and at the same time, he was also curious about this organization. The hooded man did not rush to answer Anthony's question. Instead, he sat in a chair and looked at Anthony calmly, while asking an unrelated question. "Before I answer your question, I want to ask you a simple question." "Anthony, please go ahead." Hooded man Lee G, "Why do you want to study these robots?" Anthony curled his lips. "You just called these things garbage." Hooded man, "That's a different time." Anthony thought for a while, although a little arrogant. "My original purpose was to fight crime. There are too many crimes in this world, and even the police and the army can't handle it. My ideal is to fight these crimes." Hooded man, "Are you willing to swear a solemn oath for your ideal?" Anthony, "What?" Hooded man, "A solemn oath, an unbreakable oath, swear on your soul." "Ah." Anthony, "Why should I do this?" The hooded man stared at Anthony and said word by word, "Because I am seriously considering a very serious question. That is whether you are qualified to be a real Iron Man, instead of relying on this pile of junk to set off fireworks. So, are you willing to be a real Iron Man? Chapter 600 Iron Man version 0.1. What did you say? Anthony suddenly realized something when he heard the question from the hooded Li Ji. After a brief moment of confusion, he pointed to the tablet in his hand and asked, "You mean the Iron Man you just showed me?" The hooded man had a tone of approval in his tone, probably thinking that Anthony was not that stupid. If you want to understand it that way, it is not wrong. Iron Man, that is indeed the Iron Man. The hooded man walked to the side of Anthony's laboratory and patted a Mk3 sample placed in the corner. Bang! The two slaps were very strong, and Anthony could see two deep palm prints on the mean armor of Mk3. In fact, if Li Ji wanted to, he could directly dismantle this steel robot made of mean steel plate with his bare hands, because for Li Ji, this thing is really garbage. He said while leaving a deep mark on Anthony's Mk3, "Yes, the real Iron Man, that is it. Not the toy here. Are you saying that the steel robot you just showed me really exists?" Anthony still didn't believe it a little. Hooded man Li Ji waved his hand. "I can tell you clearly that it exists. But first of all, let me make one thing clear. It is an iron armor, not a robot." "Anthony, what?" The hooded man continued, "Just as you heard, it is an iron armor, not the kind of robot you made. You can think of it as a modern armor, not a steel robot made up of a bunch of steel parts." Anthony still couldn't believe it. How is this possible? If the image just now is correct, then according to the proportions in the image, this so-called armor is only a circle larger than an ordinary person. Its armor is extremely thin. If there is a person inside, it will take up a huge space, and there is not enough space. Where is the equipment of this armor placed? Where is the power source? The hooded man pointed to the tablet in Anthony's hand and said, "Just look at the tablet in your hand and you will know. The computing power of this computer exceeds that of any computer you know. I am afraid that all the computers in the world put together do not have as strong computing power as it. But look at its size. Even the paper tray used by your computer to store data is several times larger than it." Anthony looked at the tablet in silence. He did not dare to deny what the hooded man said. He just said uncertainly, "I haven't really used this so-called computer yet. Read the instructions, and then start using it." The hooded man's order was concise. Anthony began to read the instructions of the tablet quickly. Anthony's IQ was still very high. If you don't consider the specific working principle of this tablet, but just simply learn how to use it, then the difficulty is not very high. Because the tablet brought by Li Ji is actually highly intelligent. In fact, the more high-tech equipment, the simpler it is to use. This is almost a law of technological development. If a tool or equipment has extremely complicated steps to use, then it can only mean that this tool still has a lot of room for improvement. Just like the computers of this era, learning how to operate a computer in 1965 is definitely a technical job. Even simple calculations are very troublesome. In the DOS era of the 1980s, although this step was simplified, it still required memorizing many instruction codes. After the advent of the operating system, simple and easy-to-use software replaced various troublesome instructions and codes, allowing ordinary people to master basic computer knowledge after a short period of study. For the tablet computer that even elementary school students can play very well, Anthony didn't need to do much learning. He only needed to browse some instructions to operate several built-in software. For example, the most commonly used mathematical calculation software, a series of complex equations, and the conjecture data made for tonight's research on force transmission were all entered into the tablet computer by Anthony. According to the computing level of computers in 1965, these complex equations would probably take a whole day to complete. But for the tablet computer with billions of floating-point calculations per second, Anthony gave him the answer almost as soon as he entered the data point. Some of the data was just collected today, and he had not had time to calculate it. But some of the data was from the past, and he already knew the standard answer. Anthony annotated the data like a teacher marking papers for students. The first set of data was correct, the second set was correct, the third set was correct. After 10 minutes, Anthony looked up in astonishment. If the tablet computer could only play high-definition videos or something, it would be just a novel and interesting toy for Anthony. But when this computer can process various professional data, its importance is reflected. Just doing data processing alone can help Anthony save more than 10 times of scientific research time, and for a scientist, time means life. Hooded man Li Ji was very satisfied with Anthony's astonished expression. He said, "So, do you believe all this now?" Anthony's mouth moved, and finally said, "So, what kind of organization are you?" The hooded man said the same thing. This requires you to swear a solemn oath before I can tell you. Are you willing? Anthony was a little entangled. He didn't know how to choose. Now he was like a mortal in a myth who was seduced and corrupted by the devil with money and beauty. Anthony hesitated for a long time and didn't know how to start. Li Ji knew that today's conversation was almost over here, and he needed to give Anthony some time to digest it, otherwise he might not be able to accept it. As for whether he would discuss it with Peter Parker afterwards, Li Ji didn't care at all. Anyway, setting up an Iron Man in this world is also for his own reputation, and it's no big deal to have an old version of Shadow Spider. So the hooded man Li Ji said, I can give you a day to think about it, Anthony. I won't stay in this world for too long. If you are willing to join our organization, I will give you a chance. I will come to see you again tomorrow, and this will be my first meeting gift. After that, Li Ji took out a pair of wristbands from his space belt and placed them on the table, then directly activated the invisible device and disappeared from Anthony's sight. Anthony stood there blankly for a minute, and then he reacted. He pinched his face and felt pain. At the same time, the tablet in his hand was still there, and he was sure that he was not dreaming. At the same time, Anthony also picked up the wristband that Li Ji left on the table. He almost subconsciously put it on his wrist, and even he himself didn't know why he did it. Anthony, who had just put on the wristband, had not had time to make any preparations. The protective gear that originally looked like a wristband suddenly deformed, and a creaking sound came from the inside of the wristband, and pieces of metal began to deform and shift. Anthony didn't know what happened. He wanted to take off the wristband, but it seemed to be stuck and couldn't be taken off. However, the injury Anthony was worried about did not come. After the entire wristband was transformed, it did not cause any harm to him. Instead, it turned into golden and red armor. From his fingers to his shoulders, he was wrapped in a very sci-fi armor. He looked in the mirror and felt that this thing was very similar to the Iron Man armor he saw on the tablet. The entire armor seemed to have no weight on the body, and what was even more incredible was that the flexibility from the fingers to the shoulders was not affected at all. Is it part of the armor? Anthony thought so. He walked in front of the MK3 robot he made, and looked at the palm print left by Li Ji. Anthony frowned. He looked at his arm now wearing mechanical armor, and then gently pinched the chest armor of MK3. Something incredible happened. The thickest armor on the chest of the MK3, which originally had an effective defense capability of 300mm average armor, was like tofu in front of Anthony's mechanical armor. He didn't even feel how much effort he had put in to completely deform the entire piece of armor, just like grabbing a piece of plasticine. Anthony calmed down. Everything that happened tonight was beyond his imagination. He couldn't make a judgment for all of this, so he hesitated and went to knock on Peter Parker's door. Even if waking him up so late would make him angry, Anthony had to do it. Li Ji, who was watching all this in the dark, didn't care much. He just touched his chin and thought, is this the 0.1 version of Iron Man? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.